He bowls out and he bowls him. He bowls him. That's a good delivery. In he comes, overturned. This is driven in the air but goes between backward point and cover. It's going to run away for 4. Is he going to stop it? What a fantastic chase. You're going to have to congratulate number 58, which would be?
Sean Dixon.
Oh, he never gave it up and he's been run out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. To Harmer, and he has edged that to the wicket-keeper, and Harmer goes.
Declaring.
Davies' second ball, and that's been skied by Buttleman. There are 2 fielders going for it, and it will be caught.
Good catch. As Bashir bowls, this is driven down the ground. He's gone the aerial route straight back to the side screen at the river end. His whites now look browns. This is driven in the air. This could be out, and it's caught by Lammonby. Kushi facing Bashir, and he's gone down, it's gone high, wide and handsome for 6.
Feroz Kushi on strike for Essex, and he has slapped that one away, and it's another 6 for Feroz Kushi, who got hold of that one. In comes Aldridge to Kushi, who pulls that one away, and that will be his 50 as the ball is fielded in the deep. Feroz Kushi has reached 50 of 68 balls. In comes Aldridge to Kushi, who's clipped that one into the onside. On the boundary, will there be a catch? Oh, the fielder has spilled it. Has he spilled it over the boundary?
Passes the umpire Milnes. This is in the air. This could be out. It'll be a good catch, and it is out as he gets to try and force the ball. A leading edge. Porter away. He bowls, and this is a nick, and he's been caught, I believe, by Buckets Harmer.
In he comes, and that's clipped away. No, it's a wicket with the last ball of Jamie Porter's over, but the first ball after lunch.
Is there bowls, and this is punched through the gap between the bowler and mid-off for 4 runs.
But Harmer is in, bowls, lapped, and it's gone for 4 on a Sunday.
Porter is in to Dixon, that's pulled away. And it will bounce for 4.
This time this is a bit of a spin. He does try to turn. It's in the air and he's been caught at deep mid-wicket.
Dixon, who has a lovely drive through the covers, and it's going to run away all the way to the boundary.
Allison is in and bowls to him. He drives nicely through the offside. It's going to be cut. It's not cut off. That's a poor piece of work by the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley, and he'll pick up the ball just inside the ropes where it had almost stopped. And that is Sean Dixon's 50, his first 50 for Somerset.
Into Aldridge, straight back at Harmer, caught and bowled, diving away to his left-hand side.
Look for the quicker one. Dip again. This has gone down the ground. Mid-off is up in the inner circle, really. And this, well, that's a big hit. That's gone for 12.
I've seen him in white ball cricket, I think, but not in red ball.
There's the quicker ball. It's gone in the air, it's gone over the infield, and it's gone just into the boundary for 6. Pass umpire Mills, a little bit quicker, a bit shorter, and they're saying it's out. I think it was out of a possible dismissal. This goes in the air, and he's been given out. He's edged it onto his pad. Harmer in to Henry. Henry has a whack first ball. Oh my word, it's going to be caught and bowled by Harmer. Harmer gets another wicket. Would you believe it? 2 men around the bat, slip and bat pad, and he reversely sweeps. Well, we haven't seen that. That's a shot. Harmer in. This is cut nicely, and it's 4 runs.
Oh, there's an edge and he's gone. There we are. Alistair Cook takes the catch at first slip. And it's the end of Shoaib Bashir, and it's the end of Somerset.
This time there's a nick, and he's been given. Brown has gone.
Henry bowling to Alistair Cook, forward and back towards the bowler. So no run off that final ball, and the players will leave the pitch. Essex 15 for 1 in their second innings, lead by 310 runs.
Simon, many congratulations. Another Harmer fifer.
Thank you. Yeah, nice to be back in the wicket. It's been a slow start in the red ball stuff this season, so nice to be able to get back to business and put in some contributions, I think, in an important game for us in our season.
Very much so. Somerset are always competitive. I'm going to be diplomatic. We were all amazed and surprised the team didn't enforce the follow-on. Can you enlighten us?
Yeah, I think I can understand the train of thought for us to bowl again. But what we need to understand is that we've had 70, 20 games in 10 days. I think there's a lot of players whose workloads are very high. And I think the opportunity to take a result out of the game by batting again, and then also giving the bowlers an opportunity to sort of recharge their batteries, some time off their feet, and then to hit the ground running again tomorrow, whenever that may be. I think that was the thinking by the Brains Trust, to try and sort of put the game so far ahead that them chasing it down was not an option, and that we would still have enough time to get the 10 wickets that we would need.
We're at the halfway stage at the end of day 2, and you're already 400 runs ahead. How much time do you think you might want to bat, or what kind of how many do you need to stay well ahead, put the game without doubt no chance for Somerset?
I think we need to, as we did this morning, look to bat positively. I think we're just over 300 ahead, if I'm not mistaken, so I think 450 would be a good place to start, but I think it's more determined by, one, how quickly we get there, or two, how much time is left in the game. I mean, we don't want to be leaving ourselves 3 sessions or 4 sessions to try and bowl them out, so I think we need to get to where we need to be as quickly as possible, and then hopefully Port and Glen can do what they did in the first inning.
Just one thought that certainly comes to mind for me is, if you're going to bat again and bat for a session or a bit more, you will find there's more traffic on that wicket. Will it turn a bit more? How dry is it out there?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes difficult to tell exactly how the wicket is going to play out, because I think as a 4-day purist you would say, well, it's just going to get worse and worse, but it can get flatter, slower. But I mean, even this morning there were a couple of balls that were keeping low, which is good signs for us.
Yes.
I think if you're looking to block out a game and the wicket is keeping low and the wicket is turning, you're always in with the shout. So yeah, I think that's another factor. With some more traffic in the game, they might put another heavy roller on it, which could potentially change the dynamic of the pitch, but I'm pretty confident that we're in a good enough position for us to push for a win.
310, 15 for 1 in the second innings, and having established a lead of 295 on the first innings, for those who don't know the story so far, mainly thanks to Essex making or declaring quite shrewdly really about 20 minutes, half an hour before lunch yesterday, giving them 2 bites of the cherry, of which they took full advantage. They declared on 462 for 9, the main contributors being Alistair Cook for 128, Matt Critchley 121, and an excellent little cameo towards the end by Ferozi Kushi of 56. And then the visitors were bowled out for 167, largely thanks to Jamie Porter, who took 3 and made the initial breakthroughs in quite impressive style, and then unsurprisingly Simon Harmer came into the attack taking 5 for 64. And to the surprise of many, the follow-on was not enforced, presumably the thinking being that add another, well, who knows, 100, 150 onto this score and set the visitors the best part of 5 sessions to get an awful lot of runs on a track that will have been worn and baked hard, and it's then that Simon Harmer really comes into his own. Now I say to my name's Dick Davis. In just over half an hour's time we'll be joined by Victoria Polly, but beside me was Anthony Gibson. I said to the surprise of many, although I had lots to do yesterday, because it was the first day I had to myself for about a week and a half, nevertheless most of it was to the accompaniment of the commentary from here. You were one of those who were most surprised that Essex didn't enforce the follow-on.
Completely inexplicable, but I do have an explanation, courtesy of Don Topley, who spoke to the Essex management last night, and he says, this is Don, reason for Essex not enforcing follow-on: some bowlers' workloads have been high, even a batting session or 2 will assist their rests. Essex have 3 T20s in 4 days, so with 4-day versus Somerset, this 9-day period is vital in Essex's season. And this is the good news for Somerset, and Simon Harmer's back is a little sore.
Right.
So, but I have to say that talking to some Somerset supporters in a pub in Chelmsford last night, they were absolutely delighted that Essex hadn't enforced the follow-on.
I'm sure they were, because it gives the visitors a chance of salvaging something out, well, almost anything out of this game. So,
especially if Simon Harmer's got a bat back.
Well, yes. So it's on the other hand, from the Essex point of view and the Essex supporters' point of view, and there was a bit of stick going around on social media, not that that's the be-all and end-all, admittedly, social media.
I didn't know you were a great social media
fan.
No,
I'm not. That's why I treat it with, keep it at arm's length. But I only indulge in one. I don't do Twitter or TokTak or something. I see
you on Facebook sometimes.
Yes, that's right. That's the only one I do. Yeah. But I suppose if Essex finish up winning this, then the decision will be justified. But there's a best part probably of 2 whole days play to go before we get to that.
The other theory is that Essex have sold quite a lot of sponsorship for tomorrow and didn't actually want the game to finish inside 3 days. But that I hasten to say is pure speculation, and I have no grounds whatsoever for making that assumption.
Well, no. But sometimes these things aren't always as wide of the mark as they might appear. Right, so the 2 overnight incumbents, Alistair Cook and skipper Tom Westley, have come to the crease, and it's Westley about to take the first delivery. He's 6 not out. I'll be doing an update in about 3 minutes' time, depending on how long the news bulletin is, and it's Overton from the Hayes close end moves in and bowls to Westley, who plays the first ball of the day confidently, off the back foot, driving it out to mid-on. So, 310 lead with 9 wickets in hand and 2 full days, except for 1 delivery, to play with. So it will be interesting. And if the sound of our cue is working its way through to the listeners, then we can only apologise, but there's no way we can get round it. It's not for the want of trying. That was down the leg side, well taken by wicketkeeper James Rue. and didn't go through for byes, or which it easily could have done. So Overton, who appeared to sustain quite a serious injury at one stage yesterday, went down in like the proverbial sack of coal or whatever it is, but then very fortunately was only off the pitch for maybe half an hour or so and then came back. That's just the first runs, or run in the singular, just played out forward of square leg for a single to Wesley. So Wesley moves on to 7, Alistair Cook 9, Essex 16 for 1. And
nice breeze. Turn the microphone on. Nice breeze blowing across the ground today. It's not quite so hot as yesterday yet.
Yet, I think that little 3-letter word might be highly significant. As Craig Overton moves in again, right arm over the wicket to left-handed Cook, who then feigns to go forward and play it, and then at the last minute takes a bat out of the way and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Has 3 slips keeping him company. Then there's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, a long leg, very conventional field, as you would expect the first over of the day. And a seam bowler bowling. And Overton again moves in, bowls to Cook, and that's just played solidly defensively. I referred almost in passing, not that we get that sort of used to it about, but yes, Alistair Cook made another century yesterday, his 74th first-class century in his, well, all the adjectives have been used. And we're still in the first over of the day, and Essex, having established a lead of 310 overnight by virtue of being 15 for 1, have just augmented that by 1 run to Tom Wesley. Despite having a lead of 295 on first innings, they didn't enforce the follow-on, a decision which raised a few eyebrows, both literally and metaphorically. But time will tell, and Essex mainly will want to get some runs fairly quickly and then set the West Countrymen a big target, and also set their own bowlers the best part of 5 sessions in which to bowl their visitors out. So currently a lead of 311 with 9 wickets in hand here at another sun-baked Chelmsford County ground.
Yep, and just as Essex will want to score quick runs, as Dick Davis has just said, Somerset will want to bowl as dry as possible.
Yes. So
as to minimise the time that they will have to bat in order to save the game, or conceivably chase down a 4th innings target. Although I think that's fairly unlikely, because I suspect that what Essex are planning to do is to bat Somerset out of the game and leave only 2 possible results: an Essex win or a draw. But we will see. Matt Henry's going to open up from the river end, and no sign of defensive field settings yet, with 2 slips and a gully, as Henry is into Wesley's. Their bowls, and Wesley's forward in defence. We've got Tom Lammonby at catching short mid-wicket, Josh Davey at mid-on, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who is clearly suffering from some sort of hand problem, because he would normally be at first slip. He's at mid-on. Shoaib Bashir at point, as this is played back to Matt Henry. And just as you were about to go to provide your update, Dick, Alistair Cook played the ball back to Craig Overton, who kicked it, deflected it. And judging by his reaction, if that deflection had hit the stumps at the non-strikers then Tom Wesley might very well have been run out.
Right.
He had his hands on his head, did Overton. But another case of what might have been. This is turned nicely away, but there is the Somerset hero of yesterday, Sean Dixon, to field, coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. I talked to him at close of play yesterday, and he's the first time I've had the occasion to interview him, because his performances, I'm afraid, other than certainly in county championship cricket, haven't really warranted post-match interviews. But he looked quietly very pleased to have shown what he can do, carrying his bat for 82 while 10 wickets fell all around him. Henry's in and bowls to Cook, who drives without timing up to Josh Davey, and he told me that he had carried his bat before. He was also very critical of the Craig Overton dismissal, where the ball is, according to umpire Milnes, hit Nick Brown on the ankle and then mysteriously popped up into the air to be caught by Brown. As this is driven back down the ground, but it won't get past Tom Kohler Cadmore, so there's no run. He said it was a terrible decision, because neither umpire was in a position to get a good look at what happened, and one would normally expect the batsman to be given the benefit of the doubt. But there we are. It's all water under the bridge. But it's a pleasure to talk to Sean Dixon. Oh, and this beats Alistair Cook's defensive push. That's the umpteenth time that Matt Henry has gone past the outside edge of one or other of the Essex top order without success. Somerset not really having the rub of the green, and luck does play quite a big part in cricket, not least the luck of the toss.
Oh, good Lord.
And that toss on Sunday morning was perhaps the single most significant event in the game so far.
Oh, I would have thought so by a long, long way, yes. As Overton moves in and bowls to Wesley, who, look, he does get 4 runs through the onside. I was going to say he was looking to play his favourite shot, but it's cut off. It wasn't quite cut off at mid-wicket. The dive was just a little posthumous, perhaps. And, so he picks up 4 down towards the stand, promoting the benefits of a well-known public school in Essex, not too far outside Chelmsford. As Overton moves in again, ball to the Essex captain. Short of a length, plays it, gets over top of the bounce and just plays it backward of square on the offside. Our email address, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Now, having said that, I owe listeners an enormous apology. I ought to be uttering these words on my knees, grovelling. So I'd suggested on Sunday when I was last on the commentary that we weren't getting any emails. We were getting emails, but somehow I had sabotaged my access to Google Mail, to Gmail, and that's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. I don't know how I did it, but similarly, yesterday morning, I spent about an hour fiddling around, and similarly, I don't know how I did it, but I've got them back again. So I'm now in a position to take emails, and I do apologise for not being able to take them through no fault of anybody's except mine. And one of the few joys of getting slightly older is that you're never terrified to admit your faults. Well, in my case, I'm not anyway. That's just played defensively, trickles out on the onside. And as I say, I have no idea what I did. I should know, because before I had the great pleasure of working with BBC Essex almost 30 years ago, I had a so-called career, a string of jobs in information technology. But anyway, we're alive now, and thank you for all your emails that you sent in on Sunday, which went without response, and you must have thought, well, that's a bit rude. That's outside the off stump, goes through the wicketkeeper.
And you can contact me on Twitter @AntGib, and there have been plenty of tweets coming in over the course of the last couple of days. And this morning, David Wyatt says, we're talking about the non-enforcement of the follow-on. He says, yes, we now have a route to a draw. Probably only need to bat out 4 to 4.5 sessions. If we'd follow on, we'd have had to bat well into the 4th day, making 450 plus to avoid a successful Essex run chase.
That's worked away on the onside. It certainly won't go. It would not reach the boundary anyway. It didn't have enough legs on it, but it just played out for a single just in front of square on the onside. Brings the over to its conclusion, the 3rd over of the morning, and Essex have taken their 15 for 1. They've added 7 onto that, and they're now 22 for 1.
Yes, and quite a few people, Essex supporters, tweeting that whether or not the follow-on was enforced, or might have been enforced, won't make any difference because Essex are going to win anyway, which I think is the most likely outcome of this game.
Yes, one of the numerous joys about cricket is you can talk about it forever, and you know, it just, people all have their opinions to which they are all entitled, and yeah, it's a great source of discussion and banter, and usually all good-natured.
Here's Matt Henry to bowl another over. It will be his 6th. He's in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Tom Wesley up on his toes. Nice looking shot, but not at full power. And Kohler Cadmore picks up to his left. He's at mid-off. Sean Dixon's at mid-on. Tom Lammonby's just retreated a couple of yards at mid-wicket. And he's he's not walking in, he's got his, so he's in a catching position. Appeal for LBW. Nigel Long keeps his hands clasped in front of him. Matt Henry looks deeply, deeply disappointed, it has to be said, not in a disrespectful way. I think he was just disappointed that it was a good shout, very, very good shout. Maybe just a little bit high. But hit him in front of middle and leg. Nigel Long, I don't think, has given an LBW decision in the match so far. As Henry's in and bowls, and there's a swing and a miss to a ball outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. That didn't bounce very much. Good low take by James Rue. It was Nigel Long who gave Sean Dixon not out to a terrific appeal for Essex early on in his innings. In fact, before lunch yesterday, when Somerset were in all sorts of trouble, they lost 3 wickets in the 20 minutes before lunch, even as it was, and it could have been even worse. Matt Henry's in and bowls. This is turned away, and there is Roelof van der Merwe on as a substitute. They take the single. And I now can try and work out who he's on as a substitute for. It's not Craig Overton. But there he is, the unmistakable figure of van der Merwe in his faded navy blue Somerset cap. They fade to a sort of greyish maroon, these navy blue Somerset caps. Henry's in and bowls, and this comes off a leading edge, and van der Merwe's in business again as Alistair Cook goes through for the single, moves on to 10. That's his first run of the morning.
Yes, it's a bit of a status symbol to wear a faded old cap, isn't it? It shows you've been on the scene a long time. I remember Nasser Hussain, when he played for Essex, used to wear this dreadfully battered old hat. And yes, it's shown he'd put in the yards.
Henry's into Wesley, who defends. Picked up by the bowler, who tosses it to James Rue and sets off for his fielding position. Takes his cap from Nigel Long without a word, but Nigel Long has been consistent in insisting that LBWs must be absolutely plumb in order to be given out. So it's been fair to both sides.
Yeah. Oh yes, which is all we can ask. Yes, we've only had 3 LBWs in this match so far, 1 in each innings.
24 for 1 after the 4th over of the morning.
Overton, unsurprisingly, to continue from the Hayes Close end, the southern end of the ground. Moves in now, bowls to Cook, who just places that in front of him, just forward of square on the offside, and no attempt to run.
Doesn't look as if Sir Alistair Cook is going in search of quick runs.
No, not really his style. And inevitably a pretty good crowd as Overton moves in again and bowls. Oh, and that gets the better of the former England captain, zipping by outside the outside of his bat through to the slips, or through to the keeper rather. So
Craig Owen isn't exactly a picture of happiness as he walks back to his mark.
no,
He doesn't attempt to disguise his feelings, I think would be fair summation.
no, he's a sort of typical fast bowler to my mind. Yes, wears his heart on his sleeve, and you never leaves you guessing as to what he's thinking. Moves in now and bowls, and that's played out on the offside. Straight to the man at cover. No addition to the score. Yes, they're often painted, metaphorically, seam bowlers in county cricket as sort of a bit like pantomime villains, and it's not necessarily a bad simile, because similarly, much with most pantomime villains, as soon as they get off the stage or off the ground, for the most part, they're the most likeable people on earth.
Steve Kirby would be a good example.
Yes, as that's pushed out on the offside. And some of them play up to it, of course.
As did Steve Kirby, he's now coaching Zimbabwe, I think.
Oh, right.
But yes, he was as fierce a competitor on the field of play as you could ever encounter, with his red hair and his red face. And,
Yes.
and yet off the field, as nice as you could possibly
Yes,
imagine.
many ex-players of a certain era, and I always get my eras confused. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Overton. That's gone off the edge, probably will run away for 4 runs. It's unsurprisingly a quick outfield, and sure enough it does run away for 4.
Cry of anguish from
Alistair
Overton.
Cook. But,
Probably picked it up on the effects microphone.
score moves on to 28 for 1. Yes, most batsmen, county batsmen of a similar era, always say the bowler they least liked facing was Sylvester Clarke, who was really mean, moody and magnificent, and quite formidable and intimidating. But they also say, and yet as soon as it got to 6:30 or whatever it was, that's outside the off stump, there was nobody more affable, amiable, genial and generous, and well, that's the way the game should be played. I think it is. You have to bear in mind, that's the end of the over dot ball. You have to bear in mind it is only a game. Okay, it's their living, but it is only a game, and once it gets to full play, full time, it's a bit like when you leave the office. You know, that's your day's work done for the day. Now we can get back to being normal human beings. And,
yeah, Brian Rose tells the story. Brian Rose had his 2 ribs broken by Sylvester Clarke
Oh, really?
in a Sunday League game. But a couple of years later, Somerset were playing Surrey at Western-super-Mare, and Brian took Sylvester Clarke out for a drink at close of play, and the drink went on for most of the night.
Yes,
and he was so hungover the next day, Sylvester Clarke, he couldn't bowl until lunchtime.
Yes, I'd heard that aspect of him as well. Yes, he liked to rehydrate.
Here's Matt Henry in bowls, and Peel for OW, given out, and that is the end of Tom Wesley, and vindication Matt Henry will feel for himself, having not been given an equally vociferous appeal in the previous over. This time he gets his man, and Tom Wesley has gone for 14, and it's 28 for 2. And Nigel Long's finger was up in a nanosecond then. Clearly wasn't any doubt at all about that decision. Hit him fairly low down as well, just watching the replay. Well, no, it hit him in front of middle stump, sort of 2/3 of the way up his pad. So the only thing that might have saved him was height, but I don't think that was really in question, given the speed of Nigel Long's decision.
Yes. Yes, I think one of the things that made Sylvester Clarke so intimidating and difficult to face was that, for a start, he was a big man, but then most seam bowlers are. But he didn't have a very long run-up, but he was an extremely powerful man, and he just sort of almost ambled in, and suddenly the arm came over.
It looked as if he was bowling off the wrong foot
Yes,
as well,
that's
which was
right.
disconcerting, and barrel-chested.
Yes.
And on his day, as quick as any fast bowler who's ever
Yes.
played the game.
And the fact that so many batsmen, you know, are of the same opinion that he was one. They never use the word fear, but you know, most respected or didn't like facing. The fact that so many batsmen of that era say it, then yeah, it's a pretty good testament to him.
Well, Brian Rose says that he used to bowl over the wicket. Brian, a left-hander, and bowl just short of a length and try and get it up and hit him, you know, around about the top of the arm, in the armpit, on the. Well, they didn't have helmets in those days.
No.
And this particular Sunday league, he was hit by Sylvester Clarke as the new batsman. Paul Walter takes strike, and that's defended. And it was a very, very painful blow, sort of just under his armpit into his ribs. 2 balls later, he nicked off to the wicketkeeper, and halfway back to the pavilion at Somerset, he collapsed from pain from the damage that had been done to his ribs. There's Henry and bowls, and Paul Walter thinks about playing at that, decides against it, flies through at good pace to James Rew. He's a genuinely fast bowler, is Matt Henry. The only one we've seen, even Sam Cook, good bowler that he is medium fast, probably around about the same sort of pace as Craig Overton. But Matt Henry has got that extra yard and a half of pace. Here he comes again, economical run up there, bowls driven, not timed. Josh Davey will do the fielding at mid-off. 2 left-handers, Paul Walter and Alistair Cook, but Matt Henry bowling over the wicket rather than adopting the fashionable line of bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. It's possible that he may try that just as a change-up, as they say, outside the off-stump, and no shot from the towering figure of Paul Walter, who must be just about the tallest cricketer playing the first-class game at the moment.
Yes, I would have thought so. Yes, much the same as when Will Jefferson played for Essex. He was the tallest as well then. Yeah. But yes, I can't think of anybody. Various estimates are put on his height, but it
must be 6'7" at least, isn't he?
At least, I should think, yes.
Here's Matt Henry in bowls. This is driven and half stopped.
Yes.
But it's still Josh Davies going to have his work cut out to pull that one in. They're going to come back for 3, but they're not going to try and come back for a 4th run, which is what led to the demise of Matt Critchley yesterday morning. The fielder on that occasion was Sean Dixon, and he sent in an arrow of a return to the non-striker's end. Craig Overton took the bails off, and Matt Critchley was run out. A very important wicket, as it turned out.
Yes, indeed it was, yes.
31 for 2 at the end of that over. And it means that Matt Henry's got figures now of 7 overs, 1 for 11.
Gary emails, first one of the day, from Frinton-on-Sea, the posh part of the county, and he, like many on, well, so-called supporters, no, I don't mean that derogatory, to criticise, but yeah, a lot of people have the same view, wondering as Overton moves in and bowls, that's just played out on the offside. Wondering how Nick Brown keeps his place in the side. He does seem to have a run of low scores, and then suddenly he'll, like he did a couple of years ago, and
this time last year, this game last year, when he got 200.
That's right.
200 against Somerset.
Yes, which of course boosts the average enormously, and people are inclined to forget 4 runs. He points out that Das is the man in waiting. Thanks, Gary, very much. Hope to see you later in the season at Frinton.
Whoa.
Whoa. And Overton feigns to throw the ball at the stumps, but
He's not a happy bunny, is he?
now the words happy and seam bowlers are seldom seen in the same acreage, aren't they, really?
He's rather more demonstrative than Matt Henry at the other end.
Yeah, oh yes. Yes, very phlegmatic, Matt Henry. As most New Zealanders seem to be, they play their cricket in almost an old-fashioned way. That's played out on the onside, which is far from a criticism. They just sort of get on with it. Essex have had quite a few New Zealanders here, and they've all been more or less the same. Oh, except one whose name escapes me, and I'll look it up by the time I come back on air at just gone 12 o'clock. As Overton moves in, bowls to Paul Walter, who just plays it quietly out on the onside. No addition to the score.
Well, Essex not exactly going for the runs at the moment. We've had 16 runs in the first 26 minutes of the day's play. At this rate, Essex are going to be batting on well into the afternoon.
Oh yes. Yes, I don't know. There's no reason why I should know whether Essex would have a strict plan or if they just sort of say, well, we'll take it as it comes, see how we are in the first hour or so. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. We've had 5 dot balls of this over so far.
There's a similar story yesterday morning when Essex needed 40 runs for a fourth batting point with 14 overs in which to get them when play started. And they missed out by 1 run.
Yes.
Which was careless.
Yes.
And then after they'd missed out on the fourth point, Feroz Kushi suddenly changed completely his approach to batting.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, and that gets the better of Paul Walter. Pushing forward, has to be said, somewhat tentatively, and then it went through to the wicketkeeper.
Tom Abel just having a chat with Matt Henry. As a good captain should. Looks as if he's got a different pair of cricket trousers on, Tom Abel. Even on Sunday, his were fairly stained by grass stains and diving around. So, what's the score? 31 for 2. Cook has 14. And Paul Walter has 3. Overnight 15 for 1, so 16 for 1 so far this morning, as Henry is in and bowls to Cook, and that's in the air, and perhaps that signals a change of approach from Essex. He was fortunate to get away with that, was Alistair Cook. He found the gap between backward point and extra cover, but he certainly didn't time it, and it was in the air a long time. Would have been absolutely straightforward catch to conventional extra cover. Brings him 2 runs, 33 for 2, moves on to 16. Somerset persisting with 3 slips, still attacking. Matt Henry and bowls to Cook, who beats him outside the off stump. It just looks skywards, Matt Henry, as he walks briskly back to his mark. He's your sort of cricketer, Matt Henry, isn't he, Dick?
Oh, yes.
He doesn't waste time.
No, just gets on with the job.
No histrionics or anything like that. Just gets on with it. Good, proper, old-fashioned approach.
Yes, I like him.
He's in now, bowling to Cook. Takes him on the pad. Slightly belated appeal. It must have been going down.
Yes.
And no response from Nigel Long other than to tap his right thigh to signal late leg by. 34 for 2 Essex. But again, that was an attacking shot from Alistair Cook, which suggests that maybe Essex are going to try and press the accelerator. I think I can see the Somerset contingent of supporters led by the inimitable Tractor outside the off stump through to James Rue. No shot from Paul Walter. In the the Taco, well, it's not the Taco Bell stand, it's the Taco Bell thing is behind it, but that small stand just to the left of the sight screen as we look out from the opposite end. I think that's Tractor in his white sun hat there. Yesterday they were all sitting in the pavilion as members of Somerset. They were guests of Essex, as that's played into the offside. There's no run.
I hope the visiting supporters, maybe not from the cricketing point of view, but generally enjoying their few days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, it's a popular place to come.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Here's Henry in bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Walter. End of that over, which was the, let's look up there, 15th over of the innings and the 8th over of the morning. It's 34 for 2. Walter has 3 and Cook 16. The man out is Wesley, who was LBW to Matt Henry.
So it's just gone 11:30, and I'll take a break and bring in for the first time Victoria Polly.
That's Dick Davis. Stephen from Berkhamsted on Twitter saying, I'll tell you what he's saying after this delivery from Craig Overton, who's steaming in from the Hayes close end, and that is cracked away through the offside by Alistair Cook. Short and wide from Craig Overton. Meat and drink to the Knight of the Realm. One of his favourite shots, a square cut. Played with a vertical bat rather than a horizontal bat. Yeah, Stephen at Berkhamsted say, hoping against hope that we can salvage a fighting defensive draw out of this dire situation. After some excellent batting in the first set of county championship matches, yesterday's exhibition was reminiscent of the last couple of seasons' batting. You're not wrong, Stephen. This is just comes off the bottom edge of Alistair Cook's bat and bounces through, taken by James Rue, and there's no run. Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning.
Another lovely day.
It is. Got the sun cream on.
Yes, we were all rather wilting towards the end of yesterday. Here comes Big Craig. He's there now. Bowls full length, tucked away by Cook, and Ben Green is in hot pursuit, and he's going to put in the slide, and he does it eventually. He wasn't the most effective slide in the world. He diverted the ball to his left, but fortunately it didn't go onto the rope, and he recovered and sent in a good return. But brings Essex 3 runs, and they move on to 41 for 2. 3 more to Alistair Cook, so 7 runs to the former England captain in 2 deliveries. Craig Overton overcompensating with that leg stump half volley. In again and bowls, and this is Overton goes as if to throw angrily at the stumps. But
What's he had for breakfast this morning?
well, I think he's probably still smarting from that decision that was given against him yesterday, and also he's passed the outside edge a couple of times. When he found Alistair Cook's outside edge a couple of overs ago, it didn't carry into the slips. In fact, it went between second slip and fourth slip away for 4 runs, and he was not happy. This is pushed nicely played away. It'll go for 4. There was a half stop in the covers by Shoaib Bashir, but that's the second boundary of the over for Alistair Cook. Craig Overton has conceded 11 runs in 4 balls.
It was actually Paul Walter, but it was lovely timing of the
Oh, it
shot.
was. I beg your pardon. Yeah, absolutely. Paul Walter. Yeah, but the 11 runs in 4 balls, I'm afraid, remains the case. Overton in again and bowls, and they'll take a single this time as Lalenby retrieves it from 4th slip. And that's not a good over from Craig Overton. I suspect that will signal the end of his spell. And he's bowled 8 overs, taken 1 for 32. But as I say, 7, 11, 12 runs off that last over. So perhaps the Essex acceleration is now on.
Well, Paul Walter is on 8 off 17 and Alistair Cook on 23 off 37. Matt Henry is going to continue from the river end. Got a bit of shade over the river stand at the moment. I mean, not a lot of cloud cover, but we are in the shade this morning, but that sun will move its way around the county ground as we go through the day. As Henry is in, Paul Walter on strike. He's edged that one, it's past slip, and it will run away towards the boundary for 4.
This is more like it from Essex, showing some real intent. That's must be the 50
runs is the applause around the county grounds. Has come in 16 overs and 1 ball and 61 minutes of the Essex second innings. Essex lead by 345 runs. Matt Henry is in over the wicket to Paul Walter, who shapes to leave that one through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
We've had 19 runs in the last 2 overs and 2 balls. Prior to that, just 16 runs in 8 overs, so it's very definitely a change of tempo.
Essex picking up the pace. Paul Walter on strike for the host as Henry is in, and it's pushed back forward by Walter for no run. Just walks away from his crease. Bit of shadow batting from him and Cook at the non-striker's end. You were talking about how tall Paul Walter is. 6'7" is the official.
Is it? Yeah, that was my guess.
Not called tall Paul for nothing. In comes Matt Henry to Paul Walter, who drives that one up to mid-off for no run.
Sounds like a character from Gavin and Stacey.
Well, yes, it was a nickname I hadn't really heard too much about. I think maybe it was more of a nickname other players had given him, but it really became apparent when he played in the 100 last year, and he took quite a few wickets, and it sort of caught on more so from that, as Henry is into Walter, defends that one into the offside for no run, but it works, doesn't it? So
it does.
Not sure if he minds it, if he's happy to be referred to like that.
Well, yeah, it's better than being Small Paul, isn't it?
Yes.
There is a brewery called Small Paul's, I can reveal to you. But I think this Tall Paul is definitely he's a big mate of Gavin, as in Gavin and Stacey.
Henry into Walter again, defends that one. So after the boundary off the first ball, the rest were dots in the Matt Henry over, and Essex remain on 50 for 2.
Some very neat footwork there from Matt Henry, footballing skills. What have we got on Twitter? Bubble and Squeak says, I admire your optimism, Anthony, but with a forecast of a blazing sun for today and tomorrow, I fear it will be misplaced this time. This is me not checking out of my hotel. However, I was anticipating an Essex buzzball approach, or baseball, rather than the let's plod on as we were that they've started with this morning. Well, they do seem to have changed gear. David Wyatt need to bowl dry and seem to have done so far this morning. Well, that was 7 minutes ago, and quite a lot has changed actually in the last 7 minutes, with 19 runs having been added in that space of time. And Tony Hardwick asks where Nigel Long stands in the league table of LBWs per umpire. I haven't got that chart with me, but if Steve Pittard is listening, perhaps he would enlighten us. As Josh Davies in and bowls, and this is turned down by Alistair Cook to long leg. where Matt Henry does the fielding, sends in a not very good throw and lifts his hand to apologise to James Rue. But didn't cost Somerset a run. It's just a single. 51 for 2 takes Cook on to 24. Josh Davey not having the greatest of games so far. What did he take in the 3 for 88 in 20 overs in the first innings, as this is played up to Ben Green at mid-on, and Green is on, I think, for, I can't see Craig Overton out there. So, or is that Craig? No, I think that's Casey Aldridge at fourth slip, or stroke gully, fine gully. It's Josh Davey from the Hayes Close end coming down the hill to Paul Walter, who plays this pleasantly up to wideish mid-on, but George Bartlett is there. First time George Bartlett's had anything to do this morning to do the fielding. He'll be looking to make up for the dreadful shot he played in the first innings when he was LBW playing across the line to Jamie Porter. He's rather like Tom Lammonby. He's probably playing for his place in the side. As Davies in and bowls, this is a half volley which is driven, but not timed by Paul Walter. He'd be disappointed with that. It was there for the taking.
What other options are there then for Somerset if they're
Lewis Goldsworthy in the middle order, Tom Banton either in the middle order or possibly as an opener. It's hard to say. Well, they could bring Steve Davis back as an opening bat, but he didn't get any runs against Middlesex, and obviously didn't look like getting any runs against Middlesex or many. Davies in and bowls to Walter, who hammers this away, but Shoaib Bashir is waiting for it at a deep backward point, so it's just a single. 52 for 2 at Lewis Goldsworthy. He actually got injured in the equivalent fixture last year, Goldsworthy, and Tom Banton came in as a concussion substitute because Goldsworthy was hit on the head, and Tom Banton scored a century, 126. First century scored certainly in English cricket by a concussion substitute, and Goldsworthy had scored his maiden century in the previous game against Lancashire. As Davey is in and bowls, and Alistair Cook plays that warily back up the pitch to bring that over to a conclusion. 52 for 2, and James Rue scored his maiden first-class century in the equivalent fixture last year, and it was a bore draw, that one. 500 played 600, and Essex just had to survive a few overs in their second innings to see out the draw, which they did. And here it's 52 for 2. What's the lead now? 347.
Yeah, hoping not a bore draw here, although maybe you would
it might be
grateful for
well,
that.
I think if Somerset get out from this, it'll be a minor miracle. It certainly wouldn't be boring.
Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl from the river end. His first spell of the morning. Got his first wicket yesterday. It was the wicket of Sam Cook. The final wicket that fell for Essex before they declared on 462 for 9. It's Bashir into Walter, who just pushes that one into the offside on the front foot. No run. .52 for 2. Bashir into Walter, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket. It's flighted over the fielder and away to the boundary in the offside for 4 runs.
Brave move this by Tom Abel, bringing Sherb Bashir on. I think Paul Walter is going to target him. He's only playing his first class match. Sherb Bashir picked up 1 wicket, 35 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 124 in the first innings. He bowled better than that.
Bashir into Walter. This time it takes an edge and just drops safe, but he was forward looking to drive that one.
We've still got the forward short leg in for Bashir to the left-handers. Seems, I would have thought silly point would have been more to the point.
Walter this time sweeps into the onside for 4 runs. Wasn't quite on the knee, but he was down low, guiding that ball away to the boundary. Essex 60 for 2.
Yeah, 2 boundaries already in the over.
Essex attacking the Somerset bowlers. They lead by 355 runs.
And George Bartlett is being taken out from forward short leg, being sent down to short fine leg, which is a curious fielding position with an off spinner to a left-hander, and he's being moved to. Yeah. Craig Overton is doing the moving, and yeah, he's going into catching short mid wicket, I think.
He's in position, so Bashir will bowl to Walter, and again that trickles away down towards third man, goes all the way to the boundary. I'm not sure he knew where that had ended up, but it goes to the rope, and Essex moved to 64 for 2.
3 boundaries off the over already. And Somerset need to put the brakes on Essex's progress. Faster they can score their runs, Essex, the more time they'll have to bowl Somerset out.
That is the tactic of Essex. Final ball of Bashir's over then from the river end. Walter's still on strike. This time he just drives into the covers straight at the fielder. And Essex are 64 for 2, Walter on 25 and Cook on 24.
And I've had a tweet from Ian Shepherd, who produces the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast, with details of the Somerset squad who are going down to play South Devon at Newton Abbot on Thursday for Max Waller's testimonial match. And it is a strong squad. Max Waller will captain Somerset. Will Smead, Tom Banton, Tom Abel, George Thomas, James Rue, George Bartlett, Ben Green, Tom Lammonby, Josh Davies, Sherb Bashir, Roller van der Merwe, Ned Leonard. So it's almost a full-strength Somerset white ball side. The only significant absentees, Overton and Henry, as this is played away through the offside by Alistair Cook just for a single, as Bashir does the fielding. 65 now for 2, Cook and Walter, both on 25. Alistair Cook hasn't had a huge amount of the strike. He's been in from the start, but he's only faced 7 more balls than Paul Walter, who's on strike now. Just the 2 close catches. Casey Aldridge clapping his hands at 5th slip, and Tom Abel at 1st slip as Davey in and bowls, and Paul Walter not taking any liberties with that delivery from Josh Davey. We've got deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, deepish, mid-on, deepish, and a catching short mid-wicket. Casey Aldridge, long leg and deep mid-wicket, that's the field. Paul Walter, tall, strong, naturally a attacking batsman. Davies in and bowls, but again, good length ball on off stump. Defensive push, and Craig Overton goes and puts an arm around Josh Davies' shoulder, perhaps with a word of advice as to what to try. He jogs back to, wasn't Casey Aldridge at fifth slip, it was Craig Overton, who is, again, just limping slightly, being troubled by that tendonitis that he's got in his left knee. Not seriously, just it's a nagging pain. Davies in a bowls, fuller length and driven by Walter. Perhaps that's what Craig Overton was suggesting to him. He's applauding that particular delivery. Pitch it up, get him driving, get your mid off back, as he has done, and get him caught halfway back. Mistiming an off drive.
Yeah, Walter just using his feet there, trying to get forward to the ball. And perhaps that's something that the Somerset bowlers will look at as well.
Is Josh Davey in and bowls, and this is edged, and it caught, very well caught by Craig Overton, diving low to his left at, well, gully or fifth slip, take your pick, but a very good low catch by Craig Overton, who misses very, very little. And that's the end of Tall Paul. 65 for 3. He's made 25 runs in the space of 36 deliveries. So he's provided the acceleration that Essex must have been looking for, and has given Josh Davey his first wicket.
Well, whatever the conversation between Davey and Overton was,
it worked.
It worked, and they combined to take the wicket of Paul Walter. Yes, he'll be disappointed not to be sticking around and building runs in his first county championship match of the season, but he has accelerated things alongside Alistair Cook at the crease for Essex, which is what they need in this particular innings.
Matt Critchley coming in, who scored a century in the first innings at not much more than a run a ball. So the situation is ideally set up for Matt Critchley, with Essex needing quick runs, and Matt Critchley being a naturally attacking batsman. So we could have some fun over the next hour or so.
Yeah, and these two batted well together for Essex on day one. There's a point, wasn't there, where Alistair Cook was on 94 for a long old time, and Matt Critchley made 40 in the same period.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yes, yeah, it was the nervous 90s, and you wouldn't think you'd be particularly nervous in the 90s with 73 first-class centuries under your belt, but I think he was. Shows how much it all still means to him.
That's why he still does it.
Yep. Come on, boys. That's Tom Abel from first slip, just moving his field around as Davey is in and bowls two, and that's edged and caught and gone, I think. No, it's not. Everybody out there except David Milnes must have clipped his pad. It certainly hit something. That David Milnes didn't move a muscle. Josh Davey looks perplexed. But, I haven't seen a replay, so we can't say. But I think we can fairly conclude it wasn't out. I mean, it really wasn't out. It obviously isn't out because the umpire didn't give it out. But I don't know. Perhaps it was just the deviation. I thought I heard something though.
I wouldn't say I heard a noise, but it doesn't look like it moves.
It moved after it passed the bat, I think.
I think the angle from behind was better.
It wasn't a very good shot. It's a crooked bat. But anyway, Matt Critchley survives.
Bashir to continue from the river end. Alistair Cook on strike. And Cook just dabs that one down into the offside. Rue chasing away to his left just to pick that one up with the wicketkeeper gloves. Matt Critchley making 121 in the first innings. Alistair Cook forward on the defence, pushing that one to the offside for no run, was out for 128. So Essex's two top scorers from the first innings at the crease.
That's more like it. Got to silly bit off now.
2 dot balls to start Bashir's over into Cook. Just again, guys that one round, short leg for no run. George Bartlett, the man under the helmet for Somerset. Bashir into Cook, cuts that one away. It'll go straight to the fielder though, so he'll only take the single as Dixon fields for Somerset. 66 for 3. Cook moves to 26. Matt Critchley, who's only faced that one ball at the end of the Davy over, which was an appeal for caught behind, will
Perhaps
take
his bat
up.
just his bat flicking his pad.
Bashir into Critchley, who's forward and just sweeping for no run. Just the single off this over, much better from Bashir into Critchley on the back foot, turns that one into the leg side, and there's a shout of no to the run.
No single to Tom Abel. Just going back to that Max Waller testimonial match down at South Devon Cricket Club in Newton Abbot. It starts at 5:30 with that very strong Somerset squad to play South Devon, and full details will be found or can be found on the southdevonCC.co.uk website. And well, he's done a wonderful job for Somerset over the years, particularly in white ball cricket, Max Waller, and let's hope his testimonial is very well supported. Should be a great evening. Here's Davy in and bowls outside the off stump to Alistair Cook, who plays no shot. And that flurry of runs has rather dried up with the wicket of Paul Walter. We're just coming up to the first hour, and this will be the 15th over. So Somerset just one short of the official ration of 16 overs an hour, although they might conceivably start the 16th before the clock rolls round to 12 o'clock. Davies there and bowls, takes Cook on the pad, and it will be a leg by, I fancy, signalled by umpire David Milnes. 67 for 3 means that Matt Critchley will be on strike. Left hand, right hand combination this for Essex. What's the lead now? 362, yeah, 362. Yes, I mean, I think, as I was saying earlier on, I think Essex will want to bat Somerset out of the game. But to do so and still leave themselves loads of time in which to bowl Somerset out, they just need to up the scoring rate a bit. We've had... here comes Davey. Come back to that in just a moment. He's there and bowls, and this is nudged down to fine leg where Matt Henry will do the fielding. They'll come back for 2 runs. Good piece of fielding, rolling over just inside the boundary. Matt Henry's score moves on to 69 for 3. Yes, overnight 15 for 1. So they've added 54 so far in the first hour, which is a decent rate of progress, but nothing special. 54 in, well, this will be 15 overs, so about 3.5 runs an over, which is about the same rate as they scored in the first innings, Essex. Davies in and bowls to Critchley down the pitch, and just pushing at that, or maybe he just decided not to push at it at the very last moment, but Tom Abel had his hands on his head at first slip, suggesting that it was near as a toucher. But Critchley is still there. Slip, and it's not really a gully position that Craig Overton is in, it's more like a 4th slip. As Davies in and bowls, and this is turned away through the onside. Bashir is doing the fielding. They might have tried coming back for a second, but Alistair Cook isn't the quickest between the wickets these days.
Matt Critchley won't want to be risking anything, having been run out yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. 70 for 3 as we approach the end of the first hour. The clock on the pavilion is 10 minutes slow. It's just ticked over to the real time, if you know. It's 12 o'clock and the clock on the pavilion says 10:02. As Davey is into Cook and bowls, and Cook plays this into the offside. Tom Namanby looks to pick it up left-handed, doesn't succeed in doing so. That's I was going to say that's me done, and I'll hand over to Dick Davies. But of Dick Davies, there is no sign.
I'm happy to continue with the next over if you want to go on a Dick Davies search.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
I'd bet he's probably found some food somewhere. It's usually, if Dick Davies isn't in the box, he's usually found someone to chat to, or he's sniffed out some food. Bashir will continue from the river end. Essex 70 for 3. Matt Critchley on strike. He's got 3. Alistair Cook on 26. As Bashir is into Critchley, who's swept that one. It's Dixon in the air, and it is going to bounce over the rope for 4. Dixon was out there on the boundary watching the ball as it hung in the air for a long time, but it gets away for Matt Critchley's first boundary of his innings.
Yeah, he thought he was in business there for a time, Sean Dixon. He'd be looking right up into the sun, so difficult to judge. Paul Walter yesterday afternoon wasn't so much in the deep, Paul Walter one, but he misjudged it with the ball going up into the sun.
Bashir into Critchley, who'll drive that one up to mid-on for no run.
A little bit of turn there outside the right-hander's off stump.
Essex 74 for 3. In comes Bashir, and this time it's turned round the corner by Critchley. Dixon will come in off the boundary and field for the single. So Cook on strike. 26 runs for him to match the number on the back of his Essex shirt. Essex 75 for 3. Bashir into the left-handed Cook, just pushing forward. No run, fielded in the offside. I think we've found Dick Davies, which is good news. Fifth ball of Bashir's over to Cook. Pushes that one past short leg for no run. Everything's just calmed down a bit now for Essex after the acceleration with Cook and Walter at the crease. Walter out, having caught at slip as Bashir is into Cook. Pushes that one back up the pitch for no run. And that is the end of Bashir's over. Essex are 75 for 3. That's 3 overs for Bashir. 18 runs off of it, no wickets. Anthony Gibson is going to leave us, and Dick Davies will come back in and join us on commentary. So we'll speak to Anthony a little bit later on in commentary. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you would like to get in touch with us. And thank you to Gary for his email earlier on this morning, which Dick had read out on air. And Josh Davey is going to continue from the Hayes Close end. Do you want to take that one, Dick?
Yeah,
you all set to go?
I am raring to go, yes. And worked away through the onside probably for 4. Yeah, good shot. And just straight onto leg stump and just dispatched down towards where in about an hour's time I'll be wandering to have a bite to eat.
What have you been up to in your break at the moment?
Very little. Well, I've been next door in the press box talking to Paul Hiscock, who always has a few tales to tell. So Davey from the far end, the Hayes Close end that is, moves in and bowls, and played solidly by Critchley, who I know I'm frequently singing Critchley's
You are
praises.
a big Matt Critchley fan, aren't you?
I am a big Matt Critchley fan because I think he's proved to be a very good signing. He himself wasn't that pleased with his performances last year. He thought he underachieved, but he's performed well with the bat and pretty well with the ball as well. And yes, I'm a fan of his. I like the way he plays the game. That's a very optimistic appeal of him. As Critchley came down the wicket, a couple of paces, and then maybe got in a bit of a tangle. But if you're LBW that far down the track, then you can feel a little bit aggrieved. But also, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. But also, Matt Critchley seems a thoroughly decent bloke. I've had the pleasure of talking to him on quite a few occasions, and yeah, he comes across well. And there are people already, as Davey moves in and bowls to him. Just played backward of square on the offside. Admittedly, Wesley's going to be around for a number of seasons yet, but for a number of people say the way he plays his cricket, and clearly got a cricketing brain, that he may be in line if things continue to go well, wearing the captain's armband in a few years down the line. I was especially impressed with him. I suppose what really endorsed my approval of him was the innings he played down at Canterbury last week. I was going to say try and put a day on it, but they've all merged into one. That's just played out in the offside. It was the Wednesday. That's
It was
right.
the Wednesday.
Wednesday, yes, thank you. When he went in at a fairly precarious position of 30 odd for 4, I think it was, when they weren't chasing a big score. Then he held the innings together, played very sensibly, nothing rash, just hit the bad ball when it came along and played proper cricket shots and finished up with 60 odd not out and won the game. It would be unfair to say single-handedly, but he made a major contribution towards winning that game for Essex. As Davey moves in and bowls, pushes it out in the offside, through a gap, they'll go through for one, they'll think about a second, they'll come back for it quite easily. Of course, the two batsmen at the crease at the moment are the two who both made centuries in the first innings. End of the over. And Essex are, assuming they've put those numbers on, yes they have, 81 for 3. So if you add that on to 295, you get 376 lead.
It is interesting because, like you say, Tom Wesley is not going anywhere, and when he was vice captain, wasn't he, to
Yes.
Tender Scarter, and so it was always sort of assumed that he would be the success. But I think Essex have some good options now with the leaders that they have in the squad. As Bashir is in, and that one's driven by Cook up to mid-off for no run. Having spoken to Dan Lawrence on Around the Wicket earlier on this season, he talked about his ambitions to be a captain. I know he's got a leadership role in the 100, and granted, I know it's a different competition, but he wants to be a captain in cricket, as again, Cook looks to drive that one. It hits short leg and rebounds back off. And lots of the youngsters coming through as well. There's
Yes.
very mature cricket heads, I think, within the Essex squad. Bashir into Cook, driven uppishly back towards the bowler for no run. 3 dot balls so far for this Bashir over. You see that with Somerset, don't you? And Tom Abel, and how young he was to take over captaincy. Perhaps they will look at someone who will stick around for a long time, as Bashir is into Cook again, who drives that one straight past the bowler again for no run. Tight over this one from Shoaib Bashir. 81 for 3. Sheer into Cook. He turns that one round the corner down low, and the fielder patrolling the boundary does get round to it. So just a single off of that one.
Davey feeling his hamstring.
Yeah, just tweaked something down there.
Yeah.
It seems to be all right now.
I don't think he's had hamstring problems all season.
So possibly a little bit of a hamstring issue for Josh Davey. It's just moving a little bit gingerly. A single to Cook off that ball as Critchley pushes forward, defending off the final ball of the over. So better there from Bashir, with just a single off of it, and Essex are 82 for 3.
Yeah, so when I was next door for half an hour, I asked the inevitable question, what do you think Essex's plan is? I know it has to be very flexible. The best laid plans of mice and men can oft gang agley, as Robbie Burns said, but yeah, ideally, and they seem to think that having made what at best could be described as a steady start, I suppose, that maybe half an hour after lunch, maybe possibly an hour, it's a unless Essex are bowled out, which we can't see happening, it would be a tricky decision, made all the more because it was somewhat controversial even to bat again, as Davey moves in and bowls, and pulled away on the onside by Cook for a single down to deep mid-wicket. Just remind you of our email address, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, if you have any views on any aspect of Essex cricket or Somerset cricket or England cricket. The Ashes start in a couple of days' time, so anything at all, really.
Yeah, to see Ben Stokes, and I think Moeen Ali has been talking to the press this morning, saying that Ben Stokes just sent him a text message saying Ashes ? And he just responded with lol, because he thought he was joking at first.
Right. So Davey moves in and bowls, and Critchley goes on the back foot, just pushes it out in the offside. No addition to the score.
A busy week for Sir Alistair Cook. Once he's finished here, he'll be off as part of the Test match special commentary team at Edgbaston.
Yes, I suppose that's fairly handy for him. He lives in Bedfordshire and farms in Bedfordshire. His nearest ground is Northampton. As Davey moves in right over the wicket from the Hayes close end, moves in past the umpire, bowls, and a good looking shot, but straight to the fielder, therefore no run to augment Critchley's 14, which is half the number that Alistair Cook's got. Essex 83 for 3, having gone into this innings with a lead of 295. So the plan is pretty obvious. It's you know, you don't need to be, you know, too inventive to work it out. That they're just hoping the pitch will dry out more, maybe begin to break up, and that Harmer will really come into his own in the fourth innings. That's whipped away through the onside and just evades two fielders. It evaded the first one quite easily, but behind him there was a backup fielder who made a valiant attempt just in the shade of one of the floodlights, but the ball still went through to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 2 slides in the field there. I think that's sub fielder on for Somerset still.
Is it? It was Van der Merwe who was on as 12th man. Whenever a 12th man comes on, and we all do it all over the country, other commentators as well, we have this little game then for the next few minutes. Who's gone off? Then? By the time we worked it out, he's come back on anyway. It's, that just played on the onside, straight to the fielder this time.
Aaron Beard was on for Essex for a little while yesterday. Good to see him back fit and back involved in the Essex setup.
Yes. Yes, he seems to have spent a lot of time as 12th man, not so much this season, but last season. I think number 13, is it number 13 he wears? Anyway, he's frequently, probably not, it would be a bit, no, 14.
14,
yeah.
yes.
Not many fielders wear 13, although young Bashir does. That's just pushed down the offside. They go through for a comfortable single out to deep extra cover, fielded more or less on the edge of this pretty big square at Chelmsford. End of the over, and Essex have moved on to 88 for 3, a lead of 383. Yeah, add 300 on and knock 5 off. That's it. 383 lead.
I like how you're doing the maths.
Well, that's-
I'm just looking up at the scoreboard to see it.
Oh, did it actually say somewhere then?
It does in the bottom
Oh,
corner,
yes.
yes.
Oh, I honestly did that in my in my head, seriously. Helped with a few fingers.
Bashir with that number 13 on his back will continue to bowl from the river end. Matt Critchley on strike, just surveying the field. As Bashir is into Critchley, reverse sweeps that one down towards the boundary, evades the fielder, and that will go all the way for 4 runs.
Yeah, I've been singing the praises of Matt Critchley with another slow bowler, whose praise I was singing quite a lot on Sunday. Is this fellow Shoaib Bashir? It's his first class match, and okay, his figures 1 for 124.
As he's into bowl to Critchley, he plays that one into the offside for no run.
Don't sound that impressive, although it was off 35 overs, which was a lot more than anybody else bowled, but there's just something about him that leads me to believe he might have a good career in this game.
And that is turned into the leg side for no run for Critchley, who is on 23.
He's got a good action. He's a tall lad, and he's got a tall action and a high action anyway. He varies it. He doesn't lack confidence.
Bashir into Critchley, sweeping into the field this time for no run. Didn't catch that one as he did the first ball of this over, which went for 4. .92 for 3. Essex in their second innings. Bashir into Critchley, drives that one straight back up towards the bowler. And we've got 1 ball of Bashir's over to come. Essex lead by 387. Critchley drives straight at the fielder in the covers this time, so another dot ball, just the 4 off that first ball of the over. Essex 92 for 3.
See, even that, I mean, one of the things I think a slow bowler needs, apart from the armoury of how to bowl, is the mental approach. You've just got to accept the fact that it's happened to all the best spin bowlers in the world, even the great Shane Warne. Now and again, you know, you're going to get hit around the field or occasionally even out of the ground, and you've just got to learn to accept that. And I thought that over demonstrated how he's come to terms with that already, because the first delivery was hit for 4, yet he then followed that up with 5 dot balls, so he recovered well and didn't sort of, his head didn't drop and think, oh dear, or whatever they think.
Casey Aldridge is going to be the bowler.
Tall, powerfully built, well, a typical sort of mould out of which professional seam bowlers appear now. That's down the leg side, just helped on it. It was a poor delivery, what one would call a loosener, and it just helped on its way by Cook for 4 down to fine leg, just down towards us, slightly to the left. So Essex move on to 96, a lead of 391. So there's 40 minutes to lunch. If they go to run a ball, they'll have a lead of about 4:30. As next delivery played solidly by Alistair Cook, pushes it out to mid-off, no addition to the score. Inevitably a pretty good crowd. Not as big as when I was last here on Sunday, obviously, because some people have to work for a living. But yeah, it's still very good. As Aldridge moves in again and bowls, and Cook's picked up a run or two here. Probably 2, yes, quite comfortably. It's just backward of square on the onside. The field's set fairly deep, and he did little more than just lay bat on ball. So it sort of dribbled to a halt, more or less, by the umpire, and any of 2 or 3 fielders could have come in and collected it. And
wow, they had to be sharpish with that run, because we saw how quickly Dixon got the ball in yesterday for that
Yes.
run out with Critchley.
yes, quite. As yes, that's a good point, because I mean, as well as
He's out.
oh, I thought you'd played that into the ground. Good Lord. Yes. Well, that was a bit of a tame dismissal. As Cook just thank you, Anthony, caught by Bartlett at short extra cover. Well, that sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it, really? Cook
Well, I was waiting for a reaction, because wasn't sure if he played that one into the ground, but no complaints. Cook walked straight off.
No.
And the Somerset fielders celebrate. Essex 98 for 4.
Yes, with Alistair Cook caught by.
I was gone down as caught Lammonby.
Oh, beg your pardon. Luckily, I hadn't written it in.
Cook goes for 34 off 60 balls.
So caught by Lammonby off Aldridge. So all 4 wickets have fallen to a different bowler.
And Feroz Kushi will be the new batter out for Essex.
Cook was caught by Tom Lammonby off the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 34. And the incoming batter, Feroz Kushi.
So the wickets have gone fairly steadily this morning at 28, 65, 98. And that was the end of Alistair Cook. Now, the first innings, Ben Ellison came in now, but that was as night watchman. So,
Yes.
in fact, it's Feroz Kushi who made a very impressive 56 in the first innings.
Yeah, and he put the accelerators on towards the end, got his 50, and hit a couple of very classy 6s before Essex declared on 462.
Right-handed batsman, so they're both right-handers. 2 incumbents at the crease. Takes his card from the umpire, who is David Milnes at that far end. The umpires having swapped for the second innings of each side. And Aldridge moves in, bowls to him. And he's underway straight away. Not entirely convincingly, but picks up a single down to fine leg, where Matt Henry, I think it is, who fields. Go through for a single on this glorious early summer day, June the somethings, I don't know, 11, 12, 13th. And well, we deserve this. We've put up with some pretty miserable weather in the first part of the season, particularly April, which was horrible. As the next delivery, and Critchley gets on top of the bounce and just plays it down into the gully region, where it's fielded by Overton. End of the over, and Essex now have a lead of 394. They're 99 for 4 in the second innings, with Critchley not out 23 and Kushi just having opened his account and has 1 run in it.
And these two batted nicely together for a period yesterday morning in the second innings. In the first innings, was Kushi had called for that 4th run, which saw Matt Critchley dismissed through a run out. Bashir is going to continue from the river end, and Kushi will take strike, the new batter at the crease. So a lead of 394. 35 minutes or so to go until lunch. How will this day 3 pan out? Bashir's into Cushy, volleys that one back at the boulder, and as he dropped that, it was off the ground by Cushy as he drove it back towards Bashir. He got down low to it, but spilled it just in front of him. Bashir into Cushy, this time on the back foot, along the ground, driven into the leg side for no run. An opportunity missed for a second wicket for Bashir, who's into Cushy, this time on the front foot, drives into the covers, well stopped by the fielder to prevent Essex adding to their total. 3 dot balls from this Bashir over so far. 99 for 4 is the score for Essex. Bashir into Cushy, turns that one round the corner, no run. Lively now in the field from Somerset, having got the wicket of Alistair Cook in the last over, as Bashir is into Cushy, this time pushing forward along the ground back to the bowler. Five dot balls so far. Bashir into Cushy, this time gets that out from under his feet, pushes it up the field and will take a single this time. So the single off the final ball, the only run to come from that Bashir over, and it brings Essex up to the 100 runs in 29 overs, and they are 100 for 4.
Yeah, so Essex going along, well, pleasantly, but not spectacularly. But they're doing a workmanlike job and making their way to a score which only they know. And even they may not be absolutely sure at this stage. Depends how it goes. Just over half an hour to lunch. That certainly won't be enough, you wouldn't have thought. As Aldridge moves in and bowls, and
Tom Abel. That's got to be out. Tom wouldn't claim it.
well, yes, he has been given out. There seemed to be some doubt. I can't quite think why there might be some doubt, because I seemed to get an edge and it was well held. Oh, I see. The debate was whether it was held cleanly. Well, we could see very clearly from here it was perfectly cleanly held, but maybe the umpire's view was slightly obscured. Anyway, it's all been done and dusted now, and Cushy is out for
2 runs.
just 2. Yeah. And Essex are now 100 for
5. So
5.
disappointing for Feroz Cushy. Opportunity for him to have come in and helped get that acceleration into the Essex innings once more as they look to build that lead further. Confirmation that Cushy was caught by Abel off the bowling of Aldridge. So he departs for 2 runs, and Simon Harmer will join Matt Critchley.
By Tom Abel on the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 2.
So that wicket only yielded 2 runs, both of which were scored by Feroz Cushy. So Critchley is still there. He has the screen's wobbling a little bit. 23 to his name, and joined by Simon Harmer, of whom great things will be expected later in this match.
But first,
yes,
he needs to perform with the bat.
He does indeed. Just doing a little bit of jigging around and get things working. It takes guard now from umpire David Mills. Takes a long time making his mark on the ground. All quite legitimate in the crease. I mean, he won't be bowling at that later on. If he bowls at that, he'll get hit out of the ground through mid-wicket. Right now, prepares to face the bowling of Aldridge. way outside the off stump, and a good stop by Brew. Had to make a lot of ground to his right, and took it tumbling in front of, and then indeed beyond Abel at first slip. So, I mean, Essex won't mind the fact they've lost 4 wickets this morning, as long as the runs keep coming as well, which they have done to a certain extent. And attempting to turn that on the leg side. Harmer gets a little bit tucked up. Often seems a little bit vulnerable early in his innings, but I suppose you could say that of all batsmen. One of the numerous adages and sayings attached to cricket is that batting gets easier the longer you stay there, and more often than not it does, of course, because you come to terms with the speed of the wicket and just generally the atmosphere and what the bowlers are doing with it, how helpful the wicket is. Aldridge moves in, bowls to Harmer, and thinks about pulling it through the leg side, and then I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, say he deliberately pulled out of the shot at the last minute. Or do you think bowler got the better of him? I don't know.
I don't know, he didn't look totally convinced with a play and a miss, did he? So maybe he did just change his mind at the last minute.
Yeah, I think so. But then I'm a charitable sort of fella, and all. That's played solidly, diligently, doggedly. I think that's enough adverbs beginning with D. And no addition to the score. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you care to communicate with us. I apologise again, I didn't take them on Sunday because I'd somehow sabotaged my access to Gmail. That squares Harmer up a little bit as he plays a defensive shot. It was safe enough in the end, but he looked in something of an ungainly position at the end of it.
Wicket maiden for Casey Aldridge. I will depart and leave Dick Davis to sum up some thoughts, and Anthony Gibson will come back in.
Thank you, Victoria, very much indeed. And Essex obviously in a very good position, but mainly through dint of their having gained that enormous lead of 295 on first innings, which they've now augmented by exactly 100. So it's just a case of how many and when, unless they're bowled out, of course, which isn't impossible because they've now lost 5 wickets, and Critchley is the only recognised batsman really to come. Harmer is a bowler who's a useful batsman. Buttleman's a useful batsman, but the tail is, they're sort of creeping into the tail now. And if Anthony's ready, I think it's his turn.
Yep, it's Shoaib Bashir. He's in bowls to Critchley, who runs that up to long on, where Tom Lemonby will field. Somerset have had a pretty good morning. The only slightly disconcerting aspect of it is that they've picked up 4 wickets, which suggests that Essex won't find it too difficult to get in amongst the Somerset wickets when the declaration or the final wicket finally comes. As Bashir bowls a high full toss, but he gets away with it as Kola Cadmore will field. It was from a full toss that Feroz Kushi gave that return chance to Shoaib Bashir, but didn't do Kushi very much good as he was out in the very next over. Bashir to Critchley, and plays it back to the bowler. Still got forward short leg in, and a slip. Man out deep mid wicket. There's a deep backward point as well. Quicker ball, and played into George Bartlett's body at forward short leg, just drops away to a leg slip position picked up by James Rue. Baking hot here at the Cloud County Ground.
It is.
Bashir bowls outside the off stump. Defensive shot from Critchley. The lead is now 397, which I think is probably more than enough, but obviously Essex have other ideas. This is played to forward short leg, and that's the end of an over which produced just 1 run, I think. Was it 2? Anyway, it was a pretty good over from Bashir, who has figures of 7 overs, no maidens, none for 26. And Aldridge 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7. I think those figures perhaps slightly flatter him, but nonetheless the one that he got Cushy with, good catch from Tom Abel, low down at first slip. That was a good ball.
Yes, as Aldridge moves in, bowls to Harmer. Harmer still to. No, I was going to say he's still to open his account, but no, he has a single to his name. He just plays that off the back foot defensively.
The Alistair Cook wicket was a bit of a gift.
It was, wasn't it?
It's a rather lackadaisical off drive, which he hit straight to Tom down and extra cover.
Yes. Yes, I was going to say I didn't get too excited, but I don't very often. But I thought it would sort of hit it into the ground. It clearly hadn't, because Cook, being Cook, just sort of tucked his bat under his arm and walked off immediately. So he knew far better than I do. Oh no, that wasn't a bump ball. I played it straight into his hands. That's work played out in the offside. No addition to the score.
Tractor over there on the far side somewhere.
102 for 5. And a very loose connection, the word tractor. There are lots of good cricket books written, and there are lots of mediocre ones, and there are 1 or 2 pretty dire ones, but one of the best is called The West Countryman, which I put on my Christmas on my Christmas list 6 months ago, and Father Christmas duly read my Christmas list and gave it to me, and it's a very interesting read.
It's very kind of you to say so, Dick. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. Yeah, I was coming round to who wrote it. I found it especially interesting because, for those who don't know, Anthony, not just being a great man of cricket, is also a great man of agriculture, and I won't embarrass him by saying, just how important he's been to agriculture in the West Indies. But this book covers both aspects, and since with both of which, to a certain extent, I can empathise, if that be the word. No, not empathise, but
there've been plenty of good farmer cricketers.
Yes, I suppose they have.
Alistair Cook, for one.
Yes.
Vic Marks, of course.
I think identify was probably the word, because in my teenage years I spent a lot of time working on a farm in North Essex, and indeed married into a farming family.
Well, it's a very good farming county, is Essex.
It isn't it? Well, strictly arable, of course. As that's played out on the offside, no addition to the score.
Yes, but it's still a very attractive, particularly the north of the county.
Yes, it's
a bit properly rural, isn't it?
Oh, very, very.
Yeah.
Once you get up towards the Suffolk.
Some lovely villages. And
yes, there are some magnificent villages. It's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde county, really, and it gets a bit of bad press. But that's because whenever people who don't know Essex just think of the word, they automatically think of, the only way is Essex and
Gavin and Stacey.
Gavin and Stacey, yes. Well, obviously that exists, yes, but it's only a very small part of Essex, and it's almost divided into two. Well, geographically it is, but almost culturally by the A12 as well, and north of the A12 especially, there are some beautiful little villages tucked away. And although I've lived in the county since I was 4, which is quite a few years, there are still idyllic little villages that I've never discovered before.
Right, 102 for 5. 32 overs have gone, 25 overs have been bowled this morning. Shoaib Bashir is bowling to Matt Critchley, which that hits George Bartlett. And the shoulder, I think, shows no emotion or sign of pain at all, just settles himself in his fielding pads, forward short leg very close in as Bashir is in and bowls to Critchley, and Critchley plays it just past Bartlett, but it's picked up by Captain Tom at mid-wicket. Essex have added 87 to their overnight. 15 for 1 for the loss of 4 wickets. Bashirs in and bowls, and a little bit of turn there. Simon Harmer, watching from the non-striker's end, will be encouraged by that. Somerset followers will be encouraged by the news from Don Topley that Simon Harmer's got a slightly sore back. I don't think that's going to prevent him bowling though, as this is played into the onside, and Tom Abel comes quickly across from mid-wicket. But I think there's plenty in this pitch now for the seam bowlers as well as for Simon Harmer. Somerset are going to have to bat out of their skins to save this game. This is again turned into the onside. He's in no particular hurry, Matt Critchley.
No. They obviously have a plan, and we don't know what that plan is, but we're all entitled to our guesses.
Well, I don't think it involves declaring just before lunch and getting 2 bites of the cherry.
No, I don't think so. I don't even think it involves declaring at lunch.
No. And that's played down to Lammonby at long on. End of a fairly uneventful over. 102, 103 for 5 at the end of it, with Critchley moving on to 25, keeping the strike, and Simon Harmer just the 1 run to his name at the other end.
So we have 18 minutes before lunch, and it's still Aldridge trudging off to the end of his bowling approach at the Hayes close end. Just see if we've had any emails. No, we haven't. Oh, perhaps we have now. I just suddenly felt the phone sort of vibrate, and there's a slight hold up, so it gives me an opportunity to see what that's all about. Oh yes, it is an email from Chris. Yeah, we've still got a slight hold up, so perhaps I'll read it with one eye on the phone and one eye on the pitch. And right, all's okay apparently, and Aldridge moves in, bowls to Critchley, who that was I've been singing Critchley's praises most of this season and a bit of last season, but if he played too many shots like that, I
He swung his arms out of their sockets there.
Yes, it was, yeah, ungainly at best.
It was like a sort of slower ball bouncer that from Casey Aldridge, sort of delivery you see in 20 over cricket. It was a tennis ball bounce.
Yes, it was quite remarkable. Yeah, Wimbledon in a couple of weeks' time, I suppose. Usually overlaps June and July. As next delivery comes in, and that's a big hit for 6 over mid wicket. It did rather sit up and beg, and Critchley's reaped full benefit from that one. And you could probably hear the sound of bat on ball.
It's a bit of a lollipop from Aldridge.
It was distinctly so, it has to be said. Not one of his best.
That's what Peter Trieger would call a pie.
Yes. Yeah, that was... could do better. I don't often... in fact, I make a point of not really criticising visiting sides' performances because they don't have a chance of coming back at me. I don't mind criticising Essex because they get a chance. They can see me wandering round and say, "Oh, what do you mean you said that I was out to a poor shot, blah, 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 blah." But visiting players don't have that opportunity if word gets through.
So you've got to be careful.
Yes, but you know, we always try and be totally fair, and if an Essex batsman is out to a poor shot, then we'll say so. Not that probably it's necessary from the batsman's point of view, because he'll know it only too well. Then, understandably, as are all professional sportsmen, irrespective of the sport, they're very self-critical. That's just played defensively by Harmer.
I think with Casey Aldridge, he just switches off sometimes and almost just goes through the motions of bowling.
Yes.
It was a dreadful ball, but the last 2, have been quick and accurate, good length,
Yes.
making the batsman play.
Moves in now. Penultimate delivery of the over. Moves in, bowls, and Harmer gets everything correctly behind that and plays it defensively. Just have a quick look at these emails as soon as this over's reached completion. First one's from Chris, who's watching online from Lincolnshire, he says. That's just played defensively, pushed down from the onside. No addition to the score of 110 for 5, a lead of 405. Right, Chris says, yeah, I'm watching online from Lincolnshire, hoping to get down to a county championship game this season. Our son and his family live in Chelmsford, though he's told me that he won't be coming with me this year because of work and family commitments. They have 2 very young daughters. I'll see if I can get there in July or September. Oh, and also the Ale House. Other hostelries available, but yeah, that's another good aspect about Essex.
It is. It's very good. But I didn't go to the Ale House last night. I went to the Railway Tavern, which is just not very far away, just the other side of the railway line.
Oh yes.
Where I encountered Tractor and all of his mates, having a whale of a time.
It's almost shaped like a railway carriage. It's long and narrow, isn't it? One bar after the other in a line. Yes, interesting little pub. So
it's Shoaib Bashir bowling to Matt Critchley. Critchley pulls this, but he pulls it straight to Matt Henry at a deepish square leg, but it was hit so hard that even though Matt Henry is probably a good 40 yards from the bat, they didn't have time to take the single. Bashir again to Critchley, and this time he plays at one which turns, but starting too straight and going down the leg side. Nicely taken by James Rue. Bashir in and bowls, gives this one more air, and it's cut nicely. Picked his spot there, did Matt Critchley. Beautifully judged shot, just waited on it. It was short from Bashir and he steered it past the extra cover Casey Aldridge and well away to the right of Josh Davey, who's patrolling the offside boundary for 4 beautifully played runs. 114 for 5, Critchley on to 36. Bashir, who varies his flight and pace quite nicely. This is quicker and hit straight back to him by Critchley. Bowler Fields in his follow through, scratches his head thoughtfully as he walks back to his mark. 1, 2, 3, 4 strides in to the crease, bowls, defensive shot from Critchley. It's good to watch spin bowlers.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Varying their flight. There's a little bit in this pitch for him as well. He's in bowls. This is shorter and quicker, and again played back to him on the bounce by Matt Critchley. So just the 4 runs from that Bashir over, which means that he has got, oh dear, the scoreboard in our commentary box has got the shakes. 9 overs, no maidens, none for 31, and Aldridge at the other end, 2 for 14 in 4 overs, and it will be Casey Aldridge to bowl the next over.
Roland of Norwich emails us. He says, "Oh dear, not only am I off Twitter, but I also got confused with my Gmails, and this seems to be the only way that an exiled Somerset supporter can make contact." Well, you're extremely welcome. I always make a point of saying we welcome emails from visiting side just as much. Anyway, I was at the ground on Sunday, and it occurred to me that if the Somerset slips when they were used, they could do worse than follow Baron Marcus Trescothick, brackets, well it must come surely, by kneeling in position. Keep up the good work in the commentary gazebo. We're in a pucker.
Yeah, proper commentary box.
Yes, as Aldridge moves in and bowls, and that's played out on the onside. No addition to the score. Yeah, keep up the good work in the commentary, and thanks for all the hard work. Yes, but I'm not aware of anybody else who has ever fielded in the slips on their knees apart from Trescothick.
I've seen one. I can't remember who. I can't for the life remember who it was. It's a position to adopt when the ball is turning, but the wicket is very, very slow.
Makes them far less mobile, though, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it does. But the ball's got to go virtually straight to them.
Yes, as Aldridge moves in, bowls. And that's just pushed out on the onside for a single. Well, no, not fairly quick single, in fact. Critchley put on more pace than he needed to have done, really. Could have saved his energy. But, Duncan emails. I sent this in yesterday, but it missed discussion, hence I'm resending it today for you to discuss, as we are all just waiting for the Essex declaration. I'll see if we can see what the email of yesterday was then, as that's pushed out on the offside.
It's probably about the 100. Don Topley and I had an interesting discussion about the 100.
It's about bonus points.
Oh, bonus points.
Well, as it's just before lunch and it's a long email, we haven't really got time to discuss it now, but I'll try and get back to it in the afternoon, I promise. But thanks, Richard, Duncan, sorry, very much indeed. And if I don't get back
there
to
is
it...
there is a discussion point there as to why there are only 3 bonus points available for bowling and 5 for batting. And also the 5th batting point at 450 and 110 overs has proved beyond virtually every side in the Division 1 of the County Championship, barring, I think, Warwickshire.
Yes. As Aldridge moves in and bowls. And that's... I've never quite understood the whole concept of... It appears to me there are many ways in which this game of cricket, much as we love it, contradicts itself. They went from 3-day cricket to 4-day cricket to encourage batsmen to build long innings. And then they introduced bonus batting points, whether it was in the other sequence or not is a little important, which suggests that they really want batsmen to get on with it and score quickly.
Right.
I don't really quite understand the correlation between those two. Let's push out through mid-on, or to mid-on rather, for a scampered single.
Well, they've been messing around with the format for the County Championship since almost when the County Championship began.
Oh,
back
yes.
in 1891.
Yes, I mean, if you look at scorecards of when I first started watching the game with my dad, you know, they didn't even all play the same number, I don't think, and it was worked out on average points per match. And some of them played... No, it was a bit before I started watching. Otherwise, I'd need to be over 100. Not quite. And that's flailed out into the offside. Yes, and sometimes there was a vast disparity between the number of matches played. Some played 30 and some only literally half that number. End of the over. And Essex are 116 for 5, which means they've added 101 today to establish a lead of 411 with 5 sessions and 6 minutes of the match remaining.
In the press box next to us, pinned up, is a press cutting of when Alistair Cook was first called into the England side back in 2005. And next to it is a column about a pillar of the Essex County Club, whose name I can't remember, who was championing a return to 3-day county cricket in a single, with no promotion and relegation. I can't remember who it was, but that's fairly recently, and I sometimes have rather pointed out that for the same number of days as 14 4-day county championship games, you could actually have 16 3-day county championship games. And sorry, is it 16? Yeah, 16. So with the significance of that being that in the first division of 9, everyone would play everybody else. But I don't think there's any chance of us reverting to 3-day county cricket, even though an awful lot of county championship games do actually finish in 3 days, including possibly this one.
No.
Is Shoaib Bashir in a bowl, short, and it's punched up to Lammerby at long on by Critchley, who moves on to 38, 117 for 5. It doesn't look certainly not going to get a declaration before lunch, and I'd be surprised if we get one at lunch. I think probably
Yes, I don't think
bat on for another hour or so this afternoon, Essex. Make the game completely safe. Bashir's in and bowls and tosses that one up, and Harmer plays that into the offside. He tracked her intermittently, but I think he's in the stand the other side of the hot tub barn. Boundary board. This is down the leg side, and Harmer misses out there because there's no one down at fine leg. There's a deep, it's not a deep, it's a deepish backward square leg. Matt Henry. But no protection really if Bashir strays down the leg side. He's going around the wicket to the right-hander, which suggests that there is a little bit of turn there. There isn't much rough outside the right-handers off stump. Be more of a problem to the left-handers. Somerset, that's played back to the bowler, and there's no run. Somerset, 2 left-handers in their batting ranks, Tom Lemonley and James Rue. Bashir in bowls to Harmer, who stuns that into the pitch, wary of the spin. He's a tall lad, is Shoaib Bashir, 6'3", 6'4", something like that. He's in now, bowls, tosses this one up, and it's cut, but straight down to Josh Davey, who lopes in from the boundary in front of the Felsted School stand. It's the end of that over. 119 for 5, 4 to Simon Harmer, 38 to Matt Critchley, and I can't see a clock. What's it say on there? I can't actually see. There we are. 12:56 it says.
This will probably be the last one then.
Yeah, Somerset in no hurry at all to bowl it.
No, understandably. An email from Andy, the Essex exile in Chester Street. We couldn't get much further away and stay in the country. Lovely to hear you talking about the rural villages and pubs of Essex. I was brought up in Mashbury, 8 miles northwest of Chelmsford, and have lots of fond memories of the surrounding area. Great Waltham, Pleshy, Good Easter and High Easter. Thank you for bringing these memories to mind. Yes, an area I know quite well. Mate I used to play rugby with ran a pub in Pleshy. No doubt you patronised it, Andy. That's a ball of Yorker length, which Harmer does well to dig out. I think we've got 1 or 2 more. We've had a couple more emails coming in. Rather than, I always say, if you've taken the trouble to email us, the least we can do is to give them the attention they deserve. With it now only a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock, I'll address any others after lunch, and I will, I promise. As I say, it's not fair for you to email them in and then be ignored totally. It's quite discourteous for a start. That's just played back to the bowler, no addition to the score.
Ever since he was hit for 6 by Matt Critchley, Casey Aldridge has bowled really well.
Yes, he has. Yes.
Ball
Yeah.
after ball on, good length, off stump, Yorker to Simon Harmer. Decent first delivery in this over. You'll probably know bowler leg stump half volley, but so it goes.
So Aldridge moves in, bowls to Harmer, who digs that out again. A good ball of Yorker length, and he very deliberately bends his head over the pitch of the ball as he digs it out. 3 dots so far, 3 more balls to come, and that will be. It now says 12:58. Can't really imagine we'll have another over after this. If we do, it'll interrupt my summary just after the 1 o'clock news. I hope they'll take that into consideration. That's short of a length, played out square on the offside.
He's got no protection out on the cover boundary, Casey Aldridge.
No,
so
he
he's
hasn't.
hence he's angling the ball in towards the right-hander's pads, bowling on a full length.
Yes.
Anything short and wide outside the off stump is going to be punished heavily.
Yes, a split field, 5-4 in favour of the off. Oh, and well, it'd be a bit of exaggeration to say inconvenienced Harmer, but it took him a little bit by surprise. Must have just nipped back a little bit maybe, and he jabbed down on it at the last moment.
12:59 the clock on the
12:59.
scoreboard
It doesn't give the seconds as well.
At 1 with the latest BBC News for Essex, I'm Claire Phillips. Searches are continuing as police investigate the disappearance of a woman in Southend 6 years ago.
Clicked over to 1 o'clock.
Aldridge moves in and bowls, and that's just played out on the onside. The clock has now ticked up 1300 hours, and indeed the players troop off the pitch, with Essex having established a lead of 413 at 118 for 5, and with thanks to Anthony very much indeed, seeing him this afternoon, and obviously to Victoria earlier on, who will also be back this afternoon. And so, yeah, a lead of 413, which means they've added 103 this morning, and in the process lost another 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets. So yeah, it's all set up more or less according to plan. The wickets won't be of any great importance to Essex, or any great significance, maybe a better word, because it's the runs that they need. So Matt Critchie's not out 38, and the other not out batsman is Simon Harmer, who's been yeah, fairly crease bound on 3. So that's it. I'll do an update in a minute or two's time, but from as far as the commentary is concerned, that's it. Thank you very much for listening, and do tune in again at 20 to 2, and we'll take you through the remainder of the day. Thank you.
He bowls out and he bowls him. He bowls him. That's a good delivery. In he comes, overturned. This is driven in the air but goes between backward point and cover. It's going to run away for 4. Is he going to stop it? What a fantastic chase. You're going to have to congratulate number 58, which would be
Sean Dixon.
Oh, he never gave it up, and he's been run out at the non-striker's end.
To Harmer, and he has edged that to the wicket-keeper, and Harmer goes.
Declaring.
Davies' second ball, and that's been skied by Buttleman. There are 2 fielders going for it, and it will be caught.
Good catch. As Bashir bowls, this is driven down the ground. He's gone the aerial route straight back to the side screen at the river end. His whites now look browns. This is driven in the air. This could be out, and it's caught by Lammonby. Kushi facing Bashir, and he's gone down. It's gone high, wide, and handsome for 6.
Feroz Kushi on strike for Essex, and he has slapped that one away, and it's another 6 for Feroz Kushi, who got hold of that one. In comes Aldridge to Kushi, who pulls that one away, and that will be his 50 as the ball is fielded in the deep. Feroz Kushi has reached 50 of 68 balls. In comes Aldridge to Kushi, who's clipped that one into the onside. On the boundary, will there be a catch? Oh, the fielder has spilled it. Has he spilled it over the boundary?
Passes the umpire Milnes. This is in the air. This could be out. It'll be a good catch, and he is out as he gets to try and force the ball. A leading edge. Porter away. He bowls, and this is a nick, and he's been caught, I believe, by Buckets Harmer.
In he comes, and that's clipped away. No, it's a wicket with the last ball of Jamie Porter's over, but the first ball after lunch.
Is there bowls, and this is punched through the gap between the bowler and mid-off for 4 runs.
But Harmer is in, bowls, lapped, and it's gone for 4 on a Sunday.
Porter is in to Dixon, that's pulled away. and it will bounce for 4.
This time this is a bit of a spin. He does try to turn, it's in the air and he's been caught at deep mid-wicket.
Dixon, who has a lovely drive through the covers, and it's going to run away all the way to the boundary.
Allison is in and bowls to him. He drives nicely through the offside. It's going to be cut. It's not cut off. That's a poor piece of work by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley, and he'll pick up the ball just inside the ropes where it had almost stopped. And that is Sean Dixon's 50, his first 50 for Somerset.
Into Aldridge, straight back at Harmer, caught and bowled, diving away to his left-hand side.
Look for the quicker one. Dip again. This has gone down the ground. Mid-off is up in the inner circle, really. And this, well, that's a big hit. That's gone for 12.
I've seen him in white ball cricket, I think, but not in red ball.
There's the quicker ball. It's gone in the air. It's gone over the infield, and it's gone just in to the boundary for 6. Pass umpire Mills. A little bit quicker, a bit shorter, and they're saying it's out. I think it was out of a possible dismissal. This goes in the air, and he's been given out. He's edged it onto his pad. Harmer in to Henry. Henry has a whack first ball. Oh my word, it's going to be caught and bowled by Harmer. Harmer gets another wicket. Would you believe it? 2 men around the bat, slip and bat pad, and he reversely sweeps. Well, we haven't seen that. That's a shot. Harmer in. This is cut nicely, and it's 4 runs.
Oh, there's an edge and he's gone. There we are. Alistair Cook takes the catch at first slip, and it's the end of Shoaib Bashir, and it's the end of Somerset.
This time there's a nick, and he's been given. Brown has gone.
Henry bowling to Alistair Cook, forward and back towards the bowler, so no run off that final ball, and the players will leave the pitch. Essex 15 for 1 in their second innings, lead by 310 runs.
Simon, many congratulations. Another Harmer fifer.
Thank you. Yeah, nice to be back in the wicket. It's been a slow start in the red ball stuff this season, so nice to be able to get back to business and put in some contributions, I think, in an important game for us in our season.
Very much so. Somerset are always competitive. I'm going to be diplomatic. We were all amazed and surprised the team didn't enforce the follow-on. Can you enlighten us?
Yeah, I think I can understand the train of thought for us to bowl again. But what we need to understand is that we've had 20 games in 10 days. I think there's a lot of players whose workloads are very high. And I think the opportunity to take a result out of the game by batting again, and then also giving the bowlers an opportunity to sort of recharge their batteries, some time off their feet, and then to hit the ground running again tomorrow, whenever that may be. I think that was the thinking by the Brains Trust, to try and sort of put the game so far ahead that them chasing it down was not an option, and that we would still have enough time to get the 10 wickets that we would need.
We're at the halfway stage at the end of day 2, and you're already 400 runs ahead. How much time do you think you might want to bat, or what kind of how many do you need to stay well ahead, put the game without doubt no chance for Somerset?
I think we need to, as we did this morning, look to bat positively. I think we're just over 300 ahead, if I'm not mistaken, so I think 450 would be a good place to start, but I think it's more determined by, 1, how quickly we get there, or 2, how much time is left in the game. I mean, we don't want to be leaving ourselves 3 sessions or 4 sessions to try and bowl them out, so I think we need to get to where we need to be as quickly as possible, and then hopefully Port and Glen can do what they did in the first inning.
Just one thought that certainly comes to mind for me is if you're going to bat again and bat for a session or a bit more, you will find there's more traffic on that wicket. Will it turn a bit more? How dry is it out there?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes difficult to tell exactly how the wicket is going to play out, because I think as a 4-day purist you would say, well, it's just going to get worse and worse, but it can get flatter, slower. But I mean, even this morning there were a couple of balls that were keeping low, which is good signs for us. I think if you're looking to block out a game and the wicket is keeping low and the wicket is turning, you're always in with the shout. So yeah, I think that's another factor. With some more traffic in the game, they might put another heavy roller on it, which could potentially change the dynamic of the pitch, but I'm pretty confident that we're in a good enough position for us to push for a win.
But the sun has worked its way round the ground now here at Chelmsford, so this will be a difficult session for us in the commentary box, and we'll wait to see how difficult it is for the players out on the pitch as well. Essex 118 for 5 in their second innings, leading by 413 runs, and Anthony Gibson is back alongside us.
Yep, tucked into a shady corner.
You always manage that.
While Victoria feels the heat. It's rather the opposite of the match situation, where Essex are tucked into a shady corner in their dressing room, and Somerset are feeling the heat out in the middle. Not just the meteorological heat, but the cricketing heat as well, because they know that sooner or later they're going to have to go out and try and bat to save this game. But they did well this morning, Somerset. Essex intermittently looked to raise their game, increase the pace of the scoring to hasten the declaration, but they were checked at regular intervals by the wickets that Somerset took. 4 of them, whilst 103 runs were scored in 31 overs, so only just over 3 runs and over for Essex. That was a good effort from Somerset, who bowled well and fielded keenly. A couple of very good catches taken, one by Craig Overton in the gully and the other by Tom Abel at slip.
Shahid Bashir is going to open the bowling from the river end to get this afternoon session underway. Matt Critchley will be the Essex batter on strike. He is on 38. Simon Harmer at the non-strikers end on 3. I've got an email about Shahid Bashir that I will get to in a moment. He's about to bowl his first ball after lunch into Critchley, who drives into the covers for no run. Henry has been in touch, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, talking about what we thought might have been a caught and bowled opportunity for Bashir as he comes in for his second ball of the over. It's just dug out by Critchley back up the pitch to the bowler. He says, I saw a clip from the camera behind the wicketkeeper of that caught and bowled that appeared to have been dropped by Bashir off of Walter. More from Henry in a second as Bashir is in for his third ball of the over to Critchley, who pushes that one up the pitch up to mid-on and takes the single. After seeing the clip, I was pretty certain it wasn't a catch. It seemed to me to bounce just in front of him. No, I don't think so. I
wish it wasn't Walter either. It was a right-hander. It was either Cushy or Critchley. But whatever it wasn't a wicket. But I think it was Cushy, and I think he was out. Well, I know he was out in the next over. But it was a low full toss that Shoaib Bashir produced.
119 for 5. Simon Harmer on strike, and he clips that one into the onside. They will take a single as Dixon comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary where he's been patrolling.
Critchley had learnt his lesson there. There wasn't one on Dixon's arm, although it actually wasn't his best throw on that occasion.
No, they've learnt the lesson after Critchley was run out for 121 yesterday. Bashir into Critchley, down on the knee with the sweep. Trickles away towards the boundary, but it will be caught by the fielder, who gets the throw in quickly, and Essex take the 2 runs.
It's Matt Henry. George Bartlett, I was watching him, and Bashir rather dragged that ball down on leg stump, and George Bartlett was taking evasive action even before the batsman played the sweep shot. It's don't envy him fielding in that short leg position. To an inexperienced off-break bowler against batsmen who are looking to score quick runs. At least I should imagine that will be the case.
122 for 5. Bashir into Critchley. He's forward and driving. And he will take a single into the offside of the final ball of the over. 123 for 5. Critchley is on 42, Harmer is on 4, and Essex have a lead of 418.
So how many? We've had 31 overs in the day. Was it 32 overs in the day now? So another 64 minus 2 for the change of innings is 62, and 96 tomorrow. So that's 158 overs at 3 runs and over, which is 474, and at the moment Essex are 300 and 295, wasn't it? 5, so 418 ahead. So declaration maybe 3 o'clock-ish, something like that.
Dick Davis's prediction was 2:15.
He's being optimistic.
How close either of you
Essex
are.
haven't shown a great deal of enterprise so far, but they haven't, in all honesty, needed to either. They've been on top right from the moment that Tom Westley won the toss. That's driven down the ground, cut off by George Bartlett on Sunday morning. Tom Abel calling wrong, and Essex haven't really looked back since then. Easing, it would seem, to a comfortable win. There's plenty in this pitch for the seam bowlers, and even though Simon Harmer is supposed to have a sore back, according to Don Topley, as this is in the air from a leading edge, and an appeal for a run out, but as they came back for the second run, all sorts of excitement. It was leading edge, which mid on at, and he was the fielder closest to it. That's Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Maybe a little bit slow to react, but I don't think he had any chance of getting to that ball before it fell to earth. And then they pinched a second run. So 2 runs, 124 for 5. Harmer on to 4. Slip in the gully for Matt Henry from the Hayes close end. He's there and bowls, and this is run into the offside, but Sean Dixon quickly around to his left to do the fielding. Both flags standing out proudly from their flagpoles on either side of the pavilion. A magnificent Somerset flag, which dwarfs the Essex flag on the other end. It must be twice the size, but there's a good breeze blowing across the ground from broadly speaking from east to west, as that's punched into the offside, and Bartlett a little bit back on his heels at mid-off, and that gave Harmer the opportunity to steal a single. Spotted quickly that Bartlett was maybe dozing at mid-off.
Yeah, looking for those quick singles now, Essex.
I think Matt Critchley, I'm fairly sure, is going to go for some big shots. He's facing his fellow Matt. That's in the, it was again a bit of a leading edge, which again suggests this pitch is, it's not getting any easier to bat on. Some pitches do get lower and slower and easier for batting as the game goes on. It often happens at Somerset down at Taunton, but I don't think this pitch falls into that category. As Henry's there and bowls, and Critchley's down the pitch, and Henry has a shy at the stumps as he fields it with his right hand. Critchley was down the pitch, he was out of his ground for a time, hence it justified Henry's shy at the stumps. He won't get a ticking off from the umpire for doing that. He just has a quiet chat with David Milnes as Milnes makes his slow way out towards square leg. End of the over, 125 for 5, 43 to Critchley to add to his 121 in the first innings, and 5 to Simon Harmer.
No wonder he was shaking his hand there as he walked away, Matt Henry, because that was hit back at him some force. Still looking at it now as he goes back into the field. Bashir will continue from the River End. We've had an email from Gary Kane, which I'm going to leave until Dick is back on commentary because he wants to talk about the East Anglian Premier League. We've got an email from Peter to get to as well, which we will do in this over. Simon Harmer is on strike. He's on 5. And Bashir will continue. 38 runs off of 11 overs for the young Somerset spinner. into Harmer, who's down looking to sweep. He's turned it round the corner. He'll take at least a single. Didn't connect with it and time it completely. So Essex just notch the scoreboard up by 126.45. Peter says, good afternoon, Dick, Victoria and Anthony. Very enjoyable commentary from you all, helping through the various household chores, as again this time Critchley is coming forward looking to sweep into the onside and misses through to the wicketkeeper. It was quick work with the gloves to see if there was any further opportunities to catch Matt Critchley unawares. In comes Bashir to Critchley again with the shot in the air, straight back over the bowler's head, and has gone for a 6 all the way from Matt Critchley. And we thought we might see some big shots from him in this afternoon session, and he has started 132 for 5. He moves to 49.
Effortless, beautiful timing, absolutely effortless. It looks as if he was just chipping it over the bowler's head, and it sailed away over the straight boundary.
In comes Bashir to Critchley, who's on 49, and this will be his 50 as he turns that one into the leg side for a single, as the applause ripples round the county ground for the man who made 121 in Essex's first innings and has been in fine form at the start of this county championship season. His 50 has come in 64 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes.
427 the lead now. I think they're looking for 500.
In comes Bashir to Harmer on the back foot, just pushes that one to the fielder for no run. Yes, back to Peter, who's in Sherborne in Dorset, listening, doing his household job. Says he's a keen Essex cricket supporter and originally hails from Rayleigh, but has lived in the West Country for over 30 years and was a regular to Taunton to see Somerset play in the late 90s. As Bashir is into Harmo, drives that one into the offside and pinches a single to just keep the scoreboard ticking over for Essex. 134 for 5 at the end of Bashir's over, and that lead moves to 429. So Peter, late 90s, visitor to Taunton to see Somerset, and the early noughties. Company he worked for had membership in the executive business club part of the county ground, and he was nicknamed Mr. Entertainment from his work colleagues in Exeter, as he spent most of the summer entertaining customers at the cricket, but it was called work. Also remembers at that time Anthony Gibson appearing regularly on the local news, and still has family living around Southend-on-Sea. Planning a visit to Essex in July, and hopes to have some time at a beach hut in Thorpe Bay.
Here's Matt Henry from the Hayes Close end. This is turned away, down to deep backward square leg. Shoaib Bashir is going around the boundary. We'll cut it off and they'll come back for a second run. 136 for 5.
Peter finishes saying, looking forward to seeing Essex post a lead of at least 450 and then hopefully skittle Somerset out quickly. If that doesn't happen, I'll get a lot of stick from my Somerset cricket supporting friends.
Well, we will see. We will see. I'm putting my faith in Simon Harmer's sore back. It's Matt Henry in and bowls to Harmer, who pulls this away into the onside. This time it'll just be a single as Bashir comes off the boundary. Speculation about the declaration. Colin Smith says, let's say Essex declare now. It'll give Somerset 5 sessions to get 420-ish. Well, we're past that now. Well, I suppose it is. No, it's 430-ish now. Surely it's possible, not probable, to chase this total down. Well, yes, I think it would be possible, which hence the fact that Essex haven't declared yet. They're going to make this game safe, I think. Here comes Henry in and bowls to Critchley, who drives nicely. Bartlett's onto it, sends in the return. Nice return too to James Rue.
I think 450 I'd be happy with, particularly with Harmer and Critchley both out there batting, and I can imagine that they will play a big part in Essex with the ball.
Don Topley reckons Somerset may need 440-ish in 5 sessions. Well, it'll be 5 full sessions because we're already into the second session of the day. So it'll be 4 sessions and something. This is a bouncer from Henry, and Harmer just ducks underneath it. Dave from Cork, ex-Grumpy Git, says, keep the faith, Mr. G. Well, I haven't checked out of my hotel.
Don Topley's not here, but he's still in contact with you. He's missing you too much, is he?
I know, yeah. But he was threatening to come back tomorrow. if there is a tomorrow. I mean, a cricketing tomorrow here at Chelmsford. As this is turned into the onside, straight to Casey Aldridge at mid-wicket. And the dulcet tones of Tractor over on the far side of the ground. He certainly won't have given up hope of Somerset either chasing down a total or more likely batting through 4 3/4 sessions to save it. Henry's in and bowls. This is swatted away into the onside by Critchley by Harmer with no timing, so it's just a single out to Bashir. 139 for 5. So the lead now is 434 at the end of that over. So if 450 is the mark, we're getting close to it. 139 for 5.
Be Bashir to continue to bowl from the river end. And Simon Harmer on strike. Looks to be moving okay, doesn't look in any kind of discomfort with the bat. We'll have to see once he's back out there with the ball. Is that why he did his interview sitting down yesterday?
I don't know. I didn't.
I thought maybe he was just a bit tired out.
Yeah, it might have been. All of this is courtesy of Don Topley. Don't have it first hand.
Yeah, we need a couple of sources to confirm, I think, as Bashir is into Harmer, who cuts away. It will trickle out to the boundary where there is a fielder to cut off any 4, and it's just a single to Harmer. 139 for 5. Harmer is on 12. Uncontrollable shake of the scoreboard. It is 140. Just taking a while to catch up as Bashir is into Critchley. He drives into the offside this time. Mid-off collects for the single.
I think that's Tractor with his arms folded just to the left of the stand in front of the Taco Bell sign with the white sun hat on.
In is Bashir to Harmer, who's down on his knees sweeping, and again Dixon is patrolling deep mid-wicket and gets the ball back in for just the single to Essex. 142 for 5. The lead moves on to 437. Nice breeze just billowing across the front of our commentary box at the moment. I can see the ripples in the 2 flags, as well as this time Critchley's getting low to try and turn the ball around the corner. Hits his pads, it's half-hearted appeal, but no one's that worried. Fifth ball of Bashir's over into Critchley, digs that one out, pushes it back up the pitch. No run off the bowling of Shahid Bashir.
You've got to be pretty hardy to sit out in the full glare of the sun, haven't you? It's as hot as this.
Bashir into...
Looking at the Essex supporters in the top deck of the Tom Pearce stand immediate to our right. There are not so many of them as there are in the lower tier, where it's blissfully cool and shady, but still, obviously sun lovers here in Essex.
Bashir in after a dead ball, clipped into the leg side, no run there for Critchley. So dot ball at the end of the over. 142 for 5, a lead of 437. Yes, I definitely couldn't do it with my fair skin. Have to be very well protected, but I did just before the lunch break have a little wander round and went and sought out my dad, who's found some shade over opposite us.
All right.
And so I sat with him for a little while.
So is he shaded by the trees over there?
Yes, just
Lime trees, by the look of it.
nice and cool.
So we're going to have a bowling change by the look of it. Matt Henry has bowled his post-lunch stint, and it looks like Casey Aldridge chatting to Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, about Casey Aldridge during the lunch interval, and she said how well he bowled for most of that spell this morning, which is absolutely true, just the occasional lapse in concentration. But he's just beginning to fulfil the promise that he's shown for the last 3 or 4 seasons, I suppose. It's Aldridge then to bowl. He's in and bowls, and Harmer hammers this up to Matt Henry at mid-on, who makes a good stop and is now flat on his back on the outfield. Gets rather wearily to his feet, and it's that right hand, no, it's his left hand this time. It was the right hand where he made a good stop, and from a fierce straight drive from Matt Critchley, and now he's wringing his left hand. That was another good stop. Maybe it just caught him on the wrist. This is in the air and just out of Matt Henry's reach, moving to his left and gone for 4. 146 now for 5, so the lead is 441. That takes Harmer on to 17, I fancy. We're in the 44th over, so be 43 left after this. 2 for the change. 41 plus 96, 137 overs. Somerset have to bat. This is powered down the ground. That'll be 4 more. That was back past the bowler, and although there is a fielder, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 3/4 of the way back at mid-on, he was got absolutely no chance of cutting that off as it went into the boundary boards in front of the sight screen at the Hayes close end, and that is the Essex 150 on the board. 150 for 5. Harmer 21.
Quick thinking from umpire Mills as well to get out the way.
Yes. Well, it won't be long before umpires in, well, it already happens in T20 cricket in some parts of the world, kitted out in full protective gear because they do hit it so hard. Modern batsman with modern bats. Aldridge then to Harmer, who's on the attack. He smashes this again, and this is going to be caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and that's the end of Simon Harmer. Good catch from Kohler-Cadmore away on the long on boundary, and it's 150 for 6, and Harmer is out for 21, going for quick runs to set up the declaration.
I was just watching to see if I could see Tom Wesley on the balcony, but Will Bottleman is ready to come out for Essex as the new batter, so see how much longer Essex give it. I think that's what Simon Harmer needed to do. They're both going for the big hits now.
Worthwhile sacrifice.
Give himself a little bit of a rest before.
Get that sore
Essex
back
goal.
a bit of a rest. Let's hope he hasn't tweaked it playing that shot.
This could be reverse psychology from Don Topley. It's just, he might just be messing with you.
It wouldn't surprise me. So 150 for 6. Somerset picked up for 5 wickets today at the cost of 135 runs, which is more encouraging probably for Essex than for Somerset. Although I'd have to say I think Somerset's bowlers and fielders have stuck to their task really well in this hot sun, when it's really just a bit of a phony war from Essex's part. They're just looking to set up a declaration, got a target in mind. There's no real danger of them being bowled out. So Will Bottleman is the new batsman, taking guard from umpire Milnes. Just the... Oh, we've still got Slip in the Gully, Tom Abel and Craig Overton. 2 saving one on the offside, Dixon and Ben Green, who I guess is on... I was going to say he's on for Matt Henry, but I think that's Matt Henry. It is Matt Henry having a chat with Cola Cadmore and Casey Aldridge, discussing tactics. Cola Cadmore's not going back too long on, he's staying at mid-on, with Henry at deepish. They're both of them fairly deep at mid-on and mid-off. Here comes Aldridge then to Buttleman. He's there and bowls, and this is hooked. But Shoaib Bashir will do the fielding. Didn't really time that. Came off the bottom edge to deep backward square leg for another run. 151 for 6. Means that Critchley will have the strike. How many wickets is... Oh dear, it's got the shakes again. 3, 4... 25?
Yes.
Good bowling from Casey Aldridge. Here he comes again. From the Hayes close end, in and bowls to Critchley, who strokes this pleasantly, but straight to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. So Tom Abel has come out of the slips for Matt Critchley, leaving Craig Overton as the lone slip. Overton picks up the 2 helmets, one for James Rue, the other for... The other is not going to be for George Bartlett, because Tom Abel is taking it off, giving it, it's going back in relays. Sean Dixon, and then finally to Josh Davey, that is. So we must have a 12th man. There he is, Ben Green at mid-on. Davey, he was feeling his hamstring again when he was fielding this morning. It didn't stop him bowling, but again there's a bit of a question mark over his fitness.
Be Buttleman on strike, Bashir to bowl from the river end. Bashir to Buttleman on the back foot, hits the pad. Umpire unmoved.
That was Craig Overton. Belated but violent appeal, imploring the umpire. But he's in a not-out frame of mind, is Nigel Long. He's given one LBW all game.
Haven't seen that one back on the replay, but we continue with Bashir into Buttleman. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket, is high in the air. Has he got enough distance on it to go all the way? It has. 6 runs to Will Buttleman, who just shuffled forward, caught the ball cleanly, and adds 6 to Essex's total. 157 for
well,
6.
They're 450 ahead now.
Yeah, 452 is the lead. As Bashir is into Buttleman, trying to sweep, and it's bounced up at him and
couldn't have missed the stumps by much, that one.
No, it's dropped safe, but Buttleman trying to get low to that one this time. In comes Bashir to Buttleman, again gets low, gets bat on ball this time, although can only turn it towards square leg for no run.
Bashi is obviously his nickname. Basher, Bashi.
And he comes to Buttleman again, has gone for that down on the knee sweep. It's coming back for 2 runs as it's fielded in the deep.
I think this is the last over.
159 for 6. Lead of 454.
Coming up to half an hour after lunch, that might have been it.
Bashir into Buttleman. It's hit uppishly back to the bowler, and that is the end of the over. 8 minutes past 2. Dick Davis' prediction was 2:15.
Well, I suspect he may not be far wrong.
continuing.
We are, and it's going to be Casey Aldridge to bowl another over to Matt Critchley. I get the feeling, though, that the declaration is just around the corner. Somerset they've got no slip. They've got Craig Overton at gully, 2 saving 1, and everybody else out around the boundary as Aldridge is in a bowls, and Critchley reaches this just, aims an aggressive shot at it, but it comes off the bottom edge hard down into the pitch, and it's a dot ball. 159 for 6. The lead 444, quadruple Nelson. It'll be a big ask. I can't see Somerset making any serious attempt to chase down 444. They'll just...
It's 454.
454, I beg your pardon. This is going to be caught by Craig Overton. That's the end of Matt Critchley as he looked to reverse sweep and hit it straight to Craig Overton in the gully. And that's the end of Matt Critchley, who's added a half century to his first innings century. He's out for 52 to go with his 121, and it's 159 now for 7, and still no declaration.
No, I did wonder because there was a bit of a pause in the arrival of the new batter, but that is going to be the case now. So
perhaps they're going to bat until they're all out.
I did wonder whether it would be when Critchley was out, but it's not, and they are going to continue with Ben Allison to bowl. Up to bat, beg your pardon, 159 for 7. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. It'd be interesting to see Ben Allison, and maybe they just want to give him a bit of a chance because he came in as a night watchman in the first innings, but he can be handy with the bat.
He was bowled early on yesterday morning, wasn't he? By the man who will be bowling to him now, Casey Aldridge. $159 for 7, and the response, Somerset's response to that wicket is for Tom Abel to go back into first slip, and we've got an extra man saving 1, so 4 saving 1 to it, 5 saving 1, as Aldridge is in and bowls to Allison, who swipes and over the top of the wicket keeper off the top edge down to the boundary for 4 runs. Unlucky for Casey Aldridge. Score moves on to 163 for 7, so the lead now 458. You'd have thought that was enough, but Essex are obviously fearful of the devastating power of the Somerset batting lineup. Dick Davis will be coming in to take up the commentary and the emails after this over from Casey Aldridge, assuming we don't get a declaration at the end of it, which I think is perfectly possible. How many balls has he got left to bowl? 3. He's in and bowls a short, pulled, and that's going to go for 6, away onto the top of the Felsted School stand. Probably heard the clunk as it hit the corrugated iron roof, and I think has bounced out of the ground probably into the apartments beyond the trees, which are immediately behind that stand.
Not many people out on the balcony today, but you can often find it populated to enjoy the sunshine and watch some cricket.
So what does that make it? 160...
464 is the lead, 169 for 7.
Perhaps the idea is to demoralise Somerset. Well, I think actually it's just about Somerset out of the game. I think they're slightly overestimating the ability of this Somerset batting lineup to score 470 runs in 4.5 sessions. They're not the most enterprising side in the world, that Essex, are they? In this Bazball era. I think Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes would have declared last night, probably. So, a ball has been provided. It's not the same as the previous ball, but it's past muster with umpire Nigel Long. And it means that Casey Aldridge will be bowling to Ben Allison, who swings mightily, gets it off the toe of the bat up to Kola Cadmore.
I mean,
in front of the boundary at the top end.
One way of looking at it is that Essex want to bat Somerset out of the game, make sure they got the lead, but also when you are in this position where you're going to have that opportunity to have a good amount of time to bowl at Somerset, why not give the youngsters who haven't got as much county championship experience that opportunity to be batting out there without any pressure? They're just being told to go out there and play their own game. The likes of Will Butterman and Ben Allison, it's an opportunity for them to just have some time at the crease.
Aldridge then to Buttleman, who plays and misses, gropes and misses, not taken cleanly by James Rue. It's the end of that over. It's 170 for 7. The lead is now 465, and there is the declaration. There is the declaration. Somerset will need 477 runs to win in 43 plus 96 overs. That's 139 overs if they're to record their second county championship win of the season. It's a very, very long shot indeed, but the declaration has come. And time for me then to hand over to Dick Davis, because in the break between innings he can do all of those emails that we've been talking about.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Anthony. Back with us a bit later on. Go and cool off, find an ice cream, whatever you want to do until we speak to you next in around about 40 minutes' time. So Essex declare on 170 for 7 with the lead of 465. Let me take you through the Essex second innings. Nick Brown was LBW to Craig Overton last night for a duck. This morning, Wesley LBW to Matt Henry for 14. Paul Walter was caught Craig Overton off the bowling of Josh Davey for 25. Alistair Cook was caught Tom Lammonby off the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 34. Matt Critchley was caught by Craig Overton off the bowling of Aldridge for 52. Feroz Kushi caught by Tom Abel off the bowling of Aldridge for 2. Harmer caught Kola Cadmore off the bowling of Aldridge for 21. The not out batters, Will Buttleman not out 9 and Ben Allison not out 11. And the bowling figures then for Somerset in the second innings. Matt Henry 11 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Craig Overton 8 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Josh Davey 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs and 1 wicket. Shahid Bashir 14 overs, no maidens, 58 runs and no wickets. And the pick of the bowlers, Casey Aldridge 8 overs, 3 maidens, 36 runs and 4 wickets. So Essex will look to bowl Somerset out and win this game, and it's a win that they need in the county championship if they can get the job done. Dick Davis is back alongside me with his floppy sun hat on. Right time to declare, Dick Davis?
Sorry?
Right time to declare?
Well, yes, I mean...
You were spot on.
I've almost, turned getting things wrong into an art form, but I said, I reckon, about 2:15, and it was, to my astonishment. So, yes, I mean, as Anthony said, it's going to be a very, very tall order for Somerset to win. And, it's obviously depends so much on Harmer and to a lesser extent Critchley to see what they can extract out of this wicket. And you'd have thought that Essex would go on and win this one sometime tomorrow. But it may have evened itself out. Not too many of the deliveries seemed to misbehave much this morning. No doubt Essex were keen not just to had a few more runs, but just to see exactly what this wicket was doing. I don't think they'd have determined too much from how it behaved this morning. So, yeah, it's obviously a very good toss to win, and to a certain extent, or maybe even a large extent, they have to justify the decision to bat again, because vast swathes of people could not understand why they didn't enforce the follow-on. I'm always inclined to avoid passing such comments. These professional cricketers, they know what they're doing. They're not professional cricketers and captains and coaches for no reason. They're there because they've seen it all, they've done it all, they've got the experience. So they obviously think that's the best way to win this game. And hopefully from the Essex point of view that proves to be right. Groundsman just applying the light roller, light by county cricket terms, and obviously suggests Somerset don't think it needs an awful lot doing to it.
There's Stuart Kerrison out there, going to have a chat with him a bit later on for tomorrow's Around the Wicket on BBC Essex. Go out between 6 and 7, but it's been a bit of an up and down season in terms of the weather so far, so it'll be interesting to see how he and his team have been coping. And Dick, while you were away, had a couple of emails that I wanted to leave to discuss with you.
Right.
One of those was from Gary Kane, who away from this game wanted to ask about the points in the East Anglian Premier League, where you have 5 points for bowling with a point for every 2 wickets. Would that be better than the way in the first class game? So it's bowling with a point for every 2 wickets taken. Would that be a better way in the first class game, says Gary?
Well, I don't know is the obvious answer. I mean, better it in what way? I'm inclined to think with all these things, they apply to all 18 counties across. They don't, something like that wouldn't favour, I suppose it might favour Essex because they're generally, you can't make too many sweeping statements, but generally they're seen as a better bowling side than batting side, although having just got 460 odd in the first innings, then that might belie that. But yeah, I suppose it could favour bowling side slightly. It's always been this way, to the best of my knowledge. Initially the bowling points were allocated slightly differently, including one for the 10th wicket, which they soon got rid of because sides were deliberately declaring at 9 down, just to avoid giving the opposition that extra point, which at the end of the season could be crucial. It rarely is. It's very unusual. I meant to do a bit of homework last night to see just how often the county championship has been won by a single point. I doubt that it's more than half a dozen times in the well over 100 years it's existed. But yeah, I'm inclined to think it doesn't make that much difference because it applies to everybody, and all the counties have a similar sort of armoury from both the batting point of view and the bowling point of view. But I suppose they've forever been tinkling around with all aspects of the county championship, how many games, how many in each division, how many points, not so much how many points for a win, that's been fairly consistent, how many points for a draw, that changes almost literally every season. You have to look it up to see how many it is. But no, the allocation of bonus points is more or less cast in iron now. The teams are just, or rather the Essex team are just taking to the field now, and so Somerset will need, what's it, 466 to win? I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 466 to win. It must say on the board somewhere or on various websites. Well, Essex had a lead of 295, and they added another 170 to that. Yeah, 466 to win. In I think Anthony said worked out how many overs, 139. And we're going to see Jamie Porter bowling the first over from the River End.
Indeed, and the Somerset batters are making their way to the crease as well. Tom Lammonby and Sean Dixon, who carried his bat in the Somerset first innings, scoring 82 not outs. And it will be Lammonby to face Jamie Porter. He was the pick of the Essex bowlers in the early part of the Somerset first innings, taking 3 very quick wickets for Essex. Simon Harmer coming into the game a bit later and taking his 5. So can Jamie Porter get off to a good start for Essex, but can Lammonby and Dixon make a game of this for Somerset? So Porter to bowl from the river end. We're all set to go. In he comes over the wicket to the batter on strike, Lammonby, who just pushes that one back for no run. Will Butterman with the gloves behind the stumps, and Nick's been in touch about Will Butterman, so we'll get to his email in a moment. Lots of energy around the ground and in the field. Essex begin with the ball, so dot ball to start with. Porter in over the wicket to the left-hander, back down the pitch from Lammonby for no run. Nick has been in touch, listening in a sweltering Portsmouth. He said, "What's the thinking on Adam Rossington? I like his energy and aggression. I don't think he's a top-class wicket-keeper. His batting has been a bit hit and miss as well. My concern is that Will Butterman, who I rate highly, might be restricted in his first 11 opportunities and ultimately decide to leave." Well, Rossington and Pepper both injured at the moment. Will Butterman with his opportunity behind the stumps as Porter is into Lammonby, and he gets him tucked up. Some appeals from the Essex field, but umpire long unmoved. I think Essex have had that dilemma a few times, haven't they, with having the pick of the wicket keepers and then not having the opportunities for all of them. That's part of the reason why Adam Wheater went off to Hampshire when he did, and Ben Folkes leaving and being an integral part of the Surrey side now, as Porter is in to Lammonby, who just pushes that one forward again. Jamie Porter keeping things tight at the start of the Somerset second innings. The target 466 for Somerset. 3 slips in place for the bowling of Porter from the river end. Past the umpire into Lammonby, who defends that one again. Another dot ball off the bowling of Porter. Somerset yet to add a run to the scoreboard.
That email was from whom was it?
Which one?
The one you've just been reading.
The wicketkeeper one.
Yes.
Nick.
Hasn't come up on mine.
Oh, it's come through to Essex.sport.
Oh, right. That would account for it.
Porter into Lammonby, just defends back down the pitch. So maiden over to start off with for Jamie Porter. Yeah, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, so we can all have a look. But if you do end up sending a message to Essex.sport, I will try and find my way to it.
Yeah, I have an email here from Jess, who describes himself as well, I suppose I'm being a bit presumptuous there. Could be a she, I suppose. Jess.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yes, from an expat in the Chicago area, where it's 8 a.m. I'm very grateful for the YouTube feed, for being able to watch and keep up with the county games. Thank you for all you're doing. I'm loving the commentary. Enjoy the sunshine. It's only a mild 15 degrees centigrade here. Oh, 15, dear Lord. So it's going to be Cook from the far end, the Hayes Close end. So thanks, Jess, very much. And yes, I was trying to think earlier on of a New Zealander who played for Essex, who didn't quite conform to the normal sort of New Zealand stereotype, and it was Jesse Ryder, who was a bit of a maverick. That's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score. And so a vast prospect looms before Somerset if they're to win this game. Not impossible, highly unlikely, but not impossible as Cook moves in, bowls, and Dixon, who has yet to be dismissed in this match, having made 82 the first innings and carried his bat. Obviously wants to carry on where he left off.
And just a 1 wicket for Sam Cook in the Somerset innings. So Somerset first innings, but there wasn't too much between his and Jamie Porter's bowling. It's just Porter got the rewards.
Yes. As Cook moves in, bowls to Dixon. And that's just worked away on the onside to Nick Brown, fielding in a normal position where Brown can be found at sort of square leg, just in front of square leg. And we know it's warm, but just looking up there, it just looks very hot. We at least can find a little bit of shade in this commentary box, although it's now really the peak of the afternoon at 3:30. As Cook moves in now, right up over the wicket to the right-handed Dixon, who just plays that solidly, defensively, trickles out on the offside. Picked up by Ben Allison, who made a quick fire 11 before lunch when it was getting to the stage where everybody was just throwing their bat. For those who are new to what's happening today, the main features have been Critchley went on to make 52, Paul Walter 25, Sir Alistair Cook 34, next delivery played out into the covers, or backward of square rather, on the offside, no addition to the score. And Simon Harmer was not out 21 at the end. Or was he out? I haven't filled in my scorecard.
He was out because Will Buttleman was
He
batting
was
at
out.
the end.
Yes, that's right. Yes, of course it was that wicket that hastened the, well, not hastened, but brought about the declaration. As Cook moves in now, bowls to Dixon. Dixon withdraws the bat at the last minute, goes through to the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper and the slips now run from one end to the other. They don't have to, and who would choose to run 20, well, from slip to slip, probably nearer 30 yards. Who would choose to run 30 yards in this weather? There often seems to be a bit of a race between Harmer and Alistair Cook to get from one end to the other. You'd think your money would be on Harmer because he's the younger man, but on the other hand, he's carrying a bit more weight.
Well, Alistair Cook is often, I think he was undefeated for quite a while in the Essex pre-season fitness test.
Yes, I think so.
Aaron Beard, his closest contender, as Porter is in to Lammonby, turns that one into the leg side, no run taken. Prides himself on keeping that reputation as one of the fittest members of the squad. But you're right, it's too hot to be racing on the pitch today.
Just take it easy. You've got a long road ahead of you. This ain't going to be easy, I don't think, for Essex.
In comes Porter over the wicket to Lammonby, drives that one up to mid-off for no run to the skipper Tom Wesley. He's got his long sleeves on, protecting himself from the sunshine.
Yes, and I remember to bring my floppy white hat, which has seen some wear over the years. It says NatWest Trophy. It's a long time since the NatWest Trophy was contested.
Porter into Lammonby. Again, works that one into the offside, fielded efficiently by Tom Wesley for no run. The score remains on 0 for Somerset. Had 2 overs and 3 balls so far.
Yeah, the NatWest Trophy was a competition that was a strictly knockout. It was in the days when the first round of it was always included one of the minor counties, which were splendid events because they were always held at the minor county.
Porter into Lammonby, gets low and drives, and this will run all the way to the boundary, so Somerset will get off the mark with 4 runs. And they go to Tom Lammonby, who's out for a duck in the Somerset first innings.
An email from Don, not Don Topley, Don Spillman. Thank you, Don. I'll get to that at the end of the over.
Four balls gone of this Jamie Porter over. Tom Lammonby on strike as Porter is in. This one is driven up to mid-on for no run by Lammonby.
Yeah, Don is listening in where is he listening from? He mentioned so many different places. I think he might be on the canals.
Porter around the wicket to Lammonby. Takes an edge out into the offside for no run. So it's just the 4 for Somerset with 3 overs gone. They trail Essex. Well, they need 462 to win.
Right, Don says, I am and always have been an Essex supporter and have been a member for many years. But 10 years ago I lived in Cornwall and my nearest ground was Taunton. On my visits I looked forward to the cries of Trigo from Tractor. He, in my humble opinion, must be the most vociferous of loyal supporters in England. Thanks for the excellent commentary which I've listened to in Spain, Cornwall and the Grand Union Canal this year. That's what led me to believe he was on a barge in the Grand Union at the moment. Cheers, Don Spellman. Thank you, Don, very much. Yeah, nice place to be holidaying on the canals this weather. That's just nudged down to third man for a 4. And I've spent some very pleasant holidays on the canals of England and indeed on the Broads. Thinking of doing it again later on this year, perhaps. So I think I've heard the sound of another email coming in. That's just played out to mid-on.
Well, I think maybe leave the next email for when Anthony's back on commentary so you can make him blush.
Oh, right. Oh, yes.
He'll be joining us again in a few minutes' time.
From Carolyn, who's a great friend of Paul Newton's, I believe. Something to do with four-legged friends. As Cook moves in and bowls, that's outside the off stump, goes through the wicketkeeper Butterman. And score. At this stage it's somewhat academic. 8 without loss, 2 4s, 1 to each of the batsmen or batters. If I lapse into terminology which is of yesteryear, then please don't be offended. It's purely an oversight which we're all subject to at times. And that's on the back foot, played out into the covers. No addition to the score. You're listening on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Somerset. Essex, one of the few of the 40-odd local radio stations that doesn't have the word radio in it.
How many times does that get mistaken?
I don't know the origins of that, I'm sure. Well, that's just played off the edge, but it bounced well before it got to Critchley, who then holds it aloft in triumph.
That's an audacious appeal there from Matt Critchley, who it hadn't carried to, but he thought he'd throw the hands up for an appeal anyway.
Which was also a good half minute after the shot. Bit of dark Derbyshire humour there, I think, coming out. That's just played solidly into the offside. They pick up a scampered single. And again, it being the end of the over, some of the fielders run from one end to the other, including Buttleman, who obviously has pads and gloves on as well. Rather you than me, but rather a different vintage.
Well, I will take this Jamie Porter over, and then I will make way for Anthony Gibson.
Righto, and you're going off to talk to the groundsman.
Yes.
Who's probably been here longer than certainly most.
Yep, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
It has. Trying to remember who was here before him. There was a chap called Colin Atkinson who went off to South Africa. Don't know if there's anybody between the two. Stuart Garrison.
Porter to Dixon, defends that one. Down the pitch, Porter collects.
I think there was also a Colin Atkinson who played cricket for Somerset. It's a different one.
Somerset 9 without loss, needing 457 to win. We're in the afternoon session on day 3, live here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Somerset via the BBC Sport website. As Porter is in, wide of the off stump, left by Dixon, no run.
Biggish crowd here, fairly quiet. It's going to be that sort of. It's going to be the tone of the cricket probably for a little while. Can't expect too many fireworks yet.
We had a school trip in yesterday.
Oh, right.
Rather excited after having played on the outfield at lunch. As Porter is into Dixon. It's fielded at mid-wicket by Nick Brown for no run.
Oh yes, well, I hope they had a splendid time. Well, they would have had a splendid time, even if they're not that interested in cricket, and we can't assume that all children are, but anything's better than a day in the classroom, especially this weather. And no doubt they were talking about it for days, if not weeks in advance, and they had all their preparations. And don't envy teachers taking children out on school trips nowadays.
Not too bad to beat the cricket though, as Porter is
Well,
into
yes,
Dixon, clips that one round the corner into the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. There's a bit of hesitation by Lammonby, but they'll both be home safe. Takes the score on to 11 without loss.
And there's so much legislation now, isn't there, covering school trips and all sorts of aspects. Quite rightly, it's a reflection of the world we live in.
I think I would have quite enjoyed a trip to the cricket as a school trip.
You did?
No, I would have quite enjoyed it.
Oh, you would have done. I was going to say, yes, we never went to cricket. Good Lord, where did we go? Whipsnade Zoo, and that was about it.
Porter into Dixon, drives that one, and all the way to the long off boundary. So starting to feel his way into this innings. The man who was 82 not out for Somerset the first time round. I've got one ball of the Jamie Porter over to come. Dixon on 11, Lammonby on 4 as Porter is into Dixon and it hits his pads. Big appeal for LBW, but it was running away and umpire long unmoved. So at the end of that over, 15 without loss, Somerset, they need 451 to win. Some thoughts from Dick Davis and I will make way for Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, thanks Victoria. Enjoy your natter to Stuart Carrison. I'm sure you will. I've had a few over the years. An interesting fella. But then I'm sure he'll enjoy it as well. So you'll both have a good time. So I don't know if that's the first time that Lammonby's down this end. Maybe it is, because he's just taking guard from the umpire, David Mills. So yeah, it may well be the first time he's been down this end. As Cook round the wicket now bowls, and that's just played defensively by Lammonby. Trickles back to the bowler, and the score remains 15 without loss, with Lammonby on 4 and Sean Dixon on 11.
Yeah, no great excitement yet.
No.
Just a couple of slightly half-hearted LBW appeals, but probably spoken too soon, as so often. Apologies to all Somerset listeners.
That's a play to miss. Beats the outside edge.
Nearly did him.
Did nearly do him, yeah. But I thought the LBW, well, no, we're nowhere near behind the line, but I thought the LBW in the previous Open was extremely optimistic. It's way outside the line, I'd have thought. Way outside.
Tom Lammonby, arguably batting for his place in the side. Hasn't had a good season. He was out after just 3 deliveries, I think it was, in the first innings.
Caught in the deep of Allison. It's just played out on the offside.
He has, this is not counting his first innings duck, but prior to this game, 6 games, 10 innings, 266 runs, best of 78, average 29.55, which doesn't sound too bad, but he's been out, that's 70, did he get the 78, is covering up a multitude of other sins.
Cook moves in again and bowls, and pulled away, and will not hole out. It'll bounce once before it reaches Porter, but it was a poor shot. It was a poor choice of shot, and it was poorly executed, and he can count himself a lucky lad to have got away with it, really.
If he's got a weakness, Tom Lammonby, it's to the short ball on or out, just outside leg stump. That time I think he was trying to keep it down, and he got a top edge, and fortunately for him just landed short of the on-rushing Jamie Porter.
As Cook moves in again, it's time to Dixon, and Dixon plays it with more or less a dead bat. It trickles out on the onside, picked up by Nick Brown.
This was the opening partnership that Somerset started the season with, and it hasn't been a huge success. And Sean Dixon was dropped in favour of Steve Davis, being recalled to the colours somewhat unexpectedly. Steve Davis didn't make any runs, so these two have been reunited, but not successfully in the first innings.
Next delivery just played out into the covers. Yes, you had this email from Carolyn, which it's a long email, but it's the end of the over, so I'll start it off. Thank you as always for, it says, hello Dick et al. Et al. Is, and the rest, et alia. Thank you as always for the usual hours of entertainment you and the other Essex commentators. I'd like to say how much I have enjoyed listening to Anthony Gibson during the current match. It is so refreshing to have someone who tells it how it is and is not afraid to criticise when necessary. As well as being entertaining, he is very informative and accurate, describing in detail the merits or otherwise of every ball bowled and fielded, a statement which does not apply to every commentator on the circuit.
Very kind. I think that will do, probably. Here we've got Simon Harmer coming into the attack, which is really much more significant. But thank you very much indeed. What's the name of our email correspondent?
Carolyn.
Carolyn. Thank you, Carolyn. So Simon Harmer is going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. If I've got a criticism of these two openers thus far, and they haven't been batting for very long in this innings, just 6 overs, but they've only changed ends once.
Yes.
The left-hand, right-hand combination, you need to rotate the strike to make the most of the the contrast that the bowlers face. So it's Harmer going around the wicket to Lammonby, tosses this one up. Lammonby is watchfully forward. In defence, we've got a silly, it's a short gully and a slip and a backward square leg as Harmer bowls to the left-hander, and that rather squirms off the outside edge of Lammonby's bat out into the offside. Jamie Porter, under his white sun hat, does the fielding. It's a blazing hot afternoon here at Chelmsford. Just a couple of aeroplanes, the only things in the sky. No clouds. This is driven by Lammonby, but cut off by Feroz Kushi at short extra cover. The best populated stands are the ones that offer some shade. Harmer bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven back past him and just flicks Harmer's left hand and cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but fortunately Sean Dixon had not wandered out of his crease. So a moment of excitement for Simon Harmer, but no appeal as such. Harmer bowls and Lammonby lets that go, and it bounces and turns out of the bowler's footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump. It's not going to be easy, this, for Somerset's two left-handers, Tom Lammonby, and then coming in at number 6, James Rue. Harmer bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven by Lammonby nicely away through the offside. Allison is giving pursuit and will pull it back just inside the boundary, but no, he doesn't. I think he and the ball, out of my sight, went over the boundary together, and that's 4 runs to Lammonby, who moves on to 13, and the score on to 24 without loss after 7 overs.
Carolyn moves on to talking about Essex, and she says, apart from the excellent Matt Critchley, I do sometimes despair of the middle order, including the T20, when it seems that trying to hit every ball to boundary doesn't take into consideration the merits of that ball.
It's actually only 20. Scoreboard beat me to it on that occasion.
The lack of urgency in accumulating batting points is also a concern. And then she too is looking for Nick Brown to be replaced by one of the more up-and-coming young players.
Oh, poor Nick Brown. Got 200 here last year.
Yes, he just when you think, well, maybe it is time to give him a rest, then he comes up with a big score. So Cook to continue from the Hayes close end, moves in, bowls to Dixon, and Dixon goes on the back foot and just plays it defensively, trickles out onto the onside. Nick emails entitled Wicketkeepers, listening in a sweltering Portsmouth. Oh, I think, yes, this has been forwarded from the BBC Essex main email, and Victoria read it out, so thanks again. It's just worked its way through to my phone. As the next delivery, short of a length, played square on the offside, fielded by Allison. No further addition to the score. So thanks for these emails, and again apologies, I'm due entirely to my own shortcomings. I couldn't take them on Sunday afternoon when I was last here. Seems to be getting warmer and warmer, but it's unsurprising really. It's just gone 10 to 3, which is 10 to 2 by the sun. So if it's not going to be hot in the middle of June, when is it? The sun almost at its highest. That's pushed out on the offside.
Pitch isn't really misbehaving at the moment.
No, it's not.
Don Topley yesterday confidently predicting that there'd be variable bounce and goodness knows what else. But there's some turn for Harmer, mind you, particularly out of the bowler's footmarks. But there doesn't seem to be too much in it.
No.
For the seamers. It's probably just dozing under the influence of this hot sun.
Still a day and a half to go, of course. Anything, well, not anything, but several things could happen in that time. Thick inside edge of the bat, looking to hit it through the covers. It went down to deep backward square for a single.
You've got emails, I've got a tweet. David Wyatt, Somerset set 466 to win in a minimum of 151 overs. What should their batting strategy be? He, David Wyatt, suggests a fairly positive approach, especially against Harmer. Players encouraged to play natural game but not take risks. Yeah, I think that's pretty sensible advice. I'm not sure that all of the Somerset batsmen will necessarily follow it. We shall see.
As that's just played defensively, trickles out on the offside. No addition to the score. Fielded by Jamie Porter now at in the covers. He was down here at long leg, but it's now Paul Walter just in front of us and in front of the Tom Pearce stand. So Cook moves in again and bowls. That's just worked away on the onside to Brown. End of the over, and the Tom Pearce stand, unsurprisingly if anything, has thinned out during the day as the weather's got warmer and warmer. They're probably seeking sanctuary down below in the covered part of the Tom Pearce stand, and who can blame them? So at the end of the over, at the moment the score is fairly academic. It's actually 21 without loss off 8 overs.
Yep, it's well, Essex will be, on the basis of what we've seen so far, relying even more heavily than we anticipated on Simon Harmer's off spin, although Matt Critchley's leg spin might have a part to play as well.
Yes, I think Critchley might have a say in this as well.
It's Harmer to the right-handed Dixon. He's there and bowls, and Dixon's back on his stumps, turning it to Nick Brown at forward short leg. Slightly different configuration of close fielders now. We've got a bat pad, Nick Brown. We've got a leg slip, or backward short leg, and a slip crouched around the batsman. And oh, this goes just to the left of Nick Brown. I think there might have been a little bit of bat involved there.
I thought there was. I thought I heard a bit of bat.
Two noises, yeah.
Bit of bat, a bit of pad or thigh pad, but it was out of the reach, just too far to the left of Nick Brown.
Harmer in again to Dixon. He's down the pitch and looking for a big shot. Well, that's positive batting against Simon Harmer, but got some bat on it, but hard into his pads.
Yes,
didn't go very far at all.
I think Battleman's eyes lit up there. He could see a potential stumping.
Well,
the player certainly went a long way down the wicket.
Harmer to Dixon. Holds this one back, and it's turned away into the onside, but well fielded by Jamie Porter, sliding towards David Milnes, the square leg umpire. Rings his right hand as he made that stop. I think he probably has got it stuck in the turf a little bit. Maiden overs over so far. Somerset 21 without loss. Dixon on 12. He's down the pitch again, just to half a pace down the pitch, and kills the spin when he gets to it. Played with a dead bat, goes down and gives the pitch a suspicious prod. I talked to Sean Dixon yesterday, and he was expecting a very tough examination today as he plays that back to the bowler. It's a maiden over from Simon Harmer, who has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4 runs, and I think he will have a lot of bowling to do for the rest of today, and quite possibly well into tomorrow as well.
Yes, I think he will. The reports that he has a sore back, but no apparent evidence of that so far, but maybe the operative word is apparent.
Well, he's probably had some pain relief.
Yes.
The pills or an injection. And it may very well be when that starts to wear off that he starts to feel it a bit.
As Cook moves in round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, who moves out of the way of that short pitch delivery.
A wise decision.
Yes.
Given his, I won't say lack of ability, but his lack of certainty. He doesn't seem to have a settled technique for playing the short ball down the leg side. I've seen him caught down the leg side several times by the wicketkeeper.
Cook turns, moves in round the wicket, bowls to Lammonby, who plays it out into the covers. They'll pick up one, they'll think about, no, they won't think about a second, it would be very ill-advised, so they settle for the one. Bring the score on to 22 without loss.
Just 444 runs needed now by Somerset.
Yes. And Cook bowls again. Played solidly defensively by Dixon. Trickles back to the bowler. Yes, there's a bit of a sort of almost calm before the storm atmosphere. It's all very quiet at the moment, but you just have the feeling it's a bit like one of these Hitchcock melodramas where, you know, any minute the shark could leap from the water or something like that, and the whole film or the whole match could suddenly take off. But it's a very quiet period of play at the moment, understandably. And that's just worked away on the onside. Batsmen quietly going about their business, trying to assess the pitch, the bowling, conditions generally, and not least the heat. I think this heat, not just from the cricketing point of view, but everybody's point of view, it's because it's come along so suddenly. I mean, only a couple of weeks ago we were thinking it was almost like March. And that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. Picked up by Porter again in the floppy white hat. There aren't many of those on display. There's Critchley's also got one on, and the umpires inevitably, but nobody else. Still sticking with their Essex hats. None of them apart from the bowler bareheaded, understandably. Not this weather. That's just played handsomely through the covers. Probably will go for 4. It's a long boundary, but on the other hand it's speeding away towards there, and it's a quick outfield, and it is indeed. Crossing the boundary rope now for 4, just by the lesser of the two scoreboards, and just below the committee box, where no doubt they've been
having a good lunch.
Having a good lunch, yes, thank you. I was wondering how to end that sentence. Having a good lunch. And which always, you know, for the purposes of the digestion, if nothing else, needs to be washed down with some liquid.
I don't know if you discussed this, but I reckon Somerset was set 466 in 151 overs, of which 45 remained today, plus the 9 that we've had, so that's 54. Or it might have been, yes, I think so. It's either 150 or 151 as that's played into the offside. 96 overs tomorrow. And Essex have, well, you might say wasted 48 overs, 46 overs that they batted, and the 2 for the change of innings that wouldn't have, the extra change of innings that wouldn't happen if they'd enforced the follow-on. That's outside the off stump, no shot from Lammonby.
Well, it says there are 44 remaining plus what's left of this over.
Yeah.
Plus the 96 is
it's 140.
Yeah.
As Harmer is in and bowls, tosses this one up, and that bounces and turns. It's left by Lammonby, and it can leave it fairly safely if it's pitching outside the his off stump as a left-hander. Unless it's an arm ball, it's going to spin and bounce away from him. This time he's tucking this away into the onside. Didn't time it particularly well, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs as Tom Wesley does the fielding. Score moves on to 28. Lammonby on to 12, unless the scoreboard's done me again. Yeah, no, it hasn't this time. It is 28. Harmer in and bowls to Lammonby, gives this lots of air, and he leaves it. And 1 or 2 oohs and ahs from the close catches.
Yes, Alistair got quite animated at that. I don't know if it only just missed the off stump or what, but
I think the arm ball would be a good weapon to
Yes.
Lammonby. This is shorter and quicker, and Lammonby tempted to play a cut. I think he probably pulled his bat inside just at the last moment, but good bowling from Simon Harmer, who's going to be asking an awful lot of questions. Or perhaps a lot of awful questions from
Yes.
these Somerset batsmen over the next however long it takes Essex to get in amongst the Somerset wickets. It is 28 without loss. We've had 10 overs, so Somerset going along at 2.8, which is just fractionally short of the 3 runs and over that they need.
Michael says, good afternoon to you, Michael. Simon Harmer is a regular in the Championship and captains the T20 team. There is a rotation policy in place and most players get a break. Some players only play one version or the other. Is the time approaching for Harmer to have a rest, and would Matt Critchley be a good candidate as a temporary replacement in the T20? Well, at the moment Essex is still with a reasonable, I'd say 50-50 chance of qualifying for the latter stages of the T20, so they'll want to put as strong a side as possible out. And so I'm pretty sure, well, that was played hard back and it hits the stumps at the far end.
Unlucky, that would have gone for 4.
It would. Yeah, one of the many eccentricities of this game. You can play an immaculate straight drive, beat all the fielders, but still get no runs for it because it hits the stumps at the other end. It's happened to us all. I think even I've done it occasionally, in the dim and distant past. As Porter moves in and bowls. That's just worked well on the onside. Well fielded, diving away to his right by, well, he's got a floppy white hat on, so it must be Critchley. No, it's not. It's, well, it was Porter in a floppy white hat. It's Cook. Yes, of course, he wouldn't wear one while he bowls. In fact, they might even share a hat. So it brings the left-handed Lammonby on to strike. He has 12 to his name. And still has 12, as that's just turned backward a square on the onside. So thanks, Michael, for that. Yes, I think Essex won't start experimenting yet while they're still in with a reasonable chance of getting further in the T20, which in recent years, apart from the one that they did win, hasn't really served them well, or they haven't served it very well, as that's worked away again straight to Allison at square leg.
Shame, it was a nice shot, though.
It was. There again, as we all know, you can play an immaculate shot straight to a fielder for nothing. You can get the streakiest of edges through the slips for 4. It's almost becomes a bit like golf. It's not how, it's how many. Although how always helps to achieve the how many in the end in both games. That's short of a length outside the off stump. I expect you play a bit of golf, don't you, Anthony?
I do.
Yes, I thought.
Not very well these days, but still enjoy it. Yep. Every Wednesday morning, play foursomes at Burnham and Barrow.
Oh, right.
Which is a championship links. They were going to play the Open Qualifier.
Oh, right.
Qualifier there.
Sorry, what was the name of the course?
Burnham and Barrow.
Oh, yes, I've heard of it.
On the Somerset coast.
Yes.
Yes, but sadly our fairways suffered so badly during last summer's drought that they've had to move it.
That's just played straight out to mid-off. No addition to the score.
It's a very fine golf course. The great Sammy Woods was a member of Burnham and Barrow. You remember Sammy Woods? Somerset's one of their earliest cricketers, Australian.
Oh, yes. That reminds me, I was doing a bit of research last night, bearing in mind that I've been watching Essex play cricket since my dad used to take me when I was knee-high to a gnat. And the sort of players that we're watching for Somerset when I first watched were the likes of Ali, Burgess. I'm picking these out deliberately. Kitchen, two Palmers, and Virgin, all of whom, well, you will know what they have in common, apart from all playing around the same time. They all went on to become umpires.
Yep, yes, Somerset has been a rich breeding ground.
It has, hasn't it? And in total contrast, whatever the opposite of rich breeding ground is, then Essex are one of them.
Harmer's in and bowls, and Dixon comes forward and manages to smother the spin with a mixture of pad and glove. He just has a little chat with the close catches. Who's that at leg slip, Dick?
Leg slip.
As Harmer is in and bowls, and Dixon pushes this.
I think that might be Critchley
for a single. 30 without loss. He moves on to 18. We've got a slip, Alistair Cook, and a second slip, I think you would call that, with his hat poking out, which suggests it probably is Matt Critchley, and that landed just short of the aforementioned.
Yes, it is Critchley, number 20.
Nearly a catch. He took it on the half volley. That Lammonby's going to have to work really hard against as he leaves, and it bounces through to Will Buttleman. I think he ought to be looking to rotate the strike, try and work a single to get Dixon up that end. But doesn't have the same bowler's footmarks to contend with, and that's precisely what Tom Lammonby does, but they're going to come back for two as it's fielded out in the distance by Sam Cook. Two more runs, 32 without loss. Lammonby on to 14. Yeah, so we got to go for tea. I'll tell you that after this delivery from Harmer. Lammonby forward defensively. The answer is 10 overs to go before tea. So the time now is 3:10, so tea will be around about 10 to 4, something like that. End of the over, 32 without loss, 18 to Dixon, 14 to Lammonby.
Yes, and just looking through, in those days, the counties played 28 championship games, and there again, they didn't play everybody home and away because there were 17 in the championship table. That was before Durham came along, so they'd had to play 32 to play everybody home and away, but nobody seemed to mind so much because there wasn't the money in it, which there is now, so therefore it didn't really matter that
Wasn't
much.
the threat of relegation either.
No, exactly, no. Which relegation, money, promotion, they're all sort of closely allied. As Porter moves in and bowls, and I remember most of the names, but somebody else who played 28 championship matches that season, whose name doesn't ring a bell for some reason, is a Mr. G. Clayton. What did he do?
Jeff Clayton, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, he's a batsman.
Right.
And pretty useful. I think he came to Somerset from Yorkshire.
Yes. Oh, and Fred Rumsey, who's a character, wasn't he?
He's still going.
Is he?
Yeah.
Doing what?
Fred Rumsey.
In what way?
Well, he's well into his 80s now, but he published his autobiography a couple of years ago.
Next delivery, worked away on the onside, but only straight to the fielder.
And it's very good it is too. Andy wrote it himself. He
Yes.
didn't have a
Not
ghost. It's called
ghostwritten.
Sense of Humour, Sense of Justice, because it was Fred who was very largely responsible for the foundation of the PCA, the Professional Cricket
was it?
Association. Yep. Yep. He went round he wrote to every county secretary in the country asking permission to speak to their players, each county's players, and from that the PCA emerged.
Oh, how interesting. And just come back to my next question. That's just played defensively, trickles out in the onside. And this one, it was when he was still playing or afterwards?
It was just at the end of his career in sort of 69, 70, and Jack Bannister was his sort of number two. It was really Jack Bannister and Fred Rumsey, but it was Fred's idea initially, and Jack Bannister, who was then of Warwickshire, was also played a very important part.
as Porter moves in, bowls. Played defensively, met with a totally dead bat, trickled out to Nick Brown in the covers. As an emergency vehicle goes behind us through the middle of the city of Chelmsford.
Poor old Fred had the misfortune to be playing in that Old Trafford Test of 1964 on one of the flattest pitches in history.
Yes.
When Bobby Simpson got 310.
Porter moves in again and bowls, and that's just played solidly, defensively. Again, it's Nick Brown who picks up.
I remember watching that on the television because we were all so excited in the West Country at Fred being called up for England because he was a real hero of Somerset cricket. Terrific left arm fast bowler.
Yes, he's a big man, wasn't he?
Yeah, big man. But as he said himself, he was one of the fittest in that Somerset side.
That's pulled away. It's gone hard, high, and should be caught by Cushy, and is safely taken at square leg. And so Dixon in the match made exactly 100. He made 82 not out in the first innings and 18 in the second. That will not...
Disappointing, very disappointing. Well, I was talking, I'm not sure whether it was you or with Fred, with Don Topley, about rushes of blood from Sean Dixon, and that was precisely what that shot was. He'd been batting so sensibly.
Yes, he had.
And he went for the pull shot at a ball that wasn't short enough to justify it, and giving the simplest of catches. So that's a great shame, because he was looking the part, Sean Dixon. But he's gone, and it brings Tom Abel to the crease, but in the 14th over. So Dixon and Lammonby have done half a job in taking the shine off the new ball. So 2 Toms for Somerset. Out in the middle, 2 local boys, Lammonby from Exeter, Tom Abel from Taunton. They bat well together.
Was caught by Rose Cushy off the bowling of James Porter for 18. And the incoming batter.
I was just going to say, it was a pretty cushy catch then, wasn't it?
Well, yes. Another email from John. I would have thought the answer would be yes, but I don't know for sure. Anthony, beg your pardon, is more likely to know the answer. John says, have Somerset ever survived a day and a half before?
We back into 2010, I think it was, we chased down 475 to beat Yorkshire at Taunton.
Oh, there you are.
Here's Harmer in and bowls outside the off stump to Lammonby. I had a long Twitter message from Andrew Frampton, who's criticising the Essex decision not to enforce the follow-on. As Harmer is in and bowls, and Andrew's recovering, farming down in West Dorset, but he's recovering from a hip replacement. Out in the field all day, having watched the live stream all morning. There are no demons in the pitch, so I would have thought it's more time that's a currency than runs in this situation. As Lammonby lets this go through to the accompaniment of oohs and ahs. All great captains have to be prepared to lose sometimes if they want to win. Maybe the sun has got to me, but there are more than 2 ways to skin a rabbit. There you are. That's a proper good farming analogy. So that's turned out.
Yes, I always heard it used as regard to cat, but
yeah, but I think modern sensibilities being such, I think rabbits probably.
Well, I'd have thought they're both equally. Rabbits are considered more dispensable than cats.
Stephen Bergkamp says Jeff Clayton, I was wrong. He came from Lancashire, kept wicket for a couple of seasons for Somerset back in the late 60s. It's Harmer then. It'll be Tom Abel's first ball. Captain's innings called for. Captain Tom. Harmer to Abel is back on his stumps and is off the mark straight away. Just playing that gently into the offside. So he's broken his duck. As Tom Abel, I think he only survived 3 deliveries in the first innings, caught in the slips. Off Jamie Porter by Simon Harmer, juggling catch. This is tossed up, driven back by Tom Lammonby, very nicely driven back, and Allison is going in pursuit and puts in the slide and pulls it back, and good piece. It's not Allison, in fact it's Paul Walter, which makes it even better because he's a big unit, is Paul Walter.
He is.
And he did well there and kept them to just the 2 runs. So at the end of the over it is 36 for 1, 17 to Lammonby and 1 to Abel.
Yes, you used the phrase, or the emailer did, you've got to risk defeat to get some victories, and that is very apposite relating to Keith Fletcher when he first skippered Essex to winning the championship in 1979. I'll look up the championship table later on, but they didn't draw many in that season. They drew very, very few. Nearly every game was either a win or a loss, and he was a great gambler, was Keith, or negotiator was Keith Fletcher, and sometimes it backfired, but more often than not it brought success. And that's a good shot, super shot there, probably the shot of the innings so far, pushed through mid-on for a 4.
Yeah, there aren't very many brave captains in county cricket these days, are there?
No.
Not, there aren't the ones who take the risk to win a game, even if at the same there's a possibility they'll end up losing it. Brian Close was one of those.
Keith Fletcher was come back to that after this delivery. Just pushed out again to mid-on, this time a bit straighter and therefore to the fielder. Was a very canny negotiator, and he appeared a very quiet, shy, introverted man almost, and in many respects he was, but he was a canny practitioner when he came to negotiating with opposition captains into what was an agreeable target. He achieved many victories that way. Now the Essex president, but still shy and retiring. That's just played defensively. And unsurprisingly, when he was made president at the very beginning of the season, he often comes up and just sits in the commentary, into the press box next door. Very unassuming and delightful man. And I said I'll go through the motions of asking, because my lords and masters will want to know any chance of getting you on air for 10 minutes since you've just made president. And he said, I can't remember the exact words, but just played defensively. He said, how long is it you've known me? He said, that's not my scene. No, sorry, he said. It's really not me.
It's very unusual these days.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Very unusual. So very, very self-effacing. They called him the gnome. That's right. And, it'd be an exaggeration to say worshipped, but held in the very highest of regards in Essex circles. Because he was the one who instigated the Essex. That's outside the off stump, and keeper Buttleman dives away and takes it.
Must have moved quite sharply off the seam, because Tom Abel played a defensive shot at it, so it must have been close to the line of the off stump.
It must have been. By the time Buttleman picked it up, it was between first and second slip, between Cook and Harmer.
It did most of it after it had passed the bat.
Yes.
It swung very, very late.
As Porter moves in again from the Hayes close end, moves in now and bowls, and that's played diligently by the batsman. Head over the ball and it just trickles back down the wicket. So Somerset 40 for 1, the one being Sean Dixon, who was caught by Ferozi Kushi, a pretty comfortable catch at square leg off the bowling of Porter for 18, which took his tally up to exactly 100 for the match, but that's probably scant consolation for the shot that he was out to, which was at best ill-judged.
Yes, it's hard to overstate how important Tom Abel is to Somerset's batting. He's the mainstay of their batting lineup. If Abel scores runs, the others tend to as well. Harmer's in and bowls, and this comes off the outer half of Lammonby's bat. Tom Lammonby yet again finding himself at the business end against Tom Harmer, aiming at that rough outside his off stump. Harmer's in again and bowls, tosses this one up, and that didn't miss the off stump by very much, but again left by Tom Lammonby on the basis that it will bounce and it will turn. So if it's pitching on off stump, the chances are it'll either go over the stumps or miss them on the offside. Let's hope his judgment remains sound. This is shorter, and he'll pick up a welcome single out to deep square leg. He moves on to 18, 41 for 1.
Nick in Portsmouth emails us again with a subject that often crops up when Essex play Somerset, but you know that we always enjoy discussing it.
Harmer's in and bowls, and Abel defends.
Well, I'll tell you about it in the end of the over.
Yes, because Harmer gets through his overs.
He
Pretty
does.
quickly. He's in his 6th over, none for 14 so far. 2 short legs and a slip as he's into Abel, who plays that off the pitch from the crease. Watchfully adjusting to the turn as Harmer is there again. Tosses this one up, driven nicely, but straight to mid-off to the Essex skipper. And that's the end of that over. 41 for 1, 5 to Abel, 18 to Lammonby.
Yes, Nick in Portsmouth says, great to think back to my youth. The standout Somerset player was Brian Langford. How can it be possible to bowl 8 maidens in a John Player 40 over match?
That's right, a record that can never be beaten.
No attacking shots, no snicks, nothing. Amazing record. We hasten to add that was against Essex.
It was at Yeovil, Johnson Park, Yeovil.
And I think it was the same batsman that played out all of those 48 deliveries. I wouldn't swear to that.
It was Taylor. No, I don't think it was it all of them? It was Taylor, wasn't it? Brian Taylor, the Essex batsman.
Oh, I can't imagine Brian Taylor doing that.
No, well,
Brian Ward?
no, I think, well, oh, no doubt.
No, we can. I'll look it up during the tea interval.
Yeah.
It'll probably. But yes, it was a remarkable achievement how you can do that.
Here comes. Oh, sorry, this is your over.
Oh yes, that's played defensively, trickles out on the offside.
I was going to say that in Brian Langford's 8th over, the ball went down to fine leg, and I can't remember who the umpire was. But anyway, he signalled leg by, and just a shade of doubt as to whether there might have been a little bit of bat involved, but it went down as leg bys, and so 8 overs, 8 maidens. The only record in cricket, I think, that can never be beaten.
Is it? I realise it can't be beaten, but I didn't know it was the only one. It's just played defensively, trickles out on the offside.
Well, you could say runs in the course of an over, but if a bowler keeps bowling no balls, then that's limitless.
Yes, exactly.
And similarly, numbers of you can't take more than 10 wickets in an innings, but 10 for you could take 10. I suppose 10 for naught you couldn't beat.
No, that's well, that was an interesting sort of shot there. I hasten to add the batsman still there.
Well, that again demonstrates Lammonby's weakness to the short ball on his body on the leg stump.
Yes, it looks.
Completely mistimed.
Sorry. Yes, he was trying to pull it, and either attempted to pull out of the shot or just totally miscued it. But it finished up going more or less back to the bowler along the ground. I hasten to add. So yes, QED has just played defensively. So Essex made one breakthrough when the score was 32, tempting Sean Dixon into playing an imprudent shot and getting caught at square leg for 18.
I bet Sean Dixon is absolutely steaming at his own impetuosity.
As Porter moves in, and bowls, and that's just played solidly. Defensively, trickles out on the onside, no addition to the score. So I think I had a text come in that might not be anything to do with cricket, but let's have a look. Oh no, far from it. That's just worked away. And onside to the square leg. No, it's not cricket related. Believe it or not, I am quite good friends with a pop star and a...
Good Lord.
Yes, former member of Busted and various other groups who also joined up with, for a short time. My knowledge of pop music is very little. They also joined up with McFly, which we'll get.
Victoria.
I knew that was
Victoria's on the commentary.
So,
about McFly. She was interviewing them just yesterday. Here's Harmer into Lammonby, forward defending that with that angled down. Paul Walter just doing some stretches in front of us. So it looks like he may be coming into the attack from the Hayes close end, replacing Jamie Porter. 5 overs to go, including this one, to the tea interval. As Lammonby again is forward, killing the spin. We've got two slips, or a very close in gully really, and a slip. Oh, and this one takes off as Lammonby goes forward, trying to kill the spin. It was on a full length toss right up, and it bit and lifted and turned, and Buttleman taking it over his head. That's the threat that Harmer is posing. He's there now and bowls to Lammonby, who is forward defending, picked up by Feroz Kushi. This is quite an examination of Tom Lammonby's skill against the turning ball.
yes. Thank you,
Harmer's
Colin.
in and bowls,
Sorry.
and Lammonby again defends. How many balls has he got to survive in this over? He has got just the one more, as Harmer there bowls. This is shorter, and he had the opportunity. That I think was the arm ball, but it was just a little bit too wide of off stump. Lammonby got himself into a position to play the cut shot, but quite wisely decided against it. So a maiden over from Simon Harmer. It's 42 for 1.
Yes, thanks, Col, I assume is his name. He tells us more about that match in which Brian Langford took, well, he didn't take any wickets, but bowled 8 maiden overs. And yes, it was Brian Ward who faced out all those 48 deliveries. And he says, Ray East tells the story that, yes, this is quite well known amongst Essex circles. Doug Insole, who had retired, was drafted in for the match at the last minute. I think it was almost a bit like club cricket. He got a phone call late the previous evening, you know, we're short, can you get down to Somerset tomorrow? So he got on the train from Paddington, had to stand both ways, was run out for a duck, and then as he was standing in the train all the way back to Paddington, a child was sick all over his cricket bag. The definition of not a very good day. It says, Doug declined when asked to play the next week. Yes, who can blame him? Doug Insole, former president who sadly died earlier this year. That's Paul Walter from the far end. Unmistakable. Unmistakable, yes. Because he's 6'7".
7, according to Victoria, who looked him up.
6'7".
Do you want me back here?
Yeah, we used to have a... As moves in now, bowls, and brings the batsman forward, almost loses his balance in the process, but doesn't quite. He's not just tall, but he's a big man. He's a well-built young man. Is Paul Andrew? Paul.
Looks like he's got an incipient beard as well.
Yeah. We reminds me when I used to play rugby, and we had in our side. I obviously, well, I say obviously, people don't know that I'm.
You wouldn't have been a second row forward.
I'm a fairly slight dimension, so I never
Scrum
played.
half, I think.
I never played. Yeah, scrum half or fly half, and yeah, we had a man of his dimensions, if not taller. Michael, I think he was 6'9" or 6'10", and all the other forwards were quite short, relatively. Come back to that after this delivery, and it's outside the off stump, and in the line out. They'd always have these elaborate line-out calls, and I could never understand why. When one of our players was about a foot taller than all the others, it's pretty obvious who you're going to throw the ball to, and you can have as complicated line-out call as you like, and it still goes to Big Mike, the 6'10" giant. As Paul Walter moves in and bowls outside the off stump, seemed to keep a little bit low.
It's a long way outside the off stump, though.
It was a long way. Oh yes, didn't threaten the stumps at all, and certainly not the welfare of the batsman. So we have another 3 overs after this one before the tea break. So it'll be about sometime between 10:15 to 4. And Walter moves in again, bowls, and that's just played. Defensively trickles out on the offside to Nick Brown, the end of the over. Just see if we've had any more emails. We've had quite a flurry during and since lunch. And yes, indeed. Another one forwarded by Victoria, I think.
While you're looking at that, I've had one from Daniel Thorne who says, I think our coaches are geared towards T20. This is Somerset's coaches, particularly from a batting perspective. Look at the manner of our dismissals in this county championship. We rarely make bowlers work for their wickets. Yeah, not a bad point, that. This just beats the outside edge of Tom Lammonby's bat as he plunges forward, and Simon Harmer thinks he nearly got, well, he knows he nearly got his man there.
Yes, and obviously being an off spinner, he loves bowling to left-handers, because moving the ball away from the batsman.
Tom Abel ought to get up that end as quickly as possible. Reverse sweep, and it's gone in the air off the top edge, but it will bounce away down to the third man boundary. But he got away with that, Tom Lammonby.
Now that seemed to me, and I don't want to be unfair, particularly to opposition players, because I say they don't have any comeback, but having been beaten comprehensively of the previous delivery, that almost seemed a shot of desperation. He got away with it. Indeed, he picked up 4 runs. That's down to the sycamore tree.
Defiance.
Yes.
Desperate. Defiance. Let's be generous.
Yes, oh yes.
Harmer in and bowls. And this time he's pushing that into the onside, and that's much more sensible, because it means that Tom Abel will have the strike. Let's probably put the mockers on Tom Abel, but in theory it ought to be a lot easier for Tom Abel as a right-hander to see off Simon Harmer than for a left-hander. Somerset have got a couple of right-handers to come in next, and George Bartlett and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Harmer bowls, and Abel stretches forward as a half-hearted appeal for LBW as that ball came past the inside edge of Abel's defensive bat into his pad, but it got his pad well across outside the off stump, something he really needs to do against Harmer, who's there and bowls, and this time Abel is back on his stumps, defending on the back foot, back up the pitch. He's quick on his feet, is Tom Abel, but this is it's a tough situation for Somerset against a very good Essex bowling attack. Harmer tosses this one up, and it's turned straight to Nick Brown all along the ground. End of that over. Harmer has figures of 8 overs for 19 runs. Somerset are going along at 2.24 runs and over. The run rate they required at the start, I think this one must be, is 3.22, but it's not the run rate that's the problem for Somerset. It's the sheer length of time that they're going to have to bat to save this game.
Email from Michael. Thanks, Michael. He says, afternoon all. It's entitled The Joys of Life. Sitting outside my office this sunny day listening to the commentary while eating my sandwich really reminded me of the simple joys of life. Amen to that. Today's choice was cheese and pickle on some seeded bread, and it was delightful. What's your go-to match day sandwich? Well, that's just nudged down to third man for 4 runs. There's a very wide third man, but that was pretty straight through about where second slip would
So
have...
50 on the board for Somerset.
Yeah, where second slip would have been. There is Cook at first, but no, he's not. He was at... Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Left-hander, of course, so it was down to fine leg. Sandwiches, well, for many years, long before the recent events in Westminster, I was next delivery, down the leg side again, and well taken by Butterman. Yeah, long before the events of 5 weeks ago or so in London, and yeah, Coronation Chicken sandwiches are my favourite. If you want to know, well, you do want to know, so there you are, Coronation Chicken, wonderful. But I couldn't get them around about that time because everybody was buying them up for their barbecues and various other events. That was down the leg side.
This is a good... I think this is probably deliberate by Essex.
Yes.
Because he does nick off down the leg side, Tom Lammonby. And twice, the last 2 deliveries have been down the leg side, and he just sort of offered his bat. He got away, well, he got 4 runs off the first ball of this over. I sense peril. Yeah. Again on leg stump.
Yes, and Critchley was lurking at wideish fine leg or long leg.
Yeah, looking for the top edge.
Yes.
He's yours, Dick.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the emails, do beg your pardon, thank you. Just went through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score of 52 for 1. Needing a total of 466 to bring off what would be a, well, quite magnificent victory if Somerset achieved it. As Walton moves in and bowls, that's outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, but again seemed to keep fairly low, but it might be just a sense of perspective. Goes through the wicketkeeper, and
so
yeah,
one over.
One over before.
One more over for Somerset to get through. I think Harmer's going to bowl it. Nick Brown's bald head glinting in the sunshine. He's going to put his helmet on and go in at forward short leg. And we've got, yeah, he's more of a silly mid-arm now. Silly mid-off rather, not forward short leg. Silly mid-off and 2 slips to the left-hander. As Harmer bowls to Lammonby, who drives, but it's cut off by Feroz Kushi. That shortish extra cover. Lammonby needs to get off strike. Let his captain take the strain of facing as much of Simon Harmer as possible. This is swept, paddle swept by Lammonby, and it'll just be a single, so he has got off strike as Sam Cook does the fielding down at long leg. 53 for 1, Lammonby on to 30. Important partnership for Somerset as Harmer bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven by Abel nicely, but straight to Tom Wesley at mid-off, so there'll be no run. Crowd sitting quietly, basking in this beautiful sunshine, or enjoying the cool shade of the bottom layer of the Tom Pearce stand as that goes off Tom Abel's pad to Matt Critchley at backward short leg, but no bat involved. But some quite sharp turn. Abel's back on his stumps, making room for himself to cut that, but in the end decides against it because he'd be cutting against the spin. Alistair Cook is there at slip. And Sam Cook is halfway back at backward point for a miscued cut shot. This is tossed up and driven by Abel, and there will be probably just the one run as Wesley does the fielding. That brings the session to an end with Somerset on 54 for 1 wicket, which means that they need another 412 runs to win in 129 overs, I think. Tom Lammonby unbeaten on 18, Tom Abel on 5. Somerset have lost just the 1 wicket, that of Sean Dixon, who was caught by Ferrell's Cushy skying an attempted pull shot. But Somerset have made a good start on their mission impossible. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes.
Hello? Final session of this third day of the match between Essex and Somerset at a baking Chelmsford. My name is Dick Davis, and Victoria Polly is waiting in the wings to take my place as soon as I've done the 4 o'clock update, and Anthony Gibson just beside me. Here we go. I'll do this update, and then the players have just come out after the tea interval, and with Essex very much in command, but having said that, they've still got a lot of work to do over the next 4 sessions if they're to pull off a victory, because Somerset was set the monumental task of getting 466 to win in in all day of tomorrow and half of today. And in pursuit of that, they're 54 for 1. Sean Dixon was the man out caught for 18 off the bowling of Porter. Essex were put in that strong position mainly thanks to Matt Critchley getting another big score. He made 52 this morning, and he was supported by Alistair Cook's 34 and Paul Walters 25. Simon Harbour made 21. So Essex obviously in far the stronger position, but they've still got an awful lot of work to do over the next couple of days if they're to win this one. Somerset currently 54 for 1, needing a further 412 in 128 overs to win this match.
Yep, a long shot indeed for Somerset, as Sam Cook is back into the attack from the Hayes close end, bowling to Tom Abel. But as I've just tweeted, I think as long as at least one of the Somerset Toms remains unbeaten, we've got Lammonby and Abel out there with Cola Cadmore to come in at number 5. Then they'll think they're still in with a shout, either of surviving or possibly even of chasing down this total, as Cook is in and bowls and Abel plays it into the onside, and there's no run. Welcome back, Victoria.
Good afternoon. I've got the shade this time.
You have. Well, it's actually I'm reasonably shaded as well, because it's shaded by the sort of central pillar of the windows of our commentary box. There's quite a nice breeze blowing through the box as well, so it's not unbearably hot at the moment. As Cook is in and bowls and takes Abel on the pad, but that was going down the leg side, as you probably have gathered from the way that appeal was cut off in its prime. Tom Abel on 6, Tom Lammonby on 30. It's a very tall order, this, for Somerset, but probably not as tall as it would have been had Essex enforced the follow-on last evening. Cook bowls, Abel defends. It's fielded by Nick Brown at extra cover. Got a short mid-wicket in there. We've got Captain Tom of Essex at mid-off. We've got Matt Critchley, I think it is, at short catching mid-wicket, as this is played to Matt Critchley, and but played on the bounce. But we've got 2 catching mid-wickets. Feroz Kushi just fine of Matt Critchley. But Tom Abel survives the first over after tea, which was a maiden, which means that Sam Cook has figures of 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12.
Is this the most Toms that meet in a
Tom is
championship match?
the most popular Christian name amongst current cricket professionals in this country. Steve Pittard is responsible for that particular statistic, the retired former joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, better known as Eli's. Thank you, Steve, for that. But yes, there are Toms all over the place in cricket at the moment.
It's not a Tom who is going to bowl from the river end, though. Simon Harmer is ready. Essex just getting another helmet. Surrounding the batter as Harmer is in, or forward comes Lammonby, misses through to the keeper Buttleman.
He needs to get up the other end as quickly as possible, Tom Lammonby. Somerset need to get right-handers facing Simon Harmer as much as possible.
Harmer in for his second ball of the over to Lammonby, defending back to the South African spinner.
I think that was the arm ball. Useful variation.
Essex 54, Somerset 54 for 1 as Harmer is in, and again Lammonby was coming forward. It drops safe into the field. Harmer trying to ramp up the pressure. I've had an education in the ground here at Essex, as this time Lammonby sweeps Harmer round the corner. It's going to be picked up in the deep, so it will just be a single to Somerset and bring Abel onto strike. Interesting chat I was been having with Stuart Kerrison, which will be out here on BBC Essex tomorrow, all about the preparations of the pitch and what it's been like so far this season.
And what did he say briefly?
Well, it's been games coming thick and fast as Harmer is in, defended by Abel. They had the frustrations of wet weather to start with, but they've had to navigate all the practice that goes on the ground, as well as the games that they've had. Forward comes Abel this time. Hits it into the leg side for no run. Enders Harmer's over 55-4-1 are Somerset's, and 411 is the deficit. So no, interesting to chat to hear more of that on BBC Essex tomorrow. And
Did you say anything about this pitch that they're playing on?
Not particularly. Nothing really of note around it. But they've obviously had to vary which pitches they're playing on with the T20 games and the County Championship coming up.
Yes, because according to Don Topley, he's only got a very limited number of strips to choose from.
Wow. Don Topley's not head groundsman, is he?
Right, we've got another over from Sam Cook. He's bowling to the left-handed Lammonby. He's then in bowls, and Lammonby defends that back to the bowler. Tall, strong, fast-medium bowler is Sam Cook, with a very good record against Somerset. And Essex need him to get amongst these Somerset top-order wickets. George Bartlett to come in next, then Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and that will be fascinating to see how Kohler-Cadmore tackles this task. This is run down wide of Alistair Cook at first slip, just the two slips. Cook at first slip and Harmer at the sort of third slip position, and that was a quite deliberate shot from Tom Lammonby, playing it with soft hands, just angling it down through that gap in the slip cordon. Sam Cook against Somerset. This is his 6th game, and prior to this game he'd taken 17 wickets against them in 5 games at just over 20 runs apiece. So he's a real threat. He's coming in now to Lammonby, who gets on top of this and manages to keep it down to long leg. He played that pretty well, Tom Lammonby. He's not good at short balls on his leg stump, but he played that one perfectly well for a single.
Yeah, like you say, important that he got it down on the ground. It wasn't in the air with any danger of the fielder being able to take a catch. So he just worked that one away well.
Moves on to 36. Tom Abel on strike, score on to 60-1. Cook going back over the wicket to the right-hander. Abel solidly forward, playing it up to mid-on, but no run. So Essex not over-attacking by any means, just hedging their bets a bit at the moment. Alistair Cook at first slip and Simon Harmer in a almost in gully, more like a sort of 4th, 5th slip, as Cook is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but there won't be a run as Cushy is quickly across to his right. It's very similar to the formation that Somerset were using this morning, with Tom Abel at first slip and Craig Overton at fine gully, I suppose is what you would call that position. And Overton took a couple of catches there. One from an authentic outside edge, very good catch, diving low to his left, and the other straightforward catch as you would ever get when it was Critchley went for the reverse sweep as Abel comes forward and defends that solidly back up the pitch, and didn't get very much of it at all, and just lobbed to Overton in the gully. End of that over. It's 60 for 1, 36 to Lammonby, 6 to Tom Abel.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us on the emails. I don't know how many you got through while I was otherwise engaged.
Oh, quite a few.
Simon Harmer's going to continue to bowl from the river end. On strike is Lammonby, and in Harmer comes. It's just pushed out into the offside for no run. The left-hander on strike to Harmer. Got his shades on as per usual, whilst he is into Lammonby again, coming forward.
Poor Tom Lammonby keeps finding himself on strike against Simon Harmer, and he's not very good at rotating the strike. He's just concentrating solely on keeping Harmer out.
Harmer is in, and Lammonby takes a swipe at that one, misses through to Buttleman, who whips the bails off, but
that was
just a bit of a warning.
That was a half tracker, but it was quick. It was a good surprise weapon from Simon Harmer.
Harmer in once more to Lammonby, pushing forward. This time it's along the track. No run. We've had 4 dot balls. Somerset 60 for 1. In comes Harmer to Lammonby.
Shot.
Lovely sweep round the corner. Down to the boundary for 4. He was patient with those first 4 deliveries from Simon Harmer, and then he flicked the switch and he gets 4 runs for his troubles.
And he got right down to the pitch of that. It's a dangerous shot to play. He's playing it against the spin, bear in mind. Simon Harmer will be encouraged, but he got right to the pitch of the ball and took the top edge out of the equation insofar as he could. But in response to that, we've got backward short leg going in.
In comes Harmer to Lammonby, pushes that one into the onside, and he will take 2 runs. End of Simon Harmer's over. Somerset are 66 for 1.
Yep, and Lammonby on to 40 with that lapped sweep and the push into the onside. And perhaps Simon Harmer's feeling his back, his sore back. We've still got, how many overs have we got? 28 overs for Essex to bowl, and look, they're trying to get the ball changed. What a surprise. But David Mills, having nothing of it, hands it back to Tom Wesley. And he gives it to Sam Cook, who's going to bowl another over. Essex employing their twin spearhead at the moment. Their best quick bowler in Sam Cook, with all due respect to Jamie Porter. And certainly their best spinner, one of the best spinners in the country, if not the best, Simon Harmer at the other end. And we're going to have a leg slip to Tom Abel, as well as a gully and a slip, which suggests that Sam Cook's going to angle the ball across Abel, and this is played to Cushy at short mid-wicket. He's going to be bowling at the stumps. Sam Cook maybe hoping just to get the odd one to nip away off the seam, although there hasn't been much seam movement in evidence this afternoon. And if Tom Abel looks to play a little dab shot down the onside, then Matt Critchley is waiting for it under his sun hat at leg slip. Cook bowls, Abel defends. Up to mid-on, where Jamie Porter in his sun hat does the fielding. Crowd sitting, basking in the sunshine. Although there are more in the shaded areas of the ground than there are in the sunny areas with it.
Don't blame them.
Cook is in and bowls to Abel, who swats this away through the onside for 4 runs, short from Sam Cook. Nicely played by Tom Abel. Again, he got right on top of the bounce, timed it beautifully away through square leg for 4 runs, and he moves on to 10, I think.
Punishing Sam Cook for that shorter delivery there, dispatching that one away to the boundary.
70 for 1, Somerset. And the deficit is now below 400, a mere 396 more they need as Cook is in and bowls, and this comes off the outside edge of Tom Abel's bat, and Sam Cook stands there with his hands in the air in mid-pitch, suggesting that he almost got that one through, but Abel picks up a single. He moves to 11.71 for 1, and that was the end of the no, it wasn't the end of the Sam Cook over. The field is changing around for the left-handed Tom Lammonby. No leg slip for Lammonby. Instead, we've got Simon Harmer at a sort of close-in third slip. We're seeing some odd configurations of close fielders. This comes off the thick inside edge of Lammonby's bat. Out to Ben Allison, who fields at backward square leg. Another run, 72 for 1. Lammonby on to 43, but bit of a miscue there. Wasn't at all where he was aiming. It's going to be hot work for the next couple of hours for these Essex bowlers and fielders. Cook to Abel. Is there bowls and turns this away into the onside. There should be just the 1 run there as Paul Walter comes in from the boundary and sends in the left-handed return to Buttleman, and that's the end of a productive over for Somerset. 73 for 1. They are at the end of it, 12 to Abel and 43 to Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, just like changing tactics there from Sam Cook and what Essex were trying to do with his bowling. I just wonder at what point we might see Matt Critchley have a go as well. 4 overs from him in the Somerset first innings, and just wonder if he might get a bit of movement out of things. But Simon Harmer is the danger man bowling from the River End. Took 5 for 64 in the Somerset first innings. They're 73 for 1. Abel on strike. Turns that one into towards short leg along the ground for no run. Abel on 12, Lammonby on 43. Harmer into the right-handed Abel on the back foot, cuts that one away for a single, which will bring Lammonby onto strike against Simon Harmer. Third ball of the over, Harmer into Lammonby, who leaves that one wide of the off stump. No run. Lammonby on 43, Harmer is in, pushing forward and defending is the Somerset batter. Just gone 20 past 4, still lovely and warm at the county ground as Harmer is into Lammonby again, pushing forward. I can't get my words out after tea. I think I've had too many sweets.
Well, it's been a long, hot day, and plenty of overs still to come as well.
Harmer just a single off this over so far. That one's left by Lammonby. Gets a from Anthony Gibson beside me.
Well, it bounced and turned. I've been coming under attack on Twitter for top man saying, would it be fair to say that you're not a Tom Lammonby fan? And Simon Thurston says, you don't seem too impressed, confident, Tom. Well, no, I'm a huge fan of Tom Lammonby. When he's on form and firing, he's one of the most attractive batsmen to watch in the country, but he does have a weakness to the short ball on leg stump, and he isn't as effective as he should be, maybe, bearing in mind he's only 22 at rotating the strike, but nothing would give me greater pleasure than Tom Lammonby to play a really significant innings in this game, as of course he did in the Bob Willis final back in 2020, a century at Lord's. But it's Cook to bowl another over from the Hayes close end. He's bowling outside the off stump to Tom Abel. He's also a lovely lad, Tom Lammonby, which is another reason why I think everybody connected with Somerset is just willing him to score lots of runs, because he scores them so attractively. But he hasn't been in great form either in the Championship recently or in the T20 Blast, as I think he'd be the first to admit. Cook then, he's down the slope, he's there and bowls to Abel. Plays this solidly into the offside, and Nick Brown picks up. Current run rate, Somerset 2.54, the required rate at the start 3.22, but they're keeping the required rate within reasonable bounds, but I can assure you that that is very far from the top of the Somerset agenda at the moment. They just want to keep their wickets intact and bat and bat and bat and bat and bat, and then maybe, as this is in a bowls to Abel, another defensive shot. If they've still got wickets in hand, let's say by the middle of tomorrow afternoon, then maybe that is when they will start thinking seriously about how fast they need to go to chase down the initial target of 466, which they have reduced now to 392 for the loss of Sean Dixon. Sam Cook bowls outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Abel, but it was the in-ducker. So let's see the replay, see how close to his off stump that was. Oh, good foot outside the off stump. I don't know why Sam Cook was
Sam Cook excitement was deceiving.
It's I apologise to all of you listening to us whilst watching the feed on YouTube, as this is defended into the offside by Tom Abel, because Jake was telling me, who organises the YouTube coverage here, that there is a messaging facility, but we sadly haven't got it. So all of the messages that you're putting up on YouTube, we can't reply to because we don't know what they are. Which
Yes,
is a
we
bit of a
can't
shame.
see that on the monitor, can we? You can if you're watching it on a computer.
So apologies for that. Well, I tried to watch it on my computer and it wouldn't let me in.
You'll just have to email us instead, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com.
Here's Cook in a bowls, and that was a quicker delivery, and Tom Abel had to adjust quickly to that in-ducker. He did so well, played it out into the onside. That was a good maiden over from Sam Cook. He now has 9 overs, none for 24, so accurate and demanding, but yet to get his first reward.
Essex still searching for that second wicket in the Somerset innings, 74 for 1. Simon Harmer to continue to bowl from the River End, his figures of 0 for 29.
Do you think he'll bowl unchanged all the way through? You're going to have a sore back if he does.
Yeah, maybe it's better when he's bowling. As Harmer is in, it's just flicked into the offside for no run. I think it probably depends where Essex think that the wicket is more likely to come from. Once Simon Harmer gets one, he usually start to fall, as Harmer is in to Lammonby, cuts that one away, misfield by Jamie Porter, will chase it to the boundary, and they'll come back for the 3. Porter will field in the deep.
I shot that from Lammonby, picked his spot and just guided the ball down through that gap between the slips.
77 for 1. Harmer into Abel on the back foot, pushes into the offside, no run. 389 is the deficit for Somerset. So will Essex stick with their spinner? Harmer into Abel, takes a step back, but only finds the fielder in the covers. No run. Tom Abel on 13, Lammonby on 46 up the other end. Harmer into Abel, just pushing forward, back down the track, which Harmer will wander after as it rolls along on the ground. Continue on strike is Abel. Harmer's into him, he takes a swipe at that one. It's through to Buttleman, hands on the head of the Essex slips. And that's the end of the Harmer over. 3 off of it, Somerset 77 for 1.
Yep, well, even spin bowlers get tired, their fingers get tired, and he'll be putting a lot of action on the ball. Will Simon Harmer is just having a drink, being provided by the Essex 12th man. Who's that? Is that, it's not Aaron Beard, is it?
Can't tell under the floppy sun hat.
So, who have we got? Still going to be Sam Cook from the Hayes close end. No change in the configuration of the close field. A slip and a short third slip as Lammonby whips this away, and I think that will be his 50. It's going out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, crosses it now, and that's 50 to Tom Lammonby. 50 exactly from 90 deliveries. It's the 6th 50 of his first-class career, and it is his 3rd 50 of the season. Well batted, Tom Lammonby. Just when his side needed it most as well. Score moves on to 81 for 1. As Cook is in again, and Lammonby meets this with a broad defensive bat. Cook attempts some fancy footwork in mid-pitch, but it's collected for him by Matt Critchley, who's fielding at short extra cover. The field placings, short extra cover, short mid-wicket, do suggest, and that short slip position as well, short third slip, suggests that the odd ball may just be stopping in the pitch. Wouldn't be at all surprising coming towards the end of the 3rd day. As Cook is in and bowls, and Lammonby will pick up runs here as he punches that into the offside, but it's just a single. He didn't time it as well as he might have done. 82 for 1. He moves on to 51. Tom Abel on strike. Tom Lammonby is he's 22 years. No, he's not. He's 23. He was 23 on June the 2nd.
Oh.
So he's just 23. Comes from Exeter. Lovely lad. Cook to Abel. Turns this into the onside, but won't get a single as Cushy is quickly onto it in his shades at just in front of square leg. Square leg umpire Nigel Long is actually at point at the moment, because if he was at square leg he'd be looking into the sun, which is just moving around towards the west. The floodlight pylons beginning to cast shadows, stretching out across the outfield. Temperature just dropping slightly as Cook is in and bowls to Abel outside the off stump. Lets it go through to Buttleman. What's the time? 1:30. Well, hand over to Dick at the end of this over. Time seems to have flown by since the tea interval.
Time flies when you're having fun, and Somerset are, well,
Well, I wouldn't say they're
doing their job.
They're digging in. They're digging in. They're not giving it away. That's for sure. As Cook is into Abel, full of length down the leg side. No leg slip, but nothing on that from Tom Abel. It's the end of the over. It's the 32nd over of the innings. 82 for 1 Somerset. Lammonby 51. Abel 13, and Somerset need just 384 ball runs to win.
Thank you very much, Anthony Gibson. Back with us a little bit later on. The voice of Somerset cricket on the BBC. 82 for 1 are Somerset. Simon Harmer is going to continue to bowl from the River End. And just confirmation of Lammonby's figures as he reached his 50. Dot ball to start Harmer's over. It is Abel on strike. No, it's not, it's Lammonby. He's whipped that one away into the leg side for 4 runs. And that has now changed on the scoreboard. It is the left-hander on strike. .86 for 1. Harmer into Lammonby, pushing forward. And Dick Davis is back with us.
Yes, thanks, Victoria. Yes, just had a little well, not too energetic a wander, but just a little bit of wander. But, it's a bit more acceptable in here now.
3 balls of this over gone. The 4th ball is full toss, and that's whipped away again towards the boundary for another 4 runs. And Somerset are up to 90.
An email from Paul about Le Mans. You haven't read that one, have you?
No, I haven't done any emails since the tea interval, as
oh, right.
Harmer is in to Lammonby, again just defending on the front foot for no run. And Lammonby now on 59. Remains on strike, the left-hander. Harmer is in. Takes an edge, but it's safe into the offside for no run. That is the end of the Harmer over, so 2 boundaries off of it, 8 in total, and Somerset a 90 for 1.
Yes, well, Paul says, just a quick thank you to the whole commentary team for an excellent job today. I had a rare day at home to myself, having spent the weekend at the Le Mans 24-hour, so came along to watch the cricket. My first county game in a long while, despite living 10 miles from the ground. I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed just sitting in the sun and watching the game. Made all the better by interesting and informed commentary. Even if the BBC stream means you're about a ball behind the action. Anyway, I've enjoyed this so much, I'll definitely be back again. So thank you, all the best, Paul. Well, thank you.
Ben Allison is the change of bowling at the Hayes Close end.
And he's just setting his field. And it would be an exaggeration to say this game is slipping away from Essex. It's very far from that, but they'd like a couple of wickets before the close of play tonight, at the very least. And in all honesty, they haven't really looked like getting one yet. The one they did get was a bit fortuitous. It was more thanks to an indiscretion, a misjudgment by Sean Dixon than anything else. As Allison moves in, bowls outside the off stump, goes through to wicketkeeper Buttleman. Let's see what other emails we've had then. Gary from Printon how good it is to hear Victoria in this game, and looking forward to talking on Around the Wicket later this summer. Great supporter, Gary, has just played solidly.
We do enjoy hearing from the Essex fans on the programme. We have our Around the Wicket fans panel, and always happy to hear from some new supporters as well. Very grateful to all of those who do give up their time to share their thoughts on Essex, and I'm sure we'll have an interesting conversation at the conclusion of this game tomorrow.
Yes, however it goes. Yes, people are going to have their thoughts. But yeah, so sometime in the next 25 hours, there's a lot of cricket to be played here. That's outside the off stump, goes through the wicketkeeper. And yeah, it has to be said, there's not a lot there for the bowlers at the moment. But tomorrow's another day.
But like you say, 1 or 2 wickets before the end of play today, just
yes, we've
Essex that little boost.
We've still got 21 and a half overs today, so plenty of time. It's Allison right arm over the wicket, tall, fair head, formerly played for Brentwood. Played out on the offside, no addition to the score.
Colchester boy.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's astonishing how few county cricketers come from the south of the county where I live. Hardly. It's very difficult to think of the last one. There's some good cricket played around there. I mean, they just don't seem to produce them. That's just played out in the offside. One reason sometimes given for it is that there are actually too many clubs in the south of the county, and so the resources are spread a bit. And but yeah, I mean, the club for whom I used to play, Hadley and Thundersley, they're in the Premier League and going quite well. I have looked at the table. I can't remember the table since last weekend. They're 3rd or 4th, something like that, in the Premier Division. Allison moves in. And that's all missed fields really at mid-on, or mid-wicket rather. Allows the taking of a single.
Travelling at some speed.
It was,
towards,
yes.
I think it's Matt Critchley, who was Sam Cook with his floppy sun hat on, who was diving to his right-hand side for it. But he did just enough to take a bit of pace out of it, even though he couldn't stop the ball entirely.
Yeah, so the end of the over, and 90 for 1, needing a further 376.
Quite in-depth chat going on between Matt Critchley, Tom Wesley and Simon Harmer before Harmer starts his 15th over. Somerset 90 for 1, Lammonby 59, Abel 13. 62 balls faced by Abel, and Lammonby 59 off 98. We are going to have a change of bowling. That discussion was about whether Harmer would continue or not, and it is going to be Matt Critchley to come on to bowl from the River End. Not sure how whether that was a Simon Harmer decision or Tom Wesley has said, actually let's try a bit of leg spin.
Yes, well, he can and has broken a few partnerships, and a bit more than that. He's picked up, I don't think he's picked up a 5-wicket haul while he's been with Essex, but he's certainly got a few 3-wicket hauls. And
well, he bowled 4 overs in the first innings with 2 maidens, 3 runs off of them. Didn't take any wickets in that short spell, but opportunity for him in this second innings. The deficit 376 for Somerset. In comes Critchley. Oh, and he's a big appeal, and he's got a wicket with his first ball. Lammonby goes, LBW. Umpire raises the finger, and Critchley has got the breakthrough for Essex. Somerset a 90 for 2.
Well, it was a bit of a... I know it's easy to say it in retrospect. It was a bit of an injudicious the first shot. The very first shot, he hadn't seen him bowl. He probably didn't face him in the first innings because Critchley was fourth change. And yes, he should have at least just seen what he was doing with the ball and had a look at him before he tries to pull it through the mid-wicket area. So, yeah, not to my mind, not particularly good choice of shot by Lammonby. And he goes for
59.
Thank you. 59. So he was proving to be a big thorn in Essex's side.
Well, a round of applause for the man that has got a half century for Somerset and is departing the field. And that bowling change proving to be successful for Essex in terms of Matt Critchley getting a wicket with his first ball.
Tom Lammonby was LBW to Matt Critchley for 59.
So it brings George Bartlett to the middle. He made 4 in the first innings for being LBW to Porter. And, well, we were agreeing that Essex needed at least a couple of breakthroughs this evening, and, well, they've achieved one of them with another 20, nearly 21 overs to go. So, yeah, they'll be very pleased.
Yeah, Matt Critchley arranging his field as George Bartlett sets himself up.
So Critchley will now be turning the ball away from the right-hander. So yes, field set with quite meticulous care with the help of the skipper, Tom Wesley, and Critchley.
So Critchley to the right-handed Bartlett on the back foot, just defending that one. The Somerset Academy graduate. Somerset 90 for 2, able at the non-striker's end with 13 as Critchley is into Bartlett. He tries to turn that one around the corner, takes an edge, safe into the offside for no run. Critchley with the spin in towards Bartlett, this time on the front foot. Just drops in front of him, and Boswellman is quick from behind his stumps to come and collect and get the ball back quickly to the bowler. Wicket and 3 dot balls already as Critchley is in. Again pushed forward by Bartlett for no run. Final delivery of the Critchley over. In he comes to Bartlett, who tries to cut that one away, and it loops up in the air, drops down. He won't get the run for it, and that will be a wicket maiden for Matt Critchley as he begins his spell from the River End. Somerset on 90 for 2, able on 13. The new man Bartlett has faced 4 balls without score, and the deficit is 376.
Yep, so a good start by Critchley. I think he's, in the relatively short time, 1.5 seasons that he's been at Chelmsford, he's learned a lot, and unsurprisingly really, because with Harmer also involved in the club, I'm sure he's passed on a lot of tips. And I mean, I know that he even did that when he was in opposition when Essex were playing Derbyshire at Derby 2 seasons ago. Matt Critchley said that 1 day after the match, they spent an hour together with Harmer going through the wiles of his trade. That's down the leg side. So if that was a valuable hour before he'd even joined the club, I expect he's had many a valuable hour since he's joined the club. And it's a big move, I think, to come for a young man to come from, say, in this case, Derbyshire to Essex. It involves a lot of things besides just change of a cricket club. You know, that's only one aspect of their life. They've got other things in their lives as well. And it's just like anybody when he or she goes off to university, a totally different way of life in a totally different part of the world. A lot to come to terms with.
Well, I spoke to Matt Critchley the night before the county championship match with Nottinghamshire, and it was a nice one for him, not too far from being at home in Derbyshire with his partner. It was not so much of an away trip for him.
No.
But it's a lot to juggle to be back and forth to Essex, but worth it for the experience of the cricket, hopefully for him.
As that's just played out to mid-on. I mean, you were at university at Canterbury, weren't you?
I was at the University of Kent, but I was at the campus at Chatham Dockyard.
Oh, right.
So a little bit closer.
Oh, but it's still involved moving
yes,
away.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't want to do that journey every day.
No.
No, so...
Couldn't handle the Dartford crossing.
Yeah, good grief, yes. Once a month is enough.
Yeah.
And, yes, I mean, it is a big change in your life, isn't it? As the next livery comes in. Pulled away pleasantly for 4. Very, very well timed indeed. Good crack of the bat on the ball, and the ball sped away to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot there from Abel.
It was.
We've got some of the Essex younger members of the team who are balancing studying still with playing cricket. For one, Robin Dass, studying history, I think.
Oh, right. As Allison moves in again, right arm over the wicket from the Hayes close end, and played diligently with everything in the correct position by Tom Abel. Ball trickles out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Jamie Porter. Always easy to distinguish Jamie Porter. He sort of swings his arm around a lot. Even he does when he's running up to bowl, and when he's in the field, he sort of looks a bit ungainly, but I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. And the next delivery to Abel allows it to go through the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score of 94 for 2. The scoreboard wobbling around a bit. I don't know if that's an indication that, I mean, that the picture that we get in the commentary box is only basically a camera pointed at the scoreboard, so I don't know if that suggests the breeze is blowing it around a bit. I wouldn't have thought it was that stiff a breeze, really. Although the trees down the far end no, they're moving, but not particularly virulently. End of the over, and Kent. Why did I say Kent? Somerset. Oh, I was still thinking about Canterbury and Chatham and places like that. 94 for 2. Bartlett still to open his account. Abel 17.
Matt Critchley is going to continue to bowl from the river end, having taken a wicket in his first over. He is into Bartlett, straight at short leg, which was Nick Brown, who stopped the ball, and I'm not sure if that hit him on the shin, but it just was forced backwards a little bit with the force of the shot from Bartlett. In comes Critchley again. This time he flicks that one into the leg side. It's Jamie Porter who fields that one for no run. It was a bit surreal actually when I went to speak to Stuart Kerrison, the head groundsman here at Essex, a little bit earlier on, to speak to him for tomorrow's Around the Wickets, as Critchley is in to Bartlett, who a flick of the wrists into the leg side for 2 runs, which I'll come back to. It's fielded by Allison, who is coming in off the square leg boundary. We had the live stream on the TV because I was behind the scenes in the ground staff's tea room where I've never been before, and they had the live stream on, but it was a little bit behind. So 1 minute we'd seen Jamie Porter's wicket, and the next minute he came in to use the facilities as Matt Critchley is in to Bartlett, who just pushes back to the bowler. 96 for 2.
Thanks, Simon, for your email. I'll come to that at the end of the over. Critchley doesn't take long to get through his half-dozen deliveries.
Just waiting for Bartlett to reset himself, and a little bit of movement in the field for Essex. Tom Wesley, the captain, wants a word with Critchley.
Well, I would have had time. In fact, maybe I still have. Yes, he says, can't tell you how good it is to watch cricket in cricketing weather instead of wintry conditions. Yes, we've had some of that this year. Perfect appetizer prior to the Ashes, says Simon in Cromer, town on the North Norfolk coast. I know very well indeed. We always used to go on cricket tour in Norfolk, and we based ourselves in and around Cromer. had a whale of a time every year on tour. As they always say, what goes on tour stays on
Yes.
tour.
I'm sure there's stories that aren't suitable for
God.
broadcast that you've got,
Good
Dick.
Lord, no, not if I want to keep doing this. Which I do.
Right, so after that stoppage, Critchley is ready to bowl to Bartlett, who was again coming forward to it, but doesn't make any kind of meaningful connection. One ball to come off the Critchley over. In he comes to Bartlett, who swipes that one away straight at Nick Brown, who just guides it onto the pitch for the end of the over. No run off the final ball. 96 for 2. Abel on 17, Bartlett on 2. 370 is the deficit.
And I think you said you hadn't got through any emails since tea. So what else? We have Susan Hughes, today's commentary. Really enjoying the commentary today. Yeah, thanks for all your emails. I can't read all that out on air, but as you'll understand why. But please could Anthony commentate on the Ashes? I learned so much when I listened to him. Well, who knows? It will be a good listen as Allison moves in and bowls. And that's played solidly, defensively by Abel. 17 off 60. Bartlett 2 off 11. Run rate required, which is still not impossible by any means, 3 1/4. With 8 wickets in hand and a further 370 required. That's worked well on the onside, just forward of square leg, fielded a few yards in from the boundary. The fielder was on the boundary and then moved in to make sure they didn't even think about a second. I think that's Kushi,
Yep.
who took the catch round about where he is now. To dismiss Sean Dixon, who got a top edge attempting a hook. So both batsmen have really been out playing shots that they'll regret when they get back to the dressing room. And Allison turns. Moves in and bowls to Bartlett, who nudges that down to third man. And they go through for 2 comfortable runs. Comfortable in every respect. They didn't run particularly quickly because they knew there were 2 if they just took their time, and also knew there were no more than 2. And similarly, Walter came round to field it. So from backward point, 2 more, just 1 run shy of the 100. Not that that is of any great significance really, except it's a little notch. That's played defensively correctly with a high left elbow. When I was taught the rudiments of batting by a former Essex player many decades ago. The great Gordon Barker, long after he'd retired, I think, still knew how to teach people. And next delivery comes in and is bowled. Again, played defensively off the back foot. No addition to the score of 99 for 2, with 17 overs and 1 delivery remaining of the day. And it's now just coming up to 5 o'clock, so it'll be something like 10 past 6 by the time final ball's bowled. Nobody's going to rush around in this weather if they have any sense, which they do. Allison moves in and bowls, and met with a solid defence. It trickles out off an open face, backward of square, with the offside, picked up by Paul Walter. So both sides will think they're in with a chance. I don't I was going to say I don't think it's going to be a draw. I mean, if the batsman can stay there, 3.3 over is, well, it's a bit of a tall order, I suppose, in Championship cricket, but not too much, you would have thought.
It'll be interesting to see what Anthony has to say when he's back on commentary about what he thinks of the depth of the Somerset batting, and if they can see this one out. Simon Harmer is going to return to bowl from the River End, so I wonder if we might see Matt Critchley from the Hayes Close end.
May well do, yes.
He's bowled 2 overs and he's been replaced by Harmer, who's back on and bowling to Abel, who's reaching forward for this one and pushing it back down the track. It's fetched by Nick Brown under the helmet, back to the bowler. He's had a little bit of a break and he's back on now. Second ball of the over, a couple of steps down the wicket from Abel. He works that one away and in comes Ben Allison from deep square leg to field, and they come back for the 2 runs. No, just the 1 run, but that is the 100 for Somerset. Yes. 100 runs up in 38.2 overs and 135 minutes. Harmer into Bartlett on the back foot, pushes that one into the offside. It'll be chased to the boundary by Jamie Porter, but the ball will win, and that will go along for 4 runs to George Bartlett.
Yes, I would imagine that Somerset will just think, well, we'll see what happens by the time we reach close of play and have a discussion this evening and have some sort of plan for tomorrow.
104 for 2. Harmer is into Bartlett. He's reaching forward, almost lost his balance. The ball was through behind the stumps without any danger.
But you can't overplan things. If you overplan things and something begins to go awry, then the plan falls apart. You've got to be fairly fluid or have a plan B as well.
Harmer into Bartlett, plays that one up to mid-on for no run. Paul Walter jogging in to collect. Bartlett has moved on to 8. Abel is on 19 at the non-striker's end as Harmer is into Bartlett. Turns that one round the corner. It's past short leg, but it's fielded by Porter, and that is the end of the Harmer over. 104 for 2, and I think Anthony might be ready to come back on air because I know he's got some other duties to perform at 6 o'clock, so he might well be ready to take over. But Dick Davis, I'll hand over to you for the moment.
Right, thank you. And it's going to be, it was Ben Allison. Yes, it's still going to be Ben Allison from the far end, wearing number 65 on his shirt. He took 1 wicket in the first innings, that of James Rue, caught by his opposite number, Will Buttleman, for 6 runs. As short of a length and played down to third man, very wide of the off stump, and Sir Alistair Cook trots after it and picks it up just below us. So not a good opening delivery. We wondered if it might be Critchley from that end, since he bowled a brief but very effective spell, but no, back to seam attack.
Well, the wicket was a bit fortunate.
Oh, well, yes.
It was a long hop.
Certainly was.
Bounce.
Certainly was. But then that's the way with bowlers, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
As you said once or twice, there's that vital element of luck.
At least.
The appeal for a caught down the wicket, caught behind the wicket down the leg side.
He gets out too often that way, Tom Abel. Comes right across takes this off stump guard and comes right across his stumps, and just looks to get something on it down the leg side. And if he doesn't get enough, he's a candidate to be strangled, as they say. But it can be a deliberate ploy. He's well enough known on the circuit, Tom Abel, that teams know his weaknesses, and that's one of them.
As Allison moves in again and bowls, that's outside the off stump, goes through. To the wicketkeeper, no addition to the score of 108 for 2. Yes, as we've all agreed over the last few days or years, that as in life, so in cricket, or the other way around, that element of luck, it plays such a vital part in it.
It does. Well, as I tweeted at tea time, Somerset's batsmen are going to need both skill and luck.
Yes. That's worked away on the onside for a single.
If they're going to get anywhere close to this target, I don't think they don't need to worry about the scoring rate. If they just carry on as they've been going, they'll be pretty close to it.
Oh yes, they will. Yeah, pedantically they're a little bit behind, but nothing that they can't easily regain.
Well, especially with Tom Kohler-Cadmore to come in next.
Well, yes. As Allison moves in again, bowls, and played defensively and correctly by Bartlett. As I said, with that high left elbow.
As long as they've got at least one Tom standing, Somerset will still be in the hunt.
Yes, indeed.
I think once all 3 Toms have departed, then the game will be pretty much up.
As next delivery worked away pleasantly off his toes for a single. They'll come back. No, they won't come back for a second. It probably wouldn't have been a very prudent thing to do, especially as it was a good throw from Kushi, just backward of square on the onside. End of the over, and Somerset needing a total of 466 to pull off what will be a quite outstanding and remarkable victory, 110 for 2.
We're not even thinking about it, Dick. Not even thinking about it. It's just a question of taking each over as it comes, each ball as it comes, and hanging in there for as long as possible.
Indeed.
And it was a shame for Tom Lemon because he'd done the hard work. He'd actually seen Simon Harmer out of the attack, faced ball after ball, pitched into the rough outside his off stump. Played them really well. And then he gets first ball up, long hop from Matt Critchley. It doesn't really bounce, goes for the pull shot, which was an entirely valid option. And pinned LBW. Played over the top of it, I think. So it goes in cricket. There's Matt Critchley just doing some physical jerks at leg slip as Harmer is in to Bartlett, and that one bounces and turns and takes him not quite sure where, somewhere up around the hip.
Well, that'll give Harmer a little bit of encouragement.
Yes, he managed to get he got his pad well outside off stump, did George Bartlett. Harmer's in and bowls, and Bartlett's back on his stumps this time. There's plenty of time just to play it quietly back to the bowler. Harmer to Bartlett, tosses this one up, and Bartlett stretches right forward. Simon Harmer in his 16th over, none for 45. But he's offered plenty of threat, showing no real ill effects from his allegedly sore back. This is right back on the stumps, and Bartlett leaves that. Not a course of action I'd necessarily recommend, given the rip that Simon Harmer can give the ball. He can turn it almost square if he just finds the right spot in the bowler's footmarks. He's in again and bowls. Again, there's plenty of air, and this is whacked away for 6 down into the bottom layer of the Tom Pearce side, down just to our right. Well, brave shot from George Bartlett, a defiant shot.
It was.
It looked good. It wouldn't have looked quite so good if he'd hold out.
Well, it came out of the middle of the bat, though, didn't it?
116 for 2 down the pitch, and oh my goodness me, he just managed to get something on that as Will Buttleman was poised to pounce for the stumping, but Bartlett escapes. And well, he can be a little bit of a sort of cat on hot bricks, can George Bartlett, and that was a good example of it. Big hit over wide, long on, and then coming down the pitch again and finding himself in no man's land and just managing to get something on it. 116 for 2 at the end of the over. 350 more.
And Critchley into the attack from the Hayes Close end. With they haven't got the figures up on the shaking screen. But, I think he just bowled a couple of overs. Oh, there we are. Yes, 2 overs, 1 for 2. Leg breaks and googlies. Former Derbyshire all-rounder. Made the trip south beginning of last year. He will be bowling to Abel. Moves in now. Bowls to the Somerset captain, who's worked that away on the onside. They go through for a very comfortable ambled single.
Didn't go. It was a little bit short, that one from Critchley, but Abel didn't go hard at it in the way that Lemonby did. Just waited for it. Picked up the single.
Up to deep mid-wicket, or deepish mid-wicket.
Good move this to bring Critchley on against Bartlett, I think.
Yes. Critchley moves in. Yeah. Oh, and he's out. Yep. Well, you saw that coming, Anthony. You said it was a good move, and sure enough, the first delivery faces from Critchley, bowling from that end, at Hayes Close end. He gets an edge, and Sir Alistair took a good catch, diving away to his right.
Oh, disappointing again for George Bartlett. That ball was pitched up to him, inviting the drive, and sure enough, he played it. Got the outside edge as the ball turned, and a good catch, as you say, Dick, from Alistair Cook, who never looked remotely as if he was going to miss it. 117 now for 3, and Somerset needed more than 15 from George Bartlett. Cuts a rather sorry figure as he walks slowly back to the dressing room, swinging his bat, rehearsing the shot. No words exchanged with the on-rushing Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Now, if these two can stay together to the close for Somerset, hope will still spring eternal.
And,
but if not, I don't fancy Somerset's chances very much.
The close is another 13 and 2/3 overs away. So Critchley got that wicket with just the second ball of his second delivery from that end. Players using the opportunity to have a drink. Understandably, totally understandably, this weather. Sometimes you see drinks breaks taken when you think, why? You know, the weather doesn't merit it.
The daftest things were those sanitisation breaks during the COVID year. That was completely bonkers.
Yes.
Completely bonkers. When you weren't allowed to throw the ball back if it had gone over the bat. I just. You know.
Oh, yes, there were some things during those dreadful couple of years that sort of defy logic, and to a certain extent they defied logic at the time, but being dutiful British race, we just do as we're told and get on with it.
Right, TKC, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, what can he do? He needs to be there at the close. That's what he's got to be focused on. Nothing more, nothing less.
Critchley moves in to him now and bowls, and he goes forward in total defensive mode. It trickles out on the offside, on the onside. Picked up by Jamie Porter coming round from mid-on. And Critchley in again to Kohler-Cadmore. Goes on the back foot. This time he's underway with probably 2 runs. Played out to deep mid-wicket in front of the Felsted stand, and they go through for 2 very comfortable runs. As Critchley just dropped a bit short. gave the batsman plenty of time just to push it through that onside. Critchley in again. Dakota Cadmore plays with authority as he does, but straight to Harmer in the covers. And, next delivery, Dakota Cadmore goes forward with almost, but I say almost, exaggerated defence. You can hardly exaggerate defence too much. It's what the game is. Well, what people in my vintage were always taught, it's what the game is based on, is a solid defence.
Absolutely right.
I'm not sure they teach it that way now. I was taught first of all the forward defensive, then the backward defensive. Right now, once we're sure you've got the hang of those two shots, now you build on one or the other to play other shots. Now I think it's more, well, get out there and just see how far and how hard you can hit it in any direction.
Well, they do. The youngsters do spend a lot of their time practicing power hitting.
Yes.
That's certainly true. They spend more time practicing reverse scoops, I think, than forward defences.
Yes.
Right, we've got Harmer just marshalling his field with the assistance of his skipper, Tom Wesley. He's going to be bowling to Tom Abel. Back on his stumps is Abel, playing it to Nick Brown at forward short leg. Hard to overstate the importance of this partnership to Somerset between the two Toms, with only James Rue of the recognised batsman still to come. Abel is back on his stumps again, turning this with the spin, and it's misfielded initially by Kushi, but he recovers quickly at mid-wicket. It's been a patient innings by Tom Abel. 78 deliveries he's faced for his 25 as he stretches forward in defence. Simon Harmer, despite the 2 wickets that Matt Critchley has picked up, surely the main threat for Essex to Somerset is there in bowls, and Abel is back on his stumps again, turning it into the onside, and Kushi will field at mid-wicket. Somerset simply cannot afford to lose another wicket between now and the close. Harmer is in and bowls. Abel is down the pitch, driving away through the offside, and that'll be 4 handsome runs. Beautiful extra cover drive from Tom Abel, who used his feet to very good purpose on that occasion. He moves on to 29, 123 for 3.
Yes, although Harmer's seen as the main threat, sometimes subconsciously
Batsman might
the
relax.
can just relax.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking of
Harmer bowls, and Abel is back on his stumps, pushing this into the offside and taking a quick single to move on to 30, 124 for 3. Well, they always used to say that Brian Statham took a lot of Fred Truman's wickets for him.
Yes, it's just the example I was going to bring up. Yes, people were so concentrating on keeping fiery Fred out that they just fractionally relax the other end, and
it was Brian Statham.
Other way round. I mean, yes,
Brian
sorry.
Statham was
It's other way round.
relentless, and they thought, oh, we can have a bit of a go at Fred at the other end.
Yes.
And that was their undoing.
Although he reckoned that when he wrote a book, it should be called. That was a full toss played out into the covers for 2 runs. And Fred Truman, apart from being a useful bowler, never lacked confidence.
No, he didn't.
And when asked what would he call his book, he said, how about, I won't say exactly what he said, but how about the best bowler who ever drew breath? That's outside the off stump. And it loses something in the telling, because it was a bit of bit of Yorkshire invective amongst that. That's just pushed out into the covers for 2 comfortable runs. Deep cover, fielded just a few yards short of the executive boxes and the committee box. Long throw comes looping in, out of the sun more or less. Sun beginning to go down at 20 past 5, 20 past 4 by the sun. Shadow of one of the floodlights reaching not quite to the square, but it will do
Nice
soon.
shot, lovely shot.
That's a good shot, yeah. Appearing to add pace to the ball, and when you do that to a slow bowler,
Proper late cut that was.
yeah, you're a pretty useful batsman if you can add speed to the pace of the delivery that a slow bowler puts on it.
You don't see that shot played very often.
No,
these
you
days.
don't. And yeah, Paul Walter came after it, but merely to retrieve it. Next delivery. Just played down to short fine leg, just short enough to prevent them going through for a run anyway. So it was conceded 8 so far, 2 2s and a 4. Not that runs, well, you know, Essex obviously have the luxury of having plenty of runs to bowl at, but they don't want to be profligate. End of the over, just pushed back to the bowler. With Somerset 132 for 3, needing a further 334 to bring off a victory, or yes, we're told not to think along those lines, but just play out another 11 overs of today.
107 overs they've got in which to get that 334, so it's not much over 3 and over.
No, 3.12 according to our screen. Only a smidgen over what they're going at. They're going at exactly 3 and over. So
this is going to be an interesting matchup, as they say in these days in 20 over cricket. Simon Harmer, the great off spinner, against Tom Kohler-Capmore, who likes to field bat on ball. And what have we got? Paul Walter is halfway back at mid-on. We've got fielders out deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. Kohler-Capmore is right forward. There's a half-hearted appeal for LBW's Kohler-Capmore, I think, got his pad outside the off stump, although he does tend to put his left foot straight down the pitch in the manner of a 20 over batsman. Harmer's there and bowls, and he stretches right forward this time and finds the full face of the bat onto the ball back to Simon Harmer. We've got a forward short leg, a backward short leg, and a slip as the close catches. Harmer to Kohler-Capmore, tosses it up. Kohler-Capmore goes forward and then back, and in a puff of dust plays it to Nick Brown at forward short leg. Essex are well prepared for the onslaught if it comes. Harmer bowls and Kohler-Capmore pulls this between the short legs, but it's fielded by Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket. Didn't try and hit it too hard. He knows that he's got a deep mid-wicket and a long leg down there, so 20 yards inside the boundary. Stretches right forward again to kill the spin. Playing Harmer with an appropriate degree of respect is Tom Kohler-Capmore at the moment. How long his patience will hold out for remains to be seen. Harmer bowls, and Kohler-Capmore again is right back on his stumps, making room for himself to play an attacking shot. Hits it hard into the ground, not fielded cleanly by Nick Brown, but it's a maiden over for Simon Harmer, who has bowled 18 overs now for 54 runs, so going exactly at 3 runs and over, and he's bowled 3 maidens in that time.
Aidan has emailed from Marseille. Great commentary, thank you. Mention of Keith Fletcher took me back to 1974 when I visited Leighton for a championship match, courtesy of a complimentary ticket from Fletcher. He knew my aunt's family, who farmed in Linsell. Yes, so just sort of halfway, well, near Great Dunmow, really, just north of Chelmsford. And yeah, Keith Fletcher lived in Linsell for quite a while. He's moved on now. I think he's back in Cambridgeshire, but yeah, lived in Linsell and was very generous to the local cricket club with his time as much as anything. And it was strictly village cricket. It wasn't sort of a posh league club that sometimes play under the names of villages. It was genuine village cricket, but yeah, he was very good to them. Just worked away backward of square on the onside. No addition to the score of 132 for 3. Critchley still plying his trade. So thanks Aidan from Marseille. Busy French port. It's pushed out on the onside. Critchley busy about his business, doesn't waste time, and that's well played. Pushed out for a single down to long off. Well, no, mid off really. Mid and wide long off.
He's quite wide, isn't he?
Yes.
At mid off. Tom Wesley is retreating a bit now in deference to Cola Cadmore.
Retreating quite a lot to long off, almost in the shadow of the tree. The sycamore. That's stopped with a good old-fashioned size 10 boot by Critchley, who moves it again, bowls, drops it a bit short, and it's pushed out on the leg side. They think vaguely about a single, then realise it would be very, very imprudent to do so, so decide against it. The end of the over, Somerset 133 for 3, Abel 39, Cola Cadmore 2. The batsman out so far, Lammonby for 59, Dixon for 18 and Bartlett for 15.
Elsewhere, Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. Notts 181 for 3, following on in their second innings, still trailing by 235, so you'd have thought Warwickshire ought to seal that particular deal. Surrey making a good fist of it second time around against Kent, needing a further 327 runs, but they're 174 for 2 as Harmer bowls to Abel, and that one bounces a little bit. It's nicely played by Tom Abel. That's in the first division. Oh, Hampshire against Lancashire. Hampshire 371 for 9 in their second innings. And this is turned into the onside by Abel, playing again from the crease. Short legs thought they were in business for a moment there. He might be better advised to use his feet and come down the pitch at Simon Harmer. Harmer bowls and Abel stretches right forward. Yeah, Hampshire 371 for 9. They're now 139 runs ahead of Lancashire, but Lancashire ought to win that game to slow Hampshire's progress. One of the favourites for the county championship, alongside Surrey and Lancashire probably. This is turned into the onside by Abel, but there's a man there at Jamie Porter at backward square leg. 133 for 3 here. Somerset need 333 more. With 7 wickets in hand, Abel plays this back to Harmer, again off the back foot, coming up to the last ball of this over, and then there will be another 8 overs to be bowled this evening, so Essex being very prompt in bowling their overs, as Somerset were this morning. This is tossed up and turned away through the onside. There should be 2 runs here as Jamie Porter does the fielding out at a deepish square leg. So 2 more to Tom Abel. He moves to 41, I fancy, and the score on to 135 for 3. 8 overs, I think I said, remaining in the day. Could be more than that, of course, because 6 o'clock is when they will stop. So it's perfectly possible they could get more than 8 overs in the remaining 33 minutes.
So Critchley to continue from the Hayes Close end. Tossing the ball from hand to hand, as spinners are inclined to do, moves in now, bowls. And played out for a single by Cola Cadmore. Deepish cover. Just over halfway to the boundary, on the big boundary, the side towards the pavilion. Wicket pitched well over to the west side of the ground, where the old hospital used to be. And dropped short again, and this time pushed out on the onside. And a single results. Critchley moves in again, gives this more air, and has conceded probably 2 runs. Yes, they go through for 2, just backward of square on the offside. So Critchley not looking too penetrative at the moment, not too threatening. I suppose it could be argued that that's the life of a leg spinner. Very, very difficult stuff to bowl. That's just played out for a single as well. Down to skipper Tom Wesley at, yes, long off. Long rather than short.
Runs coming relatively easily for Somerset
they are,
at
yes.
the moment, but one more wicket and they're in trouble.
Critchley moves in, bowls, and that just bounces off a bit of everything probably.
Well, to be more accurate, they'd be in even deeper trouble.
Well, yes.
There's 325 runs from securing a tie with only 7 wickets in hand.
And again, drops a bit too short, and it's played comfortably out to mid-on. Yeah, in all honesty, not a very threatening over from Critchley there. Dropped too many short, and direction wasn't entirely where he'd wanted. End of the over, 140 for 3. Critchley's 6 overs have cost him more or less 3 apiece, 2 for 19. Coda Cadmore's on 6 and Tom Abel's on 42.
And Paul Walter's doing some loosening up exercises down below, so it looks as if he's going to come on for Matt Critchley at the Hayes Close end after another over from Simon Harbour. Who's in to bowl to Coda Cadmore, who turns this to the onside and again won't get a run. Simon Harbour is in his 20th over, none for 58 so far. He's been accurate, threatening, but hasn't actually picked up a wicket yet as he's there now and bowls, and this comes off the inside edge of Coda Cadmore's bat, but all along the ground just to the left of Nick Brown, forward square leg. Harmer to Coda Cadmore. This is driven back to the bowler, but not timed. Coming off the bottom of the bat. Just see if I can spot the Somerset contingent. They may I think they're probably in the pavilion as Somerset members being guests of Essex members. As this is dead batted by Coda Cadmore. Stands on the far side of the ground, those without a roof to them, and there is only one with a roof, and that's the Felstead stand. Must be pretty hot over there.
Yes.
This is pushed up to mid-off by Coda Cadmore, all along the ground. Wesley does the fielding. This must be the last ball coming up.
It is indeed. Then Victoria will take over from me until stumps.
As Harmer bowls, and padding up outside the off stump is Coda Cadmore, but he's a long way across. And an appeal more in hope than expectation from the Essex bowler and close catchers. End of a maiden over from Simon Harmer, the 4th maiden over of his 20 over stint in 2 spells. It remains at 140 for 3, 42 to Tom Abel, 6 to Tom Coda Cadmore, who's been batting with great restraint so far. I think at close of play I'm probably going to talk to Shane Berger, who is the Somerset batting coach, thoroughly nice bloke, coached Scotland until he joined Somerset at the start of this season, and ask him about the how to approach chasing down a total of 466, and do the batsmen play their natural game, in the case of Tom Coda Cadmore, their natural attacking game, or do they just look to dig in and survive and hope that the runs accumulate? and allow the bowlers to bowl at them, or do they look to dominate? All sorts of questions. As Paul Walter is in from the Hayes close end and bowls, and this is driven on the bounce to Nick Brown at short extra cover. 140 for 3. And how many overs have we got left today? I can't see.
5.5.
5.5. So 5 overs after this, and I think we'll probably get more in than that. Certainly if Simon Harmer continues to operate. Walter bowls, and this is turned into the onside. They think about a single, but decide against it as it's picked up by Sam Cook. At mid-wicket, we've got mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, cover sweeper, backward point, deep square leg, and a long leg. And mid-off and mid-on are pretty deep as well, deep and wide. As this is turned away nicely by Tom Abel, it'll just be a single though as it goes down to long leg. And the throw comes in from Matt Critchley down there.
Would it be greedy to want one more Essex wicket before the close of play?
It would. You're not going to get another wicket before the close of play. You've had quite enough. So it's Kohler Cadmore on strike as Walter bowls to him and plays a model defensive shot, left elbow high. Exactly as good cricketers are coached. He probably learned that at Malvern College, which is where he went to school. He's a Yorkshire boy in his derivation, as it were, but went to school at Malvern and played, of course, for Worcestershire, and then moved up to Yorkshire and now down to Somerset. As Walter comes rocking in and bowls, and Kohler Cadmore cuts hard into the ground, but it bounces out to Nick Brown, so there's no run. 141 for 3, 325 more Somerset need with 7 wickets in hand, and 101 overs after this in which to get them. So not much more than 3 runs and over, but it's a long, long time to bat. Outside the off stump, no shot from Kohler Cadmore. But that's 2 maiden overs on the trot. Oh no, it wasn't. There was a single at the first ball, wasn't it? Tom Abel turned him down to long leg. So just the 1 run from that Paul Walter over, which means that he has figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7.
Simon Harmer will continue to bowl from the river end. His figures so far: 20 overs, 4 maidens, 58 runs, no wickets.
There's a big conflab going on. I suppose Essex, they won't want to bowl more overs than they have to, will they?
No.
Although they might do if they get another wicket.
It's the discussion between Nick Brown, Matt Critchley and Alistair Cook, who in their various fielding positions as Harmer comes in for first ball of the over. Abel tries to knock that one into the leg side, but he's cut off by Nick Brown, who fields the ball at short leg. In comes Harmer to Abel on the back foot, late cut, which is stopped in the field, and they'll come through for a single. That Tom Wesley up there, I think.
It is, yeah. He's got his Essex cap on.
Third ball of the over. Harmer in to Cadmore. They'll take the single to keep the scoreboard moving along. 43 for 3. Abel on 44 and Kohler Cadmore on 6. 104 balls faced by Tom Abel, who is on strike. Harmer is into him. And he gets him a bit tucked up.
Yeah.
Takes a step away from his crease, Tom Abel. Reset for the fourth ball of Harmer's over into Abel. Again, just trying that shot off the back foot.
Just bounced a bit more on him than he was expecting.
Doesn't get the ball away. It's back to Harmer for no run. 2 singles off the over so far. Abel still on strike. Comes forward this time. Just uses the wrist to play that one round the corner. Fielded for no run. So the 2 singles off of that Harmer over, and it's 143 for 3.
And just 4 overs now remaining in the day. And how many minutes have we got? 22 minutes. So they're going to have to go very, very slowly, Essex, to avoid bowling more overs than they need to this evening, because the extra overs will not be knocked off the 96 overs minimum that have to be bowled on the last day. It's Paul Walter. He's in bowls to Kohler Cadmore, who swings him away through the onside for 4, I think. Yeah, Jamie Porter is in hot but vain pursuit. Kohler Cadmore on to 11, 147 for 3. That was a bit of a dolly really from Paul Walter, short on leg stump, and Kohler Cadmore didn't even have to hit it particularly hard to get it away for 4 runs. Perhaps he's trying to lure him into a false sense of security. Here comes Tall Paul outside the off stump. Well, that particular delivery didn't offer much of a threat. Very wide of the off stump. In all honesty, he hasn't bowled particularly well, Paul Walter. And that's tempting Providence in saying that he'll probably produce an absolute snorter now to knock out Tom Kohler Cadmore's middle stump. But he's been guilty of bowling a bit wide of the off stump, and this is cut hard into the ground by Kohler Cadmore. It's just a single as it goes out to Ben Allison, who's sweeping in front of the Chelmsford Pavilion, which is a curious construction. I wonder who the architect was. Must have been having a very bad day, I think.
Oh. You come here.
Well, it's hardly a thing of beauty and a joy forever, is it? Another run, 147 for 3. Walter to Abel, who covers up and plays into the onside. I was talking to someone, Michael Barnes from Cambridge yesterday, who does the PA for Cambridge United, and he said he came back here earlier on the season after a long gap of I think about 20 years, and he said the place hadn't changed at all. And I doubt if it has. As Walter's in and bowls to Abel, who won't get a single because there's a good sharp piece of fielding by Sam Cook, I think that is, at mid-wicket. Whereas the county ground at Taunton has been given a complete makeover in the last 15 years.
I think it's no secret that the club would like some investment in some renovations.
Yeah.
But what I would say about the pavilion is the important thing is those honours on the board.
This is outside the off stump from Paul Walter. Hardly any follow through from Paul Walter. He was just a couple of yards down the track after delivering that. It didn't look as if he was putting much of his considerable back into it. End of the over, 148 for 3, 44 to Abel, 12 to Tom Kohler Cadmore. Somerset still have 2 Toms standing. They've lost Tom Lammonby, who played over the top of a long hop. The first ball that Matt Critchley delivered and was given out, I'm sure correctly, LBW. There's no implication that there was anything wrong with the decision. I didn't see the replay, but it certainly didn't come as a surprise.
Simon Harmer to continue to bowl from the river end. Somerset 148 for 3. Kohler Cadmore on strike. In comes Harmer. He tries to cut away. Hasn't timed that. He's bounced up again.
It's another example of a bad ball nearly getting a wicket. That was miles outside the off stump. And Kohler Cadmore, and it was a little bit short as well, and Kohler Cadmore's eyes lit up. Went for the cut shot, and it just spun and took his inside edge into his pad.
Harmer is in again. This time Kohler Cadmore is forward and sweeping. And he'll take the singles. Jamie Porterfield's in the deep, loses his sun hat in the process.
Not a bad option for the right-hander to the off-spinner, the sweep, as you're hitting with the spin. But the important thing is you get right out to the pitch of the ball, so you keep the top edge out of the equation.
Harmer into Abel, just defending for no run. Somerset 149 for 3. Deficit now 317. Chipping away are the visitors. Fourth ball of Harmer's over the wicket. Couple of steps down from Abel, and that's straight back past the bowler for 4. No need for Paul Woter to chase after that one because it was always going for the boundary, and that is the 150 up for Somerset, now 153 for 3.
Yeah, fine shot from Tom Abel, using his feet again to get out to the pitch of the ball and giving Simon Harmer no chance at all, nor indeed Paul Woter as the fielder has retrieved it from the straight boundary.
But Abel moves to 48 as Harmer is in, just defends that one with the straight bat.
Yeah, good bowling from Harmer, just giving that one a little bit more air. Looking to tempt Tom Abel into going for a repeat. Probably just a little bit of extra spin on that last delivery.
In comes Harmer to Abel again, just forward, stretching to push that one back up the pitch. That's the end of the Harmer over. Somerset 153 for 3. Tom Kohler Cadmore on 13. Tom Abel on 48. And we've got, well, a minimum of 2 overs left in the day, but we'll see a bit more.
We will. The decision not not to enforce the follow-on is looking more and more dubious, it has to be said. But if Essex pick up another wicket before the close, they'll no doubt take a rather different view, but 48 overs were sort of wasted. Although Essex would say that the fact that Somerset 153 for 3 means that as Critchley bowls to and beats the outside edge of Tom Kohler Cadmore's bat, he wanders away towards square leg umpire. That one bounced and turned. It's the first ball, or the first 2 balls in Matt Critchley's spell, that you've got to be wary of if you're a Somerset batsman. And that one too spins down off Tom Kohler Cadmore's bat, and he makes sure it doesn't spin back onto his stumps. Just a slip and a short leg for Critchley to Kohler Cadmore. He pitches this one up, it comes off the outside edge, but all along the ground Woter is going to cut it off, so it's just a single. Kohler Cadmore on to 14, 154 for 3. We've only got 1 over remaining in the out of the 96. It'll actually be 94 because of the change of innings in the day. Abel's back on his stumps, playing this into the offside for a well taken single as Harmer fields. Not in a close catching position for a change. Simon Harmer, he's out at extra cover.
Having a bit of a run around.
This is short and smashed away by Tom Kohler Cadmore for 4 runs to the top end of the Felsted stand. That was a no-nonsense shot if ever I saw one. Thank you very much. Don't bowl that rubbish at me. Moves on to 18, 159 for 3.
Yep, aggressive batting from Kohler Cadmore. Punishing the Essex bowlers. 307 they trail by.
You're sounding nervous. Critchley tosses this one up. It's driven straight into the fielding pads of Nick Brown, who's at a short extra cover, not quite a silly extra cover, a moderately sensible extra cover, about 10 yards from the bat. It's the end of that over. It's 159 for 3, 18 to Dakota Cadmore, and Tom Abel on 49.
Still would like to be greedy and ask for another Essex wicket before the close of play, but still, when they had just got that one wicket and they were struggling to find the second, I think we would have been happy with Essex taking 3 wickets going into the final day. As Harmer is in to Abel. And he's pushed that one into the offside for no run. 159 for 3. Still sunshine around the county ground. Simon Harmer with his shades on into Abel, again stretching forward. He's got lovely long reach, hasn't he, when he comes forward to the ball.
Yeah, he's very athletic, this Tom Abel. Fine athlete.
On 49 is Tom Abel, 119 balls faced. And he's on strike to Simon Harmer. Third delivery of his over into Abel. With soft hands, just plays that one into the offside. Collected by the bowler for no run. Been patiently waiting in the 40s. In comes Simon Harmer to Abel. Another dot ball, the 4th of the over. $159 for 3. Harmer into Abel, again just coming forward. It bounces up and drops behind to Cook at slip. Just throws it back towards Harmer.
Good over this, good probing over.
Harmer on the hunt into Abel, steps back, late cut, and that is the 50 for Tom Abel as that runs away to the boundary for 4. The Somerset captain gets his half century in 124 balls, scoring 8 fours in 135 minutes.
And that is Tom Abel's second 50 of the season, to go with 3 centuries, and it's the 34th 50 of his career. First class career, that is, to go with his 14 centuries. Well batted, Captain Tom. Matt Critchley's going to bowl the next over to Tom Cadmore. This is a quicker ball, and he runs it down off a thick edge to Paul Walter. Is it a deepish backward point or a wideish short third man? Pays your money and he takes your choice. 163 for 3, and Cadmore gets one that turns so much and bounces, it's actually taken by Alistair Cook at first slip. So I think the moral of that story, Tom Cadmore, is to make sure you get out to the pitch. And he does so, and it's driven straight on the bounce, I hasten to say, to Nick Brown, who's at that quite silly extra cover position. Cadmore stretches forward this time to kill the spin. I think he's going to be a threat tomorrow, Matt Critchley.
Bit of movement.
And it's a good mixture with Simon Harmer spinning the ball into the right-handers and Matt Critchley spinning it away, of course, with the googly. This is driven down the ground. It's a full toss. It's 4 runs. 167 for 3. 22 to Cadmore, and that was a bit of a gift, and that's also sort of part of the rich panoply of bowling leg spin, in that you do sometimes just lose control if you're not Shane Warne, that is. So the deficit below 300. Cadmore stretching right forward to kill the spin. His right leg right down on the pitch, stretching right forward. End of that over. 8 minutes to go. We've had our ration of 96. Well, it's a ration of 94 because there were 2 overs for the change of innings. So Somerset are going to get a couple of bonus overs.
And you're going to be, is it on the Somerset Sports Show tonight?
Yeah, I am, 6:05. So we're all right for the moment.
Good. What else are they chatting about on that tonight, or was it mainly about the cricket?
Well, Somerset played Gloucestershire in a derby match in the Blast on Friday, so I expect there will be someone from the Gloucestershire commentary team comparing notes with me from Somerset.
Harmer from the River End to Abel.
It's called the Cider Derby.
Yes,
Somerset against Gloucestershire in the Blast, and Somerset rather wiped the floor with the Gloucesters on Friday night.
That was fielded at mid-on for no run as Harmer is into Abel. Bit of foot movement from the batter, but still just turned into the offside for no run. Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that one while I was watching Essex at Glamorgan.
Will Smead got 94 from 35 balls. Somerset piling up 231, I think it was in the end.
Impressive T20 campaign as Harmer is into Abel again, just rocking back for the cut, takes the single.
He was looking for the late cut there, Tom Abel. I think just he rehearses the shot. It went in front of square when he was definitely aiming for third man. There's a big gap. There's nobody down at third man. He's playing against the spin, but it's tempting.
168 for 3. Harmer into Cola Cadmore, tries the sweep, and he works it out into the deep where Jamie Porter is patrolling the boundary. They'll take the single.
Sweeping from outside the off stump there was Cola Cadmore, which is a relatively safe shot because it means he's got his pad outside the off stump, so if he misses it, he's not going to be LBW.
In comes Harmer to Abel, and that looped up. It was being chased by Matt Critchley.
It's a leg by.
And the umpire signals that it is 1 to the score off the pad. 170 for 3.
Well, we're certainly going to get one more over after this. We might even get to 17:55, it says on the big scoreboard.
Don't trust the clock away to our right-hand side as Harmer is in. Cola Cadmore drives this one. It's being chased by Wesley. We'll get there before it reaches the rope. They'll come back for 2. That's the end of the Harmer over. And they're 172 for 3 are Somerset with Cola Cadmore on 25, Abel on 54. Harmer has bowled 24 overs, 4 maidens, 73 runs, but no wickets.
Yeah, it's been a good performance by Somerset. I'm just going to go and get my...
A bit of a stoppage anyway, as Cola Cadmore's just sorting his shoelaces out, which is pausing the commencement of Matt Critchley's over.
Just going to text Jason Kerr and ask him if Shane Berger can do the close of play. Critchley then to bowl to Abel. Ooh, and he gets a bottom edge, and that bounced perilously close to the stumps. Somerset be desperate not to lose a wicket in these last couple of overs. Yeah, they're taking their time. Abel's taking his time. As Critchley bowls, this is played firmly, but straight to Simon Harmer at extra cover, just a little bit short. Somerset can go in without losing another wicket. This is a defensive shot from Abel. Their hopes will still be alive. Still a very, very tall order, 294. tomorrow, not in terms of runs per over, because they've got 96 overs in which to get them. As Critchley's in and bowls, and Abel's on the back foot, stroking it into the offside. A very good stop to his left by Simon Harmer, who belied the strength of his build. He is a strongly built cricketer, is Simon Harmer. He'd make a good number 8 or back row forward in a rugby team. It's 17:58 the scoreboard is saying, as Critchley bowls to Abel, who pads that away from outside the off stump. Just goes along the ground, picked up by Alistair Cook. It would have been no run even if it had evaded Alistair Cook, because Abel was playing no shot. Critchley bowls and Tom Abel kills the spin on that, turns it into the onside. I think we're going to get one more over, with the clock still saying 17:58, and Matt Critchley has finished his work for the day. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29 in 3 spells. He got his first wicket with the first ball of his first spell, and his second wicket with the second ball of his second spell. But fortunately for Somerset, he did not get a wicket with the third ball of his third spell. But even so, he's bowled pretty well, and he's getting the ball to turn and posing all sorts of problems for the Somerset batsmen.
Someone else getting the ball to turn but hasn't posed too many problems. Simon Harmer will bowl what we think will be the final over of the day from the River End. And it's Kohler Cadmore on strike. Harmer is in, sweeping again outside the off stump with Kohler Cadmore, misses it, hits the pad. And it's back to the bowler Harmer for no run. With encouragement from the crowd as we approach the end of day 3. Harmer into Kohler Cadmore again. This time he just pushes that one back down the pitch to Harmer. He's been diving about in the field. He's bowled just short of 25 overs as he's in again to Kohler Cadmore. Big appeal for LBW, and he's been given. Harmer gets his first wicket of the second innings. Kohler Cadmore goes for 25, and that's exactly what Essex wanted as we approach the end of day 3.
Oh dear, yeah, well, he went back and played no shot, and the ball turned, and Nigel Long raised the fingers. Deeply, deeply disappointing. I was just about to say, if Somerset can just get through this over without losing another wicket, they will, I wouldn't say fancy their chances, but they'll have real hopes of chasing down that remote 466. But the departure of Tom Kohler Cadmore for 25, a cruel, cruel blow right at the end of the day. And I've got to go to report the sad news to listeners to BBC Radio Bristol.
Yep, so the players leave the pitch, so Simon Harmer will continue his over. 4 balls are about to come when we get back underway tomorrow morning from 11 a.m. So Somerset finished the day on 172 for 4. We'll take you through the Somerset innings as things stand. So Dixon was the first to go. Cork Cushy bowled Porter for 18 runs. Tom Lammonby was LBW to Matt Critchley. Critchley also getting the wicket of George Bartlett. He was caught by Cook for 15. Lammonby back went for 59, by the way. And that final wicket to fall at the end of play on day 3, Tom Kohler Cadmore, LBW to Simon Harmer for 25. Tom Abel, the not-out batter, on 54. The bowling for Essex, Jamie Porter, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs for 1 wicket. Sam Cook, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 29 runs for no wickets. Simon Harmer having bowled 24.2 overs, 4 maidens, 73 runs and the 1 wicket right at the end. Paul Walter, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wickets. Ben Allison, also 4 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs without wicket. And Matt Critchley, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 29 runs and 2 wickets, including 1 with his first ball. So we will have reaction for you on your respective local radio stations. BBC Essex, we will have an end of play interview for you, which you'll be able to hear via the BBC Essex Breakfast Bulletins tomorrow morning and on social media. And Anthony will be gathering for Somerset as well. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning from just before 11 a.m. to see what the final day of this county championship match between Essex and Somerset brings. Thank you very much for your company this evening and for the whole of the day. I hope you have a good rest of your Tuesday, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow.